Jayden Seals in his celebration, both arms out. And he runs through the celebrations. And he's deserved all 3 of the wickets he's got. He's bowled really, really well. And it's really good to see at Trent Bridge. First 2 overs in the first innings, 2 overs, 28 runs. Second innings, 2 overs for 18. And then coming back in this 3rd test and really showing a level of maturity and execution, skill, swinging the ball, and potentially could have had 4.
England lost their 5th wicket to the 5th ball of the 12th over. It's only the 11th time in England's Test history where ball-by-ball data is available, which is over 1,500 innings. Only the 11th time they've lost 5 wickets within the first 12 overs of an innings. Only the 7th time since 1902.
When was the last time, the most recent?
The last time was quite recent. Yeah. It was against New Zealand at Headingley in June 2022, when they were 55 for 5 after 11.2 overs.
Root waits with his bat poised, goes forward, slightly leg side, and able to be whipped away by Root down to deep fine leg. Takes the single, which does indeed move him past Brian Lara. And he just scrapes away at the crease, end of the over. He'll be on strike for the start of the next. At 60 for 5, England score. They're 222 runs behind on first innings. Joseph in. 4 down to fine leg. Tipped away by Root. Some frustration for Joseph. 68 for 5, and Root on to 21.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know, the longer you stay there, the bigger the ball slightly becomes, you know. Not that I ever got too many times of being in. But, yeah, they just need to just put those rash shots away outside off stump.
Well, here's Root chasing a wide one, but he's got this away to good effect. Out to the Holly stand through the point region. But I think it might have left a few hearts in mouths for a moment to see him go after that, given what has happened previously. 72 for 5.
I mean, I know it was wide and full, but that is... when things aren't quite going your way, those are the ones that just sort of slide off the face of the bat and go straight to point or straight to gully. But Root's decided to go after that full-bloodedly and played it nicely.
There's some width. Stokes, he's cracked that away through point. Chase on here, but the ball's fizzing away along the green grass to the boundary. And Stokes, it's his first 4, has moved on to 6.
Yeah, real flourish from Ben Stokes, just short and wide, back foot. And a real whip through the hands. Yeah, you're not stopping that. If the ball's there, you've got to, you know, you can hit it, but just don't go fishing for those real wide ones.
Full glorious follow through the bats.
Tell you what that reminded me of. Headingley against Australia, a very similar shot when he smashed Pat Cummins through.
For the winning boundary, it was, wasn't it?
That real flourish of a backlift. Of a follow through, I mean.
Yeah.
Joseph from the city end. Bowls to Root, who drives for 4. He found the gap through the offside. It was full from Joseph. Square drive from Root. He pierced the gap between cover and point.
Glorious. Glorious from Joe Root. Gets that front foot as far as he can towards the ball. I mentioned it earlier. That's the difference between Joe and a lot of the other guys. They just sort of very strong through there, and it's all eye and hands and a bit flicky and a bit wafty, which is great when it comes off, you know, timing, but technically Joe is spot on.
Right, here is Shamar Joseph bowling round the wicket to Stokes, and that is almost Gower-like, driving down the ground. It's gone for 4 through straight mid-off. Sumptuous stroke, not looking to hit it too hard, easing it down the ground.
Easy power. Stood tall, easy power, really nice position. Head, foot, let the ball come, and just a bit of a punch, really, but beautiful timing.
Zari bowls to Stokes. Stokes turns this into the onside, and there's England's 100th run. These two trying to rebuild. 100 for 5. Stokes goes to 16 under grey skies now at Edgbaston. It has filled in. There's not much blue sky above or in the distance.
Holder runs away, bowls, and Stokes charges him and slaps it through the offside. Well, that's the first example we've seen, really, of Stokes is doing something a little bit out of the ordinary. He's played very patiently up to now. Big charge. I think it's safe with Holder. You more or less know he's of that pace where you more or less know where the ball's likely to be.
Yeah, although the bounce is something that when you're coming down the pitch to a bowler like Holder, all it needs to do is disturb that surface a bit more than usual, and he splices that straight to the extra cover. So Holder won't be disheartened.
And goes Holder. Bowls tucked away into the leg side for Root's 50. He's played very well. He might have been out on 3, LBW. But he's got to 50 from 68 balls. He raises back to the crowd. And along with Stokes, they're rebuilding this innings. They've got some work to do still. 125 for 5.
Holder around the wicket, tall figure ball, full to Stokes. And then there's a beautiful on drive that eases past mid-on, and it's racing away for 4 as well. Really didn't need much power in that stroke. Eased forward the timing. 137 for 5.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot by Stokes. Round the wicket, Jason Holder, and he's bowling the ball seam up, so it's just angling in towards middle and leg stump, and Stokes, his balance so good, opens up his right foot and just extends his hands through the line of the ball. The mid-on Alzari Joseph is just a touch wider there, so that straight bat of Stokes beats him on the inside. It's probably the most beautiful shot in cricket.
Moti over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who goes aerial, goes out over deep mid-wicket, and he's got this into the Holly stand. He has a 6 from Stokes. Almost out of nowhere. He's stepped on the accelerator.
You just feel like Stokes is ticking here slightly just before lunch, not willing to just see it through, wants his team to play in that positive manner. It's 150 up for England now in the 31st, or the end of the 31st over.
Joseph in now to Stokes, who waits, gets a short ball, but he hasn't got this cleanly, but it's in a safe area. A bit top edgy that, and Jason Holder at mid-wicket chases back into the deep. That's the miscue, though, that West Indies are looking for, but it's a 100 partnership between Ben Stokes and Joe Root. And wow, what a much-needed 100 partnership this has been as well. It's actually come from 119 balls. There has been some acceleration in the latter stages, but England were 54 for 5 when they came together.
Yeah, these two great friends, the former captain and current captain, together marshalling their troops through a tricky period this morning. When England lost their 5th wicket, their hearts would have been in their mouths.
Presumably, Jason's just going to bang these deliveries in. He goes in now and bowls short, swung away by Stokes. Fielder doesn't see it at fine leg. Well, it wouldn't have mattered if he had seen it, because it went away to his left-hand side. Between the deep fine leg and the deep backwards square leg, it's gone away for 4, and Ben Stokes reaches a half-century from the first ball after lunch. And those who are in their seats are standing up and applauding. There's still quite a lot of people to come back to their seats after lunch. 161 for 5, Stokes 52. Root is 58 not out. Alzari bowls round the wicket to him, short ball swung away for 4. Well, that's a packed leg side field, but Stokes has found, Root has found the gap down towards deep backwards square leg. And 2 boundaries from the pull shot after lunch. It's 166 for 5. Joseph bowls to Stokes. He takes this one on, and he's caught him. He's caught him at forward square leg. It's worked. Banged in by Joseph. Stokes went for the pull, and he's picked out the man at forward square leg, and West Indies have made the breakthrough with that tactic. It's a first wicket for Alzari Joseph, and England are 169 for 6, and Stokes is on his way for 54.
Well, the tactic has worked. They've had to sacrifice some runs to get there, but he didn't middle that. Went for the pull shot. It's the guy who's just in front of square,
Craig Brathwaite,
saving the single, essentially, or in that sort of position where you can save a single. He didn't quite middle it near the splice of the bat. That was just above chest height, I guess. He obviously couldn't control it, and now he's gone. He looked terrific. He's annoyed with himself. You can tell that. He's still chastising himself, I think, or life. He's gone for 54, and it's suddenly 169 for 6. Changed the whole complexion, because that was a very positive stand, clearly. 6 down now. Jamie Smith coming out. I think probably they'll stick with this short pitch tactic.
Joseph bowls to Root, who swings this away down to fine leg for 4. Well, he really made good contact with that. Again, the 3 fielders down there, but he just couldn't get round. It was the middle one there of the 3. who had ground to make to his right-hand side, down by the scoreboard at the far end of the ground, the city end. And Root takes another boundary, takes him to 68, is 174 for 6. Runs coming, but a vital wicket since lunch.
Well, so far he's judged it terrifically, Root, and that was about hip high, and he could hit down, but he didn't half hit that hard. He followed it up, and he bisected the man at fine leg and a wide long leg. Only 5 yards, I should think, from one of those, but he couldn't stop it. It was travelling so quickly.
Alzari bowls short of a length, and he's top edging out of the reach of Joshua De Silva and will get to the boundary. Extra effort from Alzari Joseph, and even the extra effort from De Silva couldn't get him anywhere close to pulling down that one. But it's a boundary. They trail now by 97 runs with the score 185 for 6, and Jamie Smith moves on with that boundary.
Yeah, I don't think he can pretend that he was in control of that shot. It could have gone anywhere. There is a fine leg, a fine third man. He got a top edge that basically went over the keeper's head just on the leg side.
Last ball of the over now from Alzari Joseph, continuing around the wicket, continuing with the attacking stroke, and that's gone up into the Holly stand at deep mid-wicket. From the moment he connected with that stroke, everyone was looking skywards as it was deposited halfway up the stand.
Wow, that's gone a long way out of the meat of the bat. That wasn't quite so high, that, but he decided that he was going to hit upwards rather than downwards. And he did hit upwards, and it just kept going. Way into that stand, right at the meat of the bat.
Slipping a short leg in place as Moti bowls outside the off stump, looking to cut it away, gets it off the outer half of the bat for a boundary. Short and wide to Joe Root. And he's able to capitalise. Shakes his head a bit because I think he wanted to go a bit squarer, but it's 4 runs nevertheless. He's 77.
Cracked away through the offside, beats the fielder who's up at cover for 4. Crisp from Jamie Smith. Moves on to 26. And England 214 for 6. 68 runs behind now. Quick hands.
What a player he is. And you can see he almost got there too soon. And he just waited and slapped it on top of the bunks. Cover had no chance, and the cover is now back on the boundary, but he's sweeper.
Moti knew over, and Smith aerially behind square on the leg side for 4. I could think sweep really. Raced away, 222 for 6 and 60 runs behind.
And that's the 50 partnership from 10.5 overs.
And that's a decent lick. Really stretched for that, fetched it, and it around the corner. As Moti is in now to Smith, dubs it around the corner very fine, beats the man on the 45. It's racing away down to the boundary. Can it be saved? No, it's 4. And the rate of scoring of the partnership is starting to accelerate. 225 for 6, 57 behind.
Yeah, Jamie Smith started with the short ball plan and took it on. Don't really feel I've seen him block many balls. It feels as though he's just finding ways to score, and this is why he was selected ahead of Ben Fowkes. And you think someone like Ben Fowkes would probably come in and add a little bit of control to it, but Jamie Smith actually kept the game moving and forced West Indies to retreat a bit.
Here's Moti to Root. Oh, and his appeal for LBW's got him. Root's out, stretching forward, and Moti's got through. And Root is out for 87. West Indies celebrating. Well, Root looked so secure. Moti bowled to him. He pushed forward, and it was front leg, back leg, and then it hit the wicketkeeper's pads. It was a strange one. Root walks off, disappointed. No 33rd 100 today for Joe Root. And West Indies strike again. Just in time, otherwise England were looking to take control of the game. They are 51 runs behind. Root LBW to Moti for 87. 231 for 7.
He's got him again, Moti, a couple of times. I don't know quite how he missed the one at Lord's, and I don't quite know how he missed that one. It's just sort of skidded on a bit, I think. There wasn't a lot of turn, but another fine innings from Joe Root has held this England reply together. They would have been in all sorts of trouble without He's 87, the dreaded 87, the Australian unlucky number.
In comes Seals, sun shining here, and Wokes slides that away. A chase for Louis, he won't get it. He just brought him in. Nice stroke from Wokes. And he's able to stretch there, stretch his leg.
Such a good timer through the covers, isn't he?
Yep.
Chris Wokes just lays a bat on it, but it's just beautiful bit of timing.
This one driven through the covers. He's so strong. He loves that front foot. And Wokes has played a couple now. He goes to 11.
I mean, it's as good as it gets. A Joe Root cover drive.
He's rather serving it up here.
Yeah.
Joseph.
Gorgeous. Oh, it don't get any better than that from Chris Wokes.
Joseph on the off stump. That's a lovely stroke from Smith. On the back foot.
Beautiful.
Just very gracefully eased that away through extra cover. Not an easy shot to play. He does hit it. He times the ball so well.
Yeah.
As Holder bowls on the line of leg stump and is stroked away to wide long on. He's certainly not in a curry goat mood as he gets to a half century. Jamie Smith beautifully played wide of mid-on. He is a batter in his own right, apart from what he does behind the stumps, and he raises his bat for his second Test match 50 in 3 innings.
He's played some really eye-catching strokes today, Jamie Smith. That big pull over deep mid-wicket. Inside the first couple of overs, he was at the crease. A back foot punch through extra cover where he had so much time off Shamar Joseph. And he brings up his 50 there with a beautiful clip through mid-wicket. Jason Holder just drifting onto the pad slightly, probably hitting halfway up middle stump, but Smith gets that big front foot down the pitch and works through the line of it. Beautiful stroke for 4.
Bowls a delivery on leg stump that is tucked away through mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4 more. Heading into the 90s now is Jamie Smith, and he's so commanding with his stroke play. Minimum effort. He's a big man. He can cart it out the ground if he wants, as he did. But again, it's the timing and the ease with which he's gathering his runs to take him into the 90s now. Bright late afternoon sunshine now as Joseph to bowl to Jamie Smith on 95 short. He's into the pull and he's bowled in. What an anticlimax. He was into the pull shot, almost premeditated. It was pounded in short, it scooted through, clipped the off stump, and he's missed out on 100, but he's going to get a tremendous cheer from this audience here at Edgbaston. Running the fingers over the ball, a slower delivery, it crept through, clipped the off stump, and he's gone for 95. He's entertained the fans here at Edgbaston. England are 337 for 8.
Yep, the whole of Edgbaston here stands and applauds Jamie Smith. On the cusp of first Test match 100, he'll have another opportunity for sure in the not too distant future to get over that 3-figure mark, but that could end up being a match-defining innings here. It's taken England from the brink of conceding a first innings deficit to a position now where they feel in the complete ascendancy. It was a good delivery by Shamar Joseph, knowing that Smith would be there looking for that short ball.
Wokes on 48. Joseph goes racing in, right arm over. Wokes steers this away down towards deep third, goes to 49, comes back for the second. The ball's picked up inside the boundary rope. And Chris Wokes has a Test 50 on his home ground here, and Edgbaston is rising to one of their own. A raise of the bats. 3 years since his last Test 50. And a shake of the hand with Gus Atkinson, his batting partner. But he's played a fine hand of his own account, but in partnership early with Jamie Smith as well. Well played, Chris Wokes, 50 not out.
Yeah, one of the good men in world cricket. He's one of those guys, when anything good happens to him, I think everyone collectively celebrates. Real good hand he's played today.
359 for 8. There is the bouncer at top edge. Goes very, very fine, and it goes for 4. Yes, fine leg was back and deep third as well, but that's headed straight down towards the sight screen, and Joseph has his hands on his hips with a bit of a wry smile because, yes, he did find that top edge. It wasn't under control, but Wokes has moved on to 62. Joseph in, moving around from the crease here, but plays it straight to cover.
Craig Brathwaite.
And he's gone. Craig Brathwaite has held the catch. I think the crowd a little slow to react. And Wokes walks off for 62. Results the record stays as it is.
Like
Chris Wokes will
results.
not enter immortality, but he's played a fine hand here. Oh, and he's slapping his bat against his pad. But it's taken the waist high from by Brathwaite. Just had to dip the knees, make sure he held on. A fine innings. Wokes 62 from 78 balls. The wicket does come for Alzari Joseph, but Wokes has played his hand into steering England into a position where they now have a lead of 81, 363 for 9. And the prospect of England's bowlers taking the field and West Indies batting gets a little bit closer, Carlos.
Yeah, and it was similar time, wasn't it, Jones, last night when West Indies got bowled out and you had that little tricky period where there's not much to gain as a batter. Hardly get a milestone tonight. Almost just trying to survive, which is a tricky place to be.
Joseph runs in with a big jump, bowls, and he's swung that high, down towards fine leg and beyond. Into the crowd for 6. And Joseph glares at his opposite number. He'll be very pleased with that. And Alzari Joseph, shadow to his right, sets off in the late afternoon sunshine. His bowl is short, away he goes again. Into the Mr. Blobbies, the chefs, and various inflatables there in the Hollies stand. I don't think this tactic's working, Alzari.
I don't think it's needed at Gus Atkinson. With all due respect to him, it's the reason he's behind at 9 and 10.
In goes Joseph, is there, he bowls, and is hammered it away into the leg side, and he's caught at mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it. Well, I suppose 12 for 1. It sort of works. But Atkinson's out for 21. The lead is, Andy?
94.
94, there you go. And it was minus 113 when Jamie Smith came out to bat. So the game's really turned round in the course of the afternoon. It wasn't actually, looking at the replay, it wasn't really a short ball, that was it. It was just short of a length. Atkinson waiting for the bouncer and is heaved into the leg side. 4 slips waiting, quite close as Wokes moves in, bowls to Brathwaite, he's bowled him! What a start. This is dangerous for the West Indies. It was all lined up this session. It's a lovely ball. It's moved away from Brathwaite, who's been completely defeated.
And it's the skipper as well. The one person who the West Indies would have been looking to hang around and get stuck in and see him through to tonight. But that's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic ball, that. He's bowling that one that came back.
Yeah.
And he's given him that.
Yeah.
And that's a terrific piece of bowling. 0 for 1, 94 behind. The captain's out.
Atkinson bowls to Louise, driving inside edge past the leg stump, running away for 4. That could have easily gone onto the leg stump. He really didn't know too much about that. Hands to the head for Chris Wokes, but a boundary, a lucky boundary for Mikhail Louis.
He is making it talk, Chris Wokes. He's swinging both ways, nipping both ways. As you say, Louis looking to go for the big drive there, but it's jagged back on him. Just gets a slither of that inside edge and flies past the leg stump. Bit of fortune. Beautiful bowling. Got it on a string, Chris Wokes.
Wokes bowls to Louis, driving in the end, dropped as he, yes, put down at mid-off.
Ben Stokes.
Should have been held. He's asking himself, how did he let that one go by? It was at catchable height, hit firmly, but to his right, and he can't believe it.
He's got but he's got his head in his hands. I think that's, I don't know whether he's seen that or sort of was expecting it. Full ball, and he's just sort of punch-driven it. Oh, Ben Stokes should have gobbled that up.
Yeah,
such a fine
he seemed to
fielder.
close the fingers on it late.
Yeah.
It was hit firmly, but hit in the air. In the end, it's a poor shot for an opener, and he should have paid the price by losing his wicket. So like those alligator jaws not closing in time.
Yeah, and you know, such a fine fielder, Ben Stokes. I think he might have just, I don't know, might have been unsighted.
Atkinson bowls. Oh, and he's nicked it. He's nicked it through to the keeper, and Atkinson gets his 21st wicket of this series. Mackenzie's gone for 8. Really tough series for him. And you just wonder about his Test future as he walks off. And West Indies are 22 for 2. They're still 72 runs behind. And we always thought this was going to be a difficult session for them. And so it is proving. At the moment, it looks as if we're heading for another 3-day Test match. 22 for 2. Victor's here.
Yeah, off goes Mackenzie. It's been a sorry affair for him. I actually think that was a pretty good ball, you know. Where's that Stephen Finn? But I think that was a scrambled seam. It zipped off the pitch and left him. Now, he could have left it maybe. But it was taken round about chest high by Smith behind the stumps. A lot of zip in that delivery. I think a little bit of movement. It's not the worst dismissal in the world if you're a batsman. But it's a painful one nonetheless, because he's never got going in this series.
As Wokes moves in, bowls to Brathwaite, he's bowled him! What a start. This is dangerous for the West Indies. It was all lined up this session. It's a lovely ball. It's moved away from Brathwaite, who's been completely defeated.
The skipper as well. The one person who the West Indies would have been looking to hang around and get stuck in and see him through to tonight.
Well, a really tough day yesterday for Craig Brathwaite. It started so promisingly and it ended with England in a really strong position, a match-winning position. Excellent fight back from England yesterday. Good morning from Edgbaston, the 3rd day of the 3rd Rossay Test match between England and West Indies. A reminder of the overnight position then. West Indies 33 for 2 in their second innings. They are 61 runs behind and a lot of batting ahead of them against this rampant England bowling lineup. It's a lovely day at Edgbaston. We've had some nice weather, nice enough weather on the first 2 days, but I think the forecast for today and for the rest of the game, if we need it, if we need tomorrow and Tuesday, is good. But let's find out. Let's say good morning to Matt Taylor. I can feel the sun on my back this morning. Matt, what's the forecast?
You're making me jealous. And you know what? I think this is the easiest forecast I've ever done for Test match special in all my years. Nothing to interrupt the fight back from the England team. Lots of dry weather, not just today, but if it goes into Monday and Tuesday as well. Best of the sunshine will be today. Blue skies for most of the day, just a little bit of fair weather cloud, and pretty warm too. 24 Celsius this afternoon in a gentle light breeze. Light breeze as well for Monday and Tuesday. Big difference, I suppose, with those 2 days is a bit more high cloud around, especially on Tuesday, and humidity levels will start to creep up. As I said, it will be warmer at 26 Celsius, but really nothing to trouble us weather-wise, Simon. Enjoy that sun in your back.
Great, thanks very much, Matt. Now, I wonder where the West Indies batsmen will enjoy the sun on their back today. I mean, perfect batting conditions. Vic Marks is down on the boundary edge with me. Perfect batting conditions. So, in theory, no excuses for West Indies today, but they've got a lot of work to do.
Yes, it's very easy to say that when you no longer have to play this game. The way you have to go about it is, I think, is you just forget about the match situation, because it's not a good situation. 2-0 down in the series, and you forfeited a very strong position yesterday, and you're up against it once again. You can't waste energy worrying about that. You've just got to think about batting today. Not a cloud in the sky. The pitch, it's amazing we've seen so many wickets fall. Was it 23 in 2 days? You think it's, I mean, essentially 22 have gone. It's still a relatively benign pitch. There's no real demons out there. The odd ones kept low, but it's not, the ball hasn't been misbehaving. So you have to try and get into a frame of mind, I think, of this is just an opportunity to go out there, forget the match situation, go out there and get some test runs under your belt. And in doing so, if you can do that, then the balance of the match starts to change again. Easier said than done, I know, to divorce yourself from the fact that West Indies are really struggling. They've got another test match in Port of Spain in about 10 days' time. They're going home at the end of a series that hasn't really worked out as they planned. But it's an opportunity, actually. It is an opportunity, but it's hard to get in that positive frame of mind, I think. But that's what they've got to do.
Yeah, especially when you look at Lords, where they were hammered. beaten by an innings. And in the last game, they did play well. They did compete. They took a first innings lead, and they still lost by 241
runs.
They
folded in the second innings, and they've got to try and avoid doing that again. There are test places up for grabs in the West Indies for the forthcoming test they've got against South Africa, which won't be a cakewalk. So that's their challenge, to go out, just play the ball on its merit. I mean, in some ways, England are bound to have pretty attacking fields. There's all these gaps everywhere. Shouldn't swing much. The outfield's quick. Apparently the boundaries are short. Don't seem very short to me, or indeed Jamie Smith. But you've got to divorce yourself from all the negative stuff and just go out and show how you can bat in relatively benign conditions. Make them sweat.
Yeah. More from Jamie Smith and about Jamie Smith in just a moment. It strikes me, Victor. I was thinking about this morning. That was an incredible fight back from England yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, they were 54 for 5. They were still 228 runs behind with only 5 wickets in hand. If that had happened, if that sort of fight back had happened, say, 30 years ago against a West Indies side or against an Australian side, we'd be talking about it all evening, all morning, all over the media, everything. But it's sort of, actually, in a strange way, it kind of felt a bit inevitable.
I know, I agree with you, and there was no sort of great punching of the air. This was not Headingley 81 revisited or some of those great turnarounds. It is partly because the West Indies are struggling. It's also the fact that if you look at that England lineup, there had been one night watchman, doesn't make a great deal of difference, but you've got people like Chris Wokes coming in at number 9. So there was a bit of batting left. Nonetheless, to go from 50 for 5 to whatever it was, 380 odd, it's a big turnaround. But you're right, it didn't have everyone gasping here, because I suspect in both dressing rooms they could actually see that possibility there, and it duly happened. So we weren't in shock horror mode.
And one of the points you made, of course, is that it's a pretty good pitch, actually, and it felt like...
Once the ball gets a bit older, I mean, there's that, you get into the sort of 40 overs old, and you're seeing both sides revert to sort of banging it in short because they aren't getting a hell of a lot of movement either off the pitch or in the air. But it's a bit of a problem to get to that stage.
Now, Toffers have joined me, and so to Carlos Brathwaite. We're going to hear from them in just a moment. But I want to just move the conversation on to Jamie Smith, because he was the eye-catcher of the day. Yesterday, Root played really well. He had his good fortune early on when he wasn't given out LBW. So Jamie Smith yesterday making 95 in his third Test match. I spoke to him afterwards, and I wonder whether it was congratulations for his highest Test score or commiserations for just missing out on 100.
It's not commiserations at all. Slightly gutted, obviously, when you miss out on a milestone, but I feel like the way I played there, I'm very pleased with it. Obviously, I had some good partnerships there between myself and Joe, and then myself and Wokesy there, that have brought us from 50 for 5, to a very positive day in the end.
You've batted so far with a bit of freedom because of the position of the game. Today you came in under pressure. What was going through your mind when you came in at 160 for 6, still well behind?
Still be positive. There's going to be opportunities out there to go and score, and I think that was the thing for me, is to go in and impose myself on the opposition and look to take it on. That's the way I like to go and play my cricket, so I thought that's the best way to go about it, instead of trying to stay there all day and probably get a good ball with my name on it. So it's to put them under pressure, and thankfully it worked.
What about the shot onto the roof of the Hollis stand?
Yeah, I connected quite decently with that one. It helped with
quite good.
It helped with a short boundary and with the wind as well. But yeah, I was pretty pleased with that one.
Is it one of those shots you sort of think about later and think, oh yeah, what a stroke that was?
Yeah, 100%. It's one I'll have with fond memories looking back on this game, definitely.
Now, you're on 95. What were you thinking there? Were you thinking possibly go to 100 with a 6?
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking just to take it on as much as I can and try and hit for 6, but to be fair to Shamar Joseph, they completely done me with a slow ball, and yeah, that's just one of them things.
How much are you enjoying it? I mean, not just batting, but also the keeping as well.
Yeah, I think it's everything that comes with it. It's a great environment to be in. It's a very relaxed change room at all times. Even when we're 50 for 5 there, it was very relaxed. You can go out and be authentic to yourself and how you want to play. I think that's really important. It exudes confidence throughout every single player. So it's a great environment to be part of.
Do you think you've got the game now?
Well, you never know, but them couple of wickets there, obviously help. You ought to come back now, refresh with the bowlers who've, had some tough overs in the last few games. So to come back, we're going to be looking to, try and take as many wickets as we can while we're still in a deficit and see where we get to.
That's Jamie Smith after his 95 yesterday. Looks a really talented young player. We are already one man down today, one commentator down. Jonathan Ague's not that well. He's okay, but he's not that well, so he won't be with us at the start of the day. So we're very nearly two men down because Victor got whacked on the thigh by a slip catch that eluded the person who's supposed to be there as the backup. Just proves we are live down on the boundary edge.
That's the trouble with the modern game. You can't even rest at third man.
Right, let's talk about Jamie Smith then. What really struck me about him last night is, normally when you say to a player, were you looking to go to your 100 with a 6? They say, well, if the right ball came along, I'd just play it on merit. But he said, no, absolutely, I was going for it. I wanted to go to my 100 with a 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just looks... he spoke really well there, didn't he? It just looks effortless, doesn't it? Effortless power with the bat. Goes under the radar with the gloves in hand as well, which is a good sign because that means he's not doing anything wrong. Yeah, he looks a very well-adjusted young fella, doesn't he? And he's come in a couple of times when England were in trouble. I mean, what was that, 54 for 5, 113 behind, and he took his time. He got himself in, he realised the situation and then just slowly went through the gears. And when he's on and when he starts going, he looks like the kind of guy who's very difficult to dislodge. He's got that short sort of like arm jab over mid-wicket, and then up through the offside, he just leans on it and it goes through there. Beautiful timer of the ball, and unflappable. Just looks like he was born to play Test cricket.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong, Victor?
Well, I can play the curmudgeon easily. He's been immensely impressive. This is what I think the biggest challenge for him to be is not batting. He would be close to that England side if he never touched a wicket-keeping glove the way he's batted, as far as I can see. All I'm noting is that he is fresh to keeping wicket in the longest form of the game. He's done it a few times, but not very often. So the only query I can see on the horizon is whether, over a long period, he can bed in to being a full-time wicketkeeper and batsman still scoring lots of runs. So it's unproven in that regard.
Do you think he might eventually relinquish the gloves?
Well, no, I'm not saying that because the gloves get him in the team at the moment. And he's kept perfectly well. He has barely missed a chance. He did catch one via his chest the other day, but nonetheless, he's looked very comfortable. It's a bit easier when you're standing back most of the time. But that's the only query I would have from what I've seen is he's just not used to keeping wicket on a regular basis, match after match after match, and it might wear you down in terms of energy, concentration. But I mean, the way he flicked that ball on top of that roof, on what is supposed to be, it's Brathwaite territory.
It is, yeah. I mean, he said, the other thing as well, he said, well, it was the shorter side and I had the breeze. He hit it onto the roof of the Hollis stand, for goodness sake. What do you make of him, Carlos?
Oh, I love him. Played ILT20 with him. And I've heard the name Jamie Smith, but I've never seen him. So I was watching, I tried to get a little bit of understanding of where's the hype, why is the hype there. And I tell you, one innings into a practice game, and I was joining the hype train. I was fully on the Jamie Smith train. As Stokes got out with a short ball and he came into bat with his short ball, Fila was thinking, okay, is either he's going to race to 30 here or he's going to get up playing a shot he loves? Because I've seen him in the white ball cricket, hit balls in front of square for massive sixes, lost balls in the practice area in Dubai. And what I love is that he just transferred that from franchise cricket into international cricket, and he's done it with a smile on his face. Everything that has been thrown at him so far, I think he's relinquished 4 byes all series. And I mean, it hasn't been the most difficult, it hasn't been raging turners or whatever, but the fact that you hardly speak about him, the only thing I want him to change is those black wicket-keeping gloves. I want to see what wicket-keeping gloves in Test cricket. Everything else can remain the same. I think he has a proper game. I think he's a solid person from what I've seen in the dressing room, someone who's very level-headed. And I think that would allow him to take this recent success and grow with it and build on it, as opposed to letting it think he's better than he really is.
The analysts will get to work now, though, won't they? With all their video analysts. Where is his weakness? Where do you bowl to him? Where can you be consistent if you have got a plan for him? What are we thinking there?
Well, I mean, you can call it a weakness of sorts or something I see. That front foot comes across the line. But when you're talking about playing cross-batted shots, he almost uses that front foot to pivot his weight backward. So he really punctures on short balls. It doesn't even feel as though he's going back. And I suspect it's because of that front foot pivot. But instead of going down the track, it goes across. So as a bowler, I'm thinking, can I take a few away, drag that foot across, and then potentially nip back one from just on top of off, hitting middle type of thing. And Finney made it sound a lot easier than it really is. But these are the type of margins you're working with. And you think back to Finney saying the same thing yesterday morning about route, and a few balls in route being hit on the pad, not being reviewed, and 80-something runs later, you're ruining that chance. So I think those are the small margins. And if someone has the ability to play so well and so fluently, and you have to nitpick at what their potential weaknesses are, I think that's a good start.
Yeah, he's got a very sort of straightforward, simple technique, hasn't he? He sort of looks to hang back. Anything short, he clouts it over the leg side. Anything on a decent length, he perhaps does hang back a little bit outside that off stump. And so Carlos is right. If he can then sort of like, there was a couple of inside edges, but I mean, he takes the ball from outside off stump, just whacks it through mid-wicket and just leans on effortlessly sort of smooth power as well. So, of course, people are going to be looking, how are you going to get him out, and looking at his technique. But at the moment, I mean, he looks very difficult to dislodge, doesn't he?
Yeah, brilliant slower ball.
Yeah, it was.
That actually got him in the end from Shamar Joseph. Let's have another West Indies perspective on yesterday. Jaden Seals took 3 for 79. This is how he saw the match situation after the second day.
I thought we bowled well, way better than we did throughout the entire series. We stuck at it, we stuck to our plans, and the bowlers, they really fought. It was a hard-fought day, and we got the rewards. Probably went for a little bit more runs than we wanted to, but we got the rewards and we got the job done in the end.
What were you thinking at 54 for 5?
Game on. Just 2 good wickets again, and we were back. We were right into the game, right into the contest. I wouldn't say that we let it slip, but it was good batting from Root and Stokes. They bat well, and you could see the experience. They took the game away from us to a point where they got themselves into a good partnership, and then Jamie Smith to follow batted well as well. So kudos to them.
From a personal point of view, what's it been like bowling at this England batting lineup?
It's been tough because they've been challenged from the start of the batting order right down to the end, because they all come out, they play free, they play their shots, so you have to be on it from ball one. As you can see from the last test, if you're not on it from ball one, for me especially, it was tough going to get back into the game. So it's always a challenge and it's always a learning experience, and obviously getting to play in these conditions and play against a world-class team as England, as they are right now, is always a good experience for a young team moving forward.
How big do you see the challenge ahead from here?
I think it's still a very good pitch, so I'm backing the batsmen 100% to go out there and do what they have to do, score the runs, put away the bad balls. I mean, it's still a very good pitch, as I said, so runs will come once we wait and bide our time. Yes, it's a very good bowling attack, but I think the batsmen that we have, they've shown it throughout the series in patches that they can bat and they can stand up and put their hands up for the team, so it's just a matter of them doing it again and set us up for a big win, hopefully.
How many do you think you could defend?
Well, I think the pitch will start to play a bit lower, so it just depends. If we could get to at least 300, 350 and bowl well, we could defend that score on this pitch.
There we go, that's Jaden Seals. So talking about scoring 300, 350, they think they could defend that on this service. Just trying to work out. So they did get 350. That would mean an England chase of around about 260, 270. Discuss, Victor.
Well, they got to get there first. I mean, I think England would still be slight favourites to get it, even if the target was 260. I don't know whether this pitch is going to deteriorate significantly.
They thought a few low balls, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, the challenge for West Indies at the moment is to still be batting at tea time, but at the close of play. If West Indies still batting at the close of play, game on.
Yeah.
But that's quite a long way off. So, things happen pretty quickly in Test cricket nowadays. It's a big challenge to get there. But you've got to think like that, I suppose. I mean, they have got quite a long tail too, if we're honest. So it is a big challenge, but you just need 2 men to get in. And this happened in the English innings. It's happened a few times, even in the West Indies first innings. Suddenly 5 down from 75 for no wicket. But there are men, De Silva, Holder, who can pull it round. But it'll take a monumental effort from probably 2 guys to really get them back in the game.
Sometimes sport is about flow, isn't it? And there are patterns to it. And in a way, you could say yesterday afternoon there was a pattern to England's fight back. You know, they've got the quality of just getting on top of the West Indies bowling lineup. But sometimes it's just about incidents. And there was one, early in the day where Joe Root was not given out LBW, and West Indies had reviewed it. Then he would have been on his way. Carlos, does that sort of eat away at a fielding side when you see that partnership developing?
Yeah, you look back at it and be like, why am I still bought this man who eventually ticked over 12,000 test runs, so it was not a fluke what he did yesterday. But then I'm a strong believer in processes versus results, and I think when West Indies look back at the process behind deciding not to go for the review, the bowler thought he was sliding down leg, keeper thought he was sliding down leg. I think Joe duped them by getting that front foot a bit down leg when the impact really and truly was more on middle. So it fooled the umpire, it fooled the bowler, it fooled the keeper. I think you got to give Joe Root a take. I don't think it was one of those ones where it was stone dead and everybody pondered and then 15 seconds went and they were like, shucks, we should have done it. I just think they generally didn't think that it was hitting. I think the only other thing you could say is in that situation, 3 down, Joe Root being a big wicket, they probably could have thought, would it have missed or would it have been umpire's call? Because obviously if it's umpire's call, you still keep your review, and it is worth the review if you have 3 left to use it on Joe Root. But you look back to the Ashes in 2019, and Tim Payne and Nathan Lyon thought it was worth the review, only to not have that review against Stokes a few runs later when they really needed it. So you can look back at that point, and it obviously was a mistake, but then when you look back at how the mistake happened, I don't think you could really blame the West Indies for not thinking it was out.
I just remember Tendulkar saying when the review system first came in, I hate this system because they're always going to use it against me because I'm the best player. And the same applies with Root. You'd think you'd take a punt against Joe Root. If it was, I don't know, Gus Atkinson, you might... Well, we're not too bothered. We'll get him out anyway. But when it's Root, you think there's worth a little bit of a gamble. But I suppose, it didn't happen when I played, so I don't know quite how you react, but you've just got to try and wipe it out. I mean, the great West Indian sides I remember watching years ago, they would drop catches. But the bowlers then created chances again within about the next 15 minutes very often. So they got into the frame of mind of...
So it didn't really matter as much.
It's like a drop catch in a way. The catch goes down, but a really strong side just says, OK, we'll just create another chance. Which is, easier said than done. But
I think that's the problem with the West Indies, because they know they aren't really a strong side. They know that those chances don't come around too often. You then need to... So you're talking more about a side now who's in their development to becoming that strong side. So Stokes dropped a catch yesterday for all of 10, 15 seconds. It was hands on head. And then all of a sudden we know we can get another chance around the corner sometimes. So I think where West Indies are in their development and progression, they know that bowling to Stokes, bowling to Root, I don't think they expected what they got from Jamie Smith, but bowling at those 2 guys, they knew that is where the game was, and they don't know when that next chance will come. So I do appreciate what the strongest sides will do. You think the Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood, if that happened, they'll be like, okay, cool, we'll do it again, maybe 4 overs time, 5 overs time, but for the West Indies, they need everything to happen exactly perfect for them to have the perfect game with ball and with bat. And I think that's a little bit of a challenge, because we know professional sport is seldom ever perfect, and I think Root and the quality that he brings, once you give him a sniff, he'll make you pay.
Well, when Mikhail Louis is 200 not out at the close of play, Ben Stokes might reflect on that moment last night.
It could happen. It could happen. I love that. Yeah. Actually, I sort of hope he does get runs, because he's batted really well in this series, but he hasn't really, and he's always got the double figures at the top of the order, where it's more difficult than elsewhere, and he just hasn't got anything to show for what has actually been quite an impressive start to a Test career. He looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah, I had a chat with him before yesterday's play. I told him, look, I really love what I'm seeing from you, and as I told him, I not even pretend to be an expert on this game, because I didn't see him often. When I did see him years ago, he was a leg spinner. Now he's facing Jimmy Anderson, Gus Atkinson, and showing himself to be a worthy competitor at this level. But my critique of his game would be, he's so hell-bent on seeing out the new ball that he isn't scoring when opportunities present themselves. So you can think back to the first innings, they had a couple that thudded into the pad. You want to be putting those away. Those are 8 extra runs, potentially third slip out of the equation. All of a sudden your nick goes through third slip. You've then hit good fielders out of position. So that was my chat to him. Do what you're doing now, defending, leaving, getting on the front foot, being really positive. But just be a little bit more clinical when the balls come on your hit, when they come on your pad. Take those fours when they're on offer. There's 4 slips and 2 gullies on occasion, loads of open room. How can you maximize that? Because I feel as though when he gets into 40, 45 balls, he all of a sudden thinks, all right, now I'm in, but I'm only 15. So then you're chasing at a ball that you wouldn't have chased in those first 40 balls, trying to get a bat on ball. So I think if he takes those scoring opportunities, it's less of a rush and a frenetic feel to get a bat on ball, and he can then just move through the gears a little bit smoother.
Well, he's got his pads on. He'll be out there fairly shortly with Alec Athanaze, and it's a lovely batting day. So in that sense, you know, everything's in West Indies' favour this morning, but they are up against this strong England bowling attack. Gus Atkinson looking for more wickets, 21 in his first series. So the 2 Surrey lads who've come into the side have done really well. They've strengthened this England side. I can feel the sun out here. It's a lovely morning. The crowd is building. It's another sellout at Edgbaston today. If you haven't got a ticket today, you're probably thinking, come on, let's have a bit of cricket. Okay, there were some just want England to win, but there'll be plenty here today who are thinking, let's see a bit of a contest and let's, you know, see a full day's play. We shall see how that unfolds. The umpires will be with us very shortly in the England team as well. Let's go to the commentary box now and say good morning to Stephen Finn and Fazir Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Simon. And indeed, it is a beautiful morning here at Edgbaston. The ground filling up all the time, more and more people streaming into the ground. And Finney, good morning to you. Just wonder the balance of feeling among those who will be coming in on a Sunday, anticipating a third day's play. Obviously, the vast majority, England fans, England supporters, wanting England to do well. But as Simon was indicating, probably hoping to see a bit of fight, a bit of backbone, a bit of resistance from the West Indies to, if nothing else, give them value for money. Morning to you.
Good morning, Fazir. Good morning, everyone out there, wherever you're listening. Yeah, I think there's a number of factors at play there. Edgbaston will want it to get past the refund point, I'd imagine, for today's play. Lords fell foul to that in the first Test match, but yeah, everyone just wants to see a good contest between these two teams, and there has been a far better contest after that Lords Test match. I thought the Trent Bridge Test match was a fantastic one until it subsided in that last hour or so. But yeah, the game is set up today. The wicket is good. It's not perfectly flat. There is enough there for bowlers to keep them interested, but that tinge of green on the edges of the pitch has just turned to complete brownness now. There are no footmarks there for Shoaib Bashir to whirl away into either, so there are runs to be had out there, as England displayed yesterday. And we're very lucky in this country that we've got such a passion for Test cricket and the ability to fill every day of every Test match that we've had so far this summer, and everyone here, including myself, will be hoping that this goes deep into the evening session at the very least.
And indeed, when we came here probably about 90 minutes ago, when it was virtually deserted, I was saying at the time that the West Indies would have felt right at home in that environment, because sadly that's the reality for them with Test cricket in the Caribbean. And we'll see in a few days' time, because in just about 10 days' time they'll be starting a first Test against South Africa in Trinidad at Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval, where the attendances have been virtually within the dozens, far less than the hundreds or the thousands. So this particular atmosphere is something that they don't experience very often, not at all in the Caribbean. But that's the difficulty when we talk about Test match cricket, because Mikhail Louis, who was just spoken about by both Simon and Carlos offering their perspectives, he'll be starting afresh. Alec Athanaze, players who you can see the ability, you can see the desire, you can see the willingness to do well for themselves and the West Indies. But you're coming up against an England team that will be coming out this morning as the umpires make their way out, very confident. They believe in themselves. They back each other. You heard Jamie Smith talk about this being a fantastic environment to be in. There's no pressure in that regard. It must be a tremendous environment to be a part of. And for the West Indies to take that on, it's a huge challenge.
Yeah, it is, but that's the brilliant thing about cricket and about Test match cricket like this. You have to relish that challenge and to be able to thrive. And you know, playing here in a few weeks' time, they might be playing in front of a few less people, but it's an opportunity to show 20-odd thousand people how good you are at cricket. And I thought these two guys, Louis and Athanaze, last night acquitted themselves really well in a challenging period of play where England had all the momentum They managed to see it through, some hostile fast bowling from Mark Wood. They managed to see it all the way through to the close. So hopefully they can get themselves in this morning and put on a show for these people that are here, because the ground is virtually full already for the first ball of the day, which is brilliant.
And just reflects the passion for Test match cricket in England, the home of the game. And of course for the West Indies, the challenge very much on with Mikhail Louis, Alec Athanaze at the crease. The West Indies resuming at 33 for 2, still 61 runs behind. And it is going to be a tremendous challenge for them. Looks as if it's going to be Shoaib Bashir to take up the attack from the City end. And as you would have heard earlier, the weather set fine for today and tomorrow and Tuesday. If it gets that far already, the general feeling is, given the way things have been going for the West Indies, that they'll do well to take the match into a fourth day. But it's up to these players. And when we talk about West Indies cricket, you've got a pair at the crease from St. Kitts and Dominica, islands that would have hardly seen regular representation for the West Indies. So that in itself is a motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we just mentioned, there's a lot of people here wanting to watch a compelling day's worth of Test cricket. Interesting move from England to bowl Shoaib Bashir the very first over. I wonder whether that's the managing and switching ends of bowlers potentially, because this is virtually a new ball, 14 overs old. The shine is still very much on it. We saw some decent bounce and movement off the surface last night for the opening bowlers, and you don't want the spinner to be bowling too many overs with a 14-over-old ball at this stage of a game, I don't think.
Slip and a leg slip in place. So Shoaib Bashir with the first ball of day 3. The West Indies 33 for 2. Athanaze is facing up to the first delivery. Round the wicket. He's on the front foot, driving off the outer half of the bat towards backward point. There is no run. There's at the backward point. There's a cover on the boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, and a square leg right out on the rope in front of the Holly stand. As Athanaze, the left-hander from Dominica, waits on Shoaib Bashir. Tall, right arm, orthodox, round the wicket, and he's on the front foot, pushing it out towards cover. Hands thrown up in anticipation by the bowler, but no real risk there for Athanaze in playing the shot. And he's looking on very carefully as no one is close in front of him, but there's that slip and leg slip as Bashir bowls again, and he's on the back foot, forcing this one away square for the first run of the morning, out towards the deep cover. He goes on to 6. That brings Mikhail Louis into strike. He was put down almost inexplicably by the captain Ben Stokes at a mid-off, a full-blooded off drive, but went right through the hands of the England captain. He was on 9 at the time. He's now on 18 and waits on his first delivery with a bit more pressure being put on him here. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. There's a short mid-wicket as well, as Bashir now over the wicket to the right-hander. First delivery to him. He's on the front foot, driving firmly. A good confidence stroke, knocked down by the bowler. And a round of applause to the effort from the gangling Bashir to get down quickly in front of the non-striker to prevent any run being scored. Mid-off and a mid-on. The mid-on a bit deepish as Bashir bowls to Louis. He's on the front foot looking to turn it away. Will get runs here. Was there any bat on that or just padded? Runs away towards the boundary, and it's leg buys. So not off the face of the bat, but for welcome runs for the West Indies.
Yeah, I wondered for a second, because there's a leg slip in place, because of the bounce and the angle that Shoaib Bashir bowls with, you wonder whether there was a little tickle on this, but just off the outside edge of the left pad of Mikhail Louis, no chance of that being leg before wicket. So 4 welcome runs, albeit he'd have rather them off a tickled inside edge, I feel.
38 for 2. Last ball of the first over to Bashir down the leg side, and he's helping that short ball away to deep backward square for the single. So he'll retain the strike at the end of the first over of day 3. The West Indies have progressed by some 6 runs in that over, helped by the 4 leg buys. Louis is on 19 and Athanaze on 6. They still trail by 55.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, it's Mark Wood that is taking his hat off and marching towards umpire Holdstock here. He bowled a hostile spell last night. It wasn't the 97 miles an hour that we saw in the second Test match, but he was certainly working up a good head of steam and caused these batters to be jumping around. Athanaze played him with good time, actually. He looks like someone, you talk about a batter who has time at the crease. Athanaze's feet are set and he manages to get his head and his body into a good position. Mikhail Louis looked more unsettled, but he handled it well. It's going to be a leg slip, 3 slips. Mark Wood will look to sort of switch between that hostile short pitch bowling and then the odd one pitched up to try and catch Louis on the crease here, I'd have thought.
So the feel that he's got, again, we see the leg slip, which is very much back into fashion, certainly from the England perspective. And here goes Mark Wood running away from us to bowl to Mikhail Louis. First delivery for him is pitched up on a middle and leg and is turned away through mid-wicket for a single. He stumbles just as he's grounding his bat at the non-striker's end, so that immediately removed any thought of a second run, which might have been on. Would have been a sharp situation to come back for that second run. So he's off and running. He's gone on to 20 and 40 for 2.
Yeah, it was right on target from Mark Wood, just drifting in towards that leg stump there. Mikhail Louis, it looks as though that's a position that he may get himself into a tangle every now and again. There's a big LB shout last night off the bowling of Mark Wood, a Yorker that just ended up drifting down the leg side, but he planted his foot a bit across towards off stump and it whacked him right on the boot. I don't know what sort of condition that foot was in afterwards, but I'd have been hopping around, I think. But he's out there, he jogged his first run there, turned for 2, slipped over. He's at the non-strikers in now.
So now it's Wood to bowl to Athanaze, and right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's in behind a bit of inside edge into the left leg, rolling up on the offside. It was noticeable that as soon as they settled on that single, Louis made it his business to go right up to the other end and have a word with Athanaze, maybe a hint of late in-swing to the right-hander with the full-length delivery, and therefore probably wanting to bring it to the attention of Athanaze to just look out for some late movement which would be away from the left-hander, but we'll have to wait and see how things go. 3 slips in place, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a long leg as Wood bowls Athanaze, walking across the stumps and pushing it away out towards cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, he just never looks rushed, does he? It's in the early 90s there from Mark Wood. It just looks as though he's got a lovely swing of the bat, actually. The bat comes up and down, there's no jerky movements, he doesn't jut his hands towards the ball. Everything comes down nice and flowing. He played a nice innings in Nottingham. We wanted more of the same here.
Surprised that there isn't the gully, because he fell at gully when he got to that 82 at Nottingham, with the stock delivery going across the left-hander. Here's Wood racing past the umpire, bowls to him, and he's getting in behind it, noticeably taking a couple of mini steps across the stumps to cover more of that off stump, playing it away square on the offside. So maybe that's what they're talking about, and the fact that they'll be working at the left-handers, especially we saw Kirk McKenzie once again falling to those deliveries angled across him, and noticeably we're seeing that movement, that extra bit of movement from Alec Athanaze.
Yeah, and I do think sometimes you get a gut feel as a bowler, whether it's a 3 slips wicket or it's a 2 and a 1. And when you talk about that, it's if you feel as though the wicket's a bit slow, you go for 3 slips because you don't feel like you'll get the bounce.
Wood once more to Athanaze, short of length, he's ducking into it, took his eyes off it very, very quickly and took it somewhere on the body. But a bit of hostility, as you would expect from Mark Wood, with that genuine pace, but certainly did have Athanaze in quite a bit of trouble with that short ball. He was almost in 2 minds, not sure whether to fend it off and then to duck, and seemed to just take it on the right shoulder.
Yeah, it was a last-second decision to try and duck that one, but he was jumping at the same time, so he actually didn't make himself any smaller by ducking. Right on that right shoulder. It's a painful blow. Just picked the ball up and said, have another go, Mark Wood.
Needs to settle down very quickly to the last ball of this over. That's pitched up and he's driving it away on the onside. Really more an attempt at a flick through mid-wicket. Gets it off the inner portion of the bat out towards mid-on. So he's negotiated that testing first over from Mark Wood, and the West Indies remain at 40 for 2. Yes, Andy.
Morning, Fazir. Mikhail Louis is entering his danger zone. He's on 20 not out of 42 balls. His 5 scores previously in this, his debut series: 27 off 58, 14 off 49, 21 off 41, 17 off 40 and 26 off 61 in the first innings here. He's managed to make it through to 20 again, past the 40 ball mark. Had some luck yesterday, dropped a rather simple catch that Stokes misjudged at mid-off. 2 close run-outs that just missed the stumps, and an umpire's call, LBW, but he is now in the danger zone.
Here goes Shoaib Bashir to bowl to him, and he's on the front foot and asking the question, is Bashir, not with any support from anyone close in. Now, why did you have to bring that up? Didn't we talk about this before that? Don't say anything until he gets to 30. Come on, Andy. We're supposed to be on the same page here. You want someone else to call to ask for some statistics just before the end of the day, and you've got to pull out the spreadsheet once again? 40 for 2 it is. With Louis, yes, in that situation, into the 20s once more. 3 close-in fielders, looking to build a bit of pressure on him. As he bowls to him, and he's turning that one away with the spin out towards short mid-wicket. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. There's also the deep backward square leg and the deep mid-wicket. If he's looking to go for the big heave to relieve the pressure, the mid-on is a bit deepish. There's a mid-off. There's a cover on the boundary as well. An interesting field being set here by Stokes for Bashir over the wicket to bowl to Louise on the front foot, turning it away. An appeal that is only from the spectators, but that's certainly why he's placed there. Pope at short leg.
Yeah, and it's an interesting, curious ploy here by Stokes not to bowl the seamers. The only thing I can think is that they don't feel as though the ball's swinging through the air, so they're going to wait for a bit more lacquer to come off him.
Bashir bowls to Louis down the leg side, looking to help it away, not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. And once more talking about Jamie Smith and his role in this England team, that excellent innings of 95 in the end, undone by the clever bowling of Shamar Joseph, which he acknowledged after the day's play. Bashir, high arm action, bowls again to Louis, looking to sweep this one away. Will get runs here, might get 4, and it will beat Mark Wood to the boundary. That was well played by the big right-hander, just straying down leg stump, and he picks up a boundary that takes him on to 24 at 44 for 2.
He's not a natural drifter of the ball, Shoaib Bashir, and what you mean by that is you watch Graham Swan bowl. He had that beautiful drift outside the off stump, and then it would cut back, that because Shoaib Bashir is quite front on when he bowls, he gets the ball to drift in, if anything, and then it continues. So when his line is straight, you know that everything is going to be drifting and going down the leg side, so Louis can just help that on its way and beat Mark Wood fine of himself at deep backward square.
Last ball of the over from Bashir to Louise on the front foot, and a bit of turn there. He was reaching forward, looking to push to the offside, and it goes away along the ground towards short mid-wicket, but he's still there, obviously, as we've been reminded by Andy, in that danger area on 24. So he'll be wary of that. He'll be mindful of that, because he knows the challenges that he's faced in his debut series. Athanaze at the other end is on 6. The West Indies trail by 50 runs still at 44 for 2.
Yeah, I'll continue the point that I began last over. If you can remember talking about whether Athanaze got out caught gully in Trent Bridge, but sometimes you just get a gut feel as a bowler about whether it's a 3 slips wicket or whether it's a 2 and a 1 wicket. And if it's a 2 and a 1 wicket, you feel as though the ball's bouncing and it might take a thick outside edge towards that gully region and carry there. But quite often in England, when you do get a ball that's 17 overs old, it's not as hard and perfect as it was at the beginning of the innings. You don't feel as though the ball's going to carry to gully. A deep third has gone down onto the boundary now, so there's 3 slips, a deep third, extra cover, and mid-off is the offside field.
As Wood runs in out to bowl to the left-handed Athanaze, pitched up, and he's pushing into the offside, out towards cover, picked up by Ben Duckett, and there is no run, 44 for 2. And I know some fast bowlers are irritated whenever they see a gap in the slip quarter, and I recall Michael Holding, who of course many people will know about in his later years as an outstanding and forthright commentator, but old Whispering Death himself used to say he never liked a gap in the slip quarter. If he doesn't want 2 and 1, put 3 slips. Because it used to drive him crazy to see the edges going in any gap in that slip region. But I hear where you're coming from, depending on the pace of the pitch, whether it's stopping, whether it's going to be something maybe of the shoulder of the bat. So much would depend on the feeling of the bowler himself or herself. Long leg and a backward square as Wood bowls to Athanaze on the front foot, almost as if he wanted to play that more towards the onside, but in the end, getting it away along the ground towards mid-off.
Yeah, I preferred a wall of slips. So if I had the choice between 3 and a gully or 4 slips, I would always opt for 4 slips and just try and get them to spread out a touch more than they might usually do, because Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than it going through that gap. But sometimes you do just get a gut feel that that gully is a really important position, that bit squarer. And if you were to create a wall of slips from first slip to gully, you'd probably need 7 of them. So you're foregoing a few other fielders on the field if you're doing that.
Here goes Wood. Bowls now to Athanaze, and he's reaching for a delivery outside the off stump, gets it away down towards third man for a single. I don't think they'll be too disappointed to see him going for that, but he was in control of the shot with an almost horizontal bat. He gets a single to move on to 7. Score goes on to 45 for 2. The West Indies still trailing by 49. That's after England recovered superbly from 54 for 5 within half an hour of day 2 to finish up at 376 in reply to the West Indies first innings total of 282, 94 for Jamie Smith, 87 for Joe Root. And I don't think I've seen Joe Root as disappointed as he was then, walking off, having missed that arm ball from Gudakesh Moti to fall for 87. I'm sure there would have been other occasions, but he just was constantly berating himself as he was walking off after being dismissed for 87. Wood bowls now to Mikhail Louis, lifting delivery outside the off stump and falls off. As we see so often when he's putting in that extra effort with that delivery, that lifted a bit, he dropped the wrist to let it go through to the keeper. Any thought on the mechanics of it as to why he tends to fall over so often? Is it about balance? Is it about putting in that extra effort, Mark Wood?
Well, he's a bit of a chest drive bowler, and by that you mean his chest juts forward as he gets to the crease, that's what creates the delay in his bowling arm, and everything whips over from there, so there's a lot of momentum going forward.
Wood with 2 slips and a leg slip to Louis. Short ball that he fends off very uncomfortably. Was probably expecting him to make even greater height on him, but the extra pace of Mark Wood causing some problems there. There's no short leg in place, which is always surprising to me when you've got a genuine quick bowler in action, and it just bobbled away on the onside.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable there. Louis was clearly worried about getting hit LBW, so he's thinking about getting forward, thinking about covering that line and length from Mark Wood, and that one just surprised him up around his shoulder. He just whipped away at it like he was swatting a fly away. Managed to keep it down and not let it balloon towards leg slip.
Last ball of the over from Wood as he bowls once again to Louis. Pitched up, he's on the front foot, gets the single. He is predominantly a front foot player, and despite the inconvenience of the previous delivery, was again confident to push forward for a single out towards cover. The West Indies are now up to 46 for 2. Athanaze on 7. Louis keeping the strike on 25. Andy.
There's another test match going on not too far away from here in Belfast, and it's a low-scoring nail-biter. Ireland are chasing 158 to win. Collapsed yesterday evening and are currently 45 for 5. That's a bit of a recovery from 21 for 5. 4 wickets for the enormous Zimbabwean left-armer Richard Ngarava. One excellent short leg catch by Joy Lord Gumby, who's
the best name in cricket.
I think I've mentioned him every day of this test match. But yeah, Ireland with Lorcan Tucker and Andy McBride at the crease, fighting for a second consecutive test win.
Shoaib Bashir starts another over to bowl to Louis on the front foot, and that's just away from Pope at a short leg. Definite bat on ball this time as he reached for that delivery. So a bit of turn, a bit of bounce for the off spinner, and so close to the short leg.
Yeah, it was a thick inside edge onto the pad, just out of Ollie Pope's reach. He's excellent in there, Pope. Fantastic reactions. Can't quite peel that one in.
Encouraged by that is Bashir as bowls again to Louise on the front foot past the outside edge. So he's really unnerved by the pressure that is being built on him here with the bowling of Bashir, the persistent line, the support of the close infielders. He's got the slip, he's got the leg slip, he's got the short leg, the short mid-wicket. And if he's trying to release the pressure, their fielder set deep on the onside. Bashir in once more, bowls to Louis, and he's on the front foot pushing into the offside. He'll be almost relieved to get that single out towards deep cover. Moves on to 26, and the score goes on to 47 for 2. Field just changing around now for the left-handed Athanaze, and more and more fans just finding their seats. The ground almost filled already so early on this third morning, even with the anticipation that the West Indies may capitulate on this third day, as Bashir round the wicket bowls to Athanaze. He's on the front foot carefully, playing it away square on the offside, out towards cover. There's a real flourish of the bat when he's finished with the defensive shot and just pulls the bat out of the way. With a slip and a leg slip in place, they'll be looking for the early breakthrough. England, as Bashir. None for 9 in his 6th over. Bowls to Athanaze, and he's playing it carefully away square on the offside towards backward point. There's no run once again, and this is going to be another one of those tests for the West Indies. These young players, very little experience. Kavem Hodge to follow, and then a bit of experience with Jason Holder and Joshua De Silva, but not a whole lot in the West Indies middle order. Bashir now bowled to Athanaze, a short ball that he's looking to force away square on the offside. Mistimes the effort, but gets it away eventually out towards cover point, but he's still there on 7. Mikhail Louis on 26, and the West Indies starting the morning at 33 for 2 after 20 minutes play. They are 47 for the same 2, still trailing by some 47 runs. So they've got a lot of work to do on this day 3 to make a match of this. More from Finney, and then it's going to be Simon.
Yeah, there's been a couple of hairy moments this morning for the West Indies batters. Athanaze has been hit in the right shoulder by Wood. Louis has swatted one around his left shoulder, but managed to keep it down and get it to drop around his feet, and then a little inside edge onto pad, just evading Ollie Pope. So England are hunting here this morning, but West Indies standing firm for the time being. 47 for 2. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, and they are 47 runs behind. Now here's Louis looking up to see Mark Wood steaming in to bowl to him, and he plays a flinching defensive shot to a ball that was homing in on his chest, dropped the ball into the onside, and there is no run.
It's called a get off. If you play it like that, you sort of push your hands towards the ball.
Get off my body.
Take the bottom hand off. It's like, get off me, yeah. As if you've got a fly on you. Bottom hand always comes off the bat. Ugh, keep it down. He looks awkward in that spot, actually. You can see Mark Wood working away. It's that angle in. Wood bowls from quite wide of the crease, so he's always angling in towards the body of a right-handed batter, which is so awkward. Slightly surprised there's no short leg there, though.
There's a leg slip, but no short leg. 2 men back for the pull shot. Now, I don't want to get another change in the field. Looks like a 3rd slip's going in from forward square leg. So 3 slips, a leg slip, 2 men back, and 3 saving 1, 2 on the offside. Wood running in from the pavilion end and bowling to Louis, and he goes past the outside edge, putting the bat there right in that channel, difficult channel for a batter, pushing at it. You feel you have to play, although you could have left it on length in theory, but one thing to say it, one thing to do it.
92 miles an hour.
Exactly, yeah. Through to Jamie Smith. England searching. Beautiful seam as well from Mark Wood. See it as it comes down, then lands on the pitch and just goes away a fraction. 47 for 2 on this perfect Sunday morning. Big crowd in, and another change in the field. That 3rd slip's come out, and he's gone back to where he was. I don't know whether that's Stokes always ticking, always thinking, or he just changed his mind. So mid-wicket back in. Wood bowls to Louis, it's full, and Louis gets the bat down just in time, plays it up to Wokes mid-on. We saw one like that last night where Wood appealed for LBW, and it was reviewed, and it was umpire's call from
clipping
memory.
leg stump, but I think a significant chunk of leg stump. But the umpire deemed it to be going down, and Wood, he put that 3rd slip in, but the ball is just angling in towards off stump, towards middle stump. There's nothing that's actually really moving away from the right-handed Louis here. So I think that's why I think Ben Stokes overrode Mark Wood's decision to put the 3rd slip in and pulled him straight out to mid-wicket, so he can target that straight line that looks like it's troubling Louis.
Wood sprints in and bowls to Louis, and Louis plays a fidgety push into the offside. Umpire's fielding at point, standing at point. I've seen umpires in club cricket catch the ball sometimes. You know, their players involuntarily just catch the ball and forget they're umpiring, not playing. Anyway, stepped out of the way, and Louis got a single to point. So that's useful as well, isn't it? Just getting off strike, so you're not facing a full Wood over.
They've done that well this morning, actually. As soon as the ball has gone into that gap at extra cover, they've been quick to respond to each other and turn the strike, and being right-left hand as well as a bowler, that's so annoying, having to continually change your lines.
48 for 2. Athanaze on strike on 7. 3 slips in for him. Wood bowls to him across the bows. Oh, it's chopped away. Hands on it at 3rd slip. It's gone down towards the boundary before. That was so quick through that slipcord. And Harry Brook slams his hands down on the ground. It would have been a fabulous catch. It went so quickly off the bat. Brook and that slipcord. And they set high standards. So that was, what was that, half a chance, quarter of a chance? It went so quickly.
That would have gone for 6, I'd say, down to deep third there. He's thrown his hands at it, 92 miles an hour from wood. And yeah, Harry Brook, he's done well to get anything on that whatsoever. If it was at his face, I think it would have hit him before he'd been able to move. But he's tipped it up over the bar like a goalkeeper to the top left. But
it was a brilliant save.
Excellent.
52 for 2. Wood bowls. Athanaze struck on the thigh pad. Wood has to run after it towards the square leg umpire and then just leaves it, in actual fact, because there was an easy single. And he's got some fielding support from Ben Stokes. And he doesn't want to bend down and stretch those hamstrings.
No. You could get him in goal for Bristol City, couldn't you, Harry Brook, Simon?
We've got
some reinforcement. He'd be good at playing out from the back, I feel.
Well, he looks the sort of sportsman that'd be good at anything, doesn't he, Harry Brook?
There's a few of those in this team, actually. Pope, Wokes, Brook, Jamie Smith definitely strikes me as someone who'd just be naturally good at everything. Wokes is the one, though, on it you put a dart in his hand. That's where his nickname, the Wizard, came from. I don't want to take full claim for it, but we were on an under-19s tour to Sri Lanka in 2008.
53 for 2. Bashir begins a new over, bowls to Athanaze, who props forward and plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And the entertainment for us was an English pub on the ground floor of the hotel. We weren't really allowed out the hotel because we weren't old enough. Some were 17, some had only just turned 18. And there was a darts board and a full-size snooker table in this pub on the ground floor of the hotel.
Bashir again round the wicket to Athanaze, who strokes it towards extra cover where it stopped, and there's no run.
So we all had to give ourselves darts nicknames, and we played a tournament amongst ourselves to pass the time. And I was Stephen the Shark Finn, and he was Chris the Wizard Wokes. And I'm convinced that's where the nickname started. Yeah.
Bashir to Athanaze, who goes back and just about keeps that out of his stumps. Plays it back to the bowler. You've got to tell whether that kept low or not. He's right back there, Athanaze. Twiddle of the bat from him. He's on 12, 53 for 2. I thought it was just because he was so good at manipulating the seam of the ball.
Well, I think that's what it's turned into, yeah, but...
Bashir tosses that one up. Sweep shot, appeal for LBW, out. Given out straight away by Nitin Menon. He didn't think much about that. Athanaze stands there, thinks about the review. Louis comes down to have a chat with him. He doesn't look that convinced about reviewing it. And no, he's walking off. Timer has gone down to 0. And Athanaze walks off. He was looking to play a little sort of dab sweep shot. Struck him on the pad. And Nitin Menon fired him out. Just having a look at the replay. And it does look pretty good. It's straightened. And was going on to, well, without the technology, going on to hit middle and off. So Athanaze is on his way for 12, 53 for 3. And Ben Stokes decided to start with Bashir this morning, which felt like counterintuitive. It didn't feel necessarily like the right decision, or the logical decision, or the traditional decision. But Bashir has picked up the wicket, and he's looked quite dangerous as well. There's a bit of grip there for him. So 53 for 3, and West Indies still 41 runs behind.
Yeah, it's been a good start from Bashir. He's looked threatening to Louis, actually, trying to catch him on the inside edge, caught short leg, caught the guy just behind square, the catching leg slip. But here to the left-handed Athanaze, just that slight bit of drift, which he gets from round the wicket, actually. He struggles to get it from over the wicket to the right-handers. But round the wicket, when he fully completes his action and bowls around himself, he gets that nice drift. And that's what would have tempted Athanaze into trying to play that fine sweep. You play that shot when you feel the ball is going down the leg side and it feels like a safe shot. But because the ball pitched and turned and beat the edge and then straightened and hit him on his back leg, he was in serious trouble there. Just a slight misjudgment from Athanaze, who played the seam bowling quite well but didn't look quite as comfortable against the spin of Bashir. A good captaincy decision from Ben Stokes. I'm sure Bashir gets another test match wicket. And talk of people enjoying and looking confident whilst they're out there, he looks remarkably confident, Bashir. The way he interacts with people, the way he stands there at the back of his mark, it's just something really confident about the way that he operates, and he's loving life in this England team.
Certainly is, and it's lovely as well to have the captain put his faith in you to open the bowling and then get rid of one of the overnight players inside half an hour. Just seeing the replay, I mean, without the technology, I'd say I'm absolutely certain that's going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, stone
It did
dead,
spin a bit, but I mean, the only thing it could have done possibly was perhaps go over or miss off stump. I don't think either of those things would have come into play. Bashir bowls, and Hodge is edging his first ball, past first slip, down to the boundary for 4. It was a fine edge. It was to the left of Root. Bashir causing problems out there. Well, Hodge playing at that one. He didn't play in the first innings. That dismissal. He bowled by Chris Wokes. It was the finest of edges. It could not have been a keeper catch. It must have been a slip catch.
It's flown, so it suggests to me it's an arm ball. It has turned in though. It's just drifted slightly. It's good bowling from Bashir. Attempted back foot defence, and it's flown past Joe Root at first slip on the inside.
57 for 3. Bashir goes in and bowls to Hodge, comes stabbing forward, and he beats him on the outside. And it's taken by Smith. Well, a really good over from Bashir, who's on 1 for 13. That was his 7th over. 7th over. So, and 4 of those were an involuntary nick through first slip. It was a bit too wide for the keeper, and it went so quickly. It happened so quickly. Just seeing the technology on that LBW, it was umpire's call. So, yeah, height, the only issue. But, of course, he was given out. So if he had reviewed it, then it would have stayed with the umpire. It's funny, actually, you see that just face on. You don't necessarily, I mean, you thought possibly high, but sort of ruled it out. But it didn't look as though it was going to bounce that high. But technology said top of middle stump. And that was good enough for umpire Menon. 57 for 3. And here is Wood to bowl to Louis. Louis plays away from his body, dabbing into the offside, sets off for a single. It's not there. And Shy comes in at the non-striker's end. Kevin Hodge hadn't come that far in actual fact, as Atkinson hurled the ball at stumps the non-strikers. He missed them. And then the 2 batters go down to have a quick chat. It was almost there. It's a little feeling that Carl Louis, first ball of the over, I'll just get off strike here with a single into the offside. I don't think there was one there. Kevin Hodge probably making that decision, but also thinking, yeah, I'll just have a look at the non-striker's end for a bit. 57 for 3.
I mean, there is a huge gap between backward point and wide mid-off. He thought he could get one there, but he couldn't.
Louis on 27. Wood bowls to him down the leg side. Turned away into the onside, just short of mid-wicket. And another involuntary stroke against the pace of Wood. You have to react quickly as a batter. And he nearly lobbed a catch into the onside. And we saw that last over where he took that mid-wicket out and put him in third slip. And then he took him out and put him back at mid-wicket. It really so close to paying off there. Score stays at 57 for 3. So Stephen Finn has left, as you probably guessed, that Vic Marks, the former Somerset and England off-spinner, is alongside me. Enjoying Shoaib Bashir in actual fact.
Absolutely.
Not that he gets in your team, Victor, down there at Taunton, but very often anyway.
Not very often, but hopefully
in the future.
In the future, along with Jack Leach.
Wood ball to Louis. Full.
How's he got that there?
He gets the bat down on it just in time, plays it down towards fine leg.
Is that the old draw between?
Yeah, something like that. He's troubling him with that full ball on the stumps. Louis just about getting the bat down that time. Thick inside edge, down towards fine leg, evading the leg slip. And he gets a single. Louis goes to 28. And West Indies to 58 for 3. It was one of those ones heading towards his toes, possibly heading towards leg stump, or it might have been missing.
Once he gets that on the body, the short ball at the body, he's pushed at it and it almost gave a catch. The in-swinger there, he had to get his feet out the way as quickly as he could. Inside edged it down. Most of the time, Wood here has got the ball angling in rather than away, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got 2 slips in a gully for the new man, Hodge. Wood bowls to Hodge now, full, and Hodge rushed into a defensive shot, not getting far forward. It's almost playing French cricket, really, just using hand-eye coordination rather than foot movement to keep that out of his stumps, and plays it up towards Stokes, who's fielding at mid-off. It's 11:30 on a Sunday morning. It looks like Edgbaston already full. It's one of those days where I suppose you had a ticket today. You thought, we'd better get there early, want to make the most of it. Could, just possibly could be a shortened day. Want to relish every ball.
Oh, well, they're watching. That one was watching Wood. Watching a fast bowler is quite exciting. That was 93 miles an hour. I'd like to keep an eye on the The radar.
58 for 3. Wood bowls to Hodge. Hodge tries to swing it away. Is he caught behind? There's a sign of something on the way through. Smith throws it up in the air. It did flick something, almost certainly therefore the pad, because they're not going to review it. Umpire holds stock unmoved. Actually, nothing from Wood. Those keepers, they always shout, don't they? Ask the question, just make the umpire make a decision.
If in doubt, it will have flicked. I think it flicked his right thigh, probably. So I think it flicked something, possibly his right thigh. Anyway, let's have a look. We're going to find out. We'll tell you. Yes, it did.
Yeah, right top pocket area. So over the top of middle stump. There are 2 men back. They're behind square for Wood. Extra pace, more likely to be a top edge. Wood bowls full, and Hodge is edging that for 4. Well, that was a flinching defensive shot, and it flashed off the outside edge down towards deep third. It's gone away for 4 streaky ones. That's 2 for Hodge now, both off the outside edge. Both have gone for 4. 62 for 3. Didn't know too much about that, Kevin Hodge.
Well, by Mark Wood's standards, he's grumpy. And Ben Stokes came and put an arm around him because he's deserved a wicket somehow in this spell, I think. And he hasn't got many wickets in the series.
Well, this is the point. I was just going to ask results, actually. What's his sort of wickets per strike rate per average in the series? I mean, he's bowled so much better than I think his figures suggest.
He's getting a warm round of applause wherever he's disappeared to. Deep back with square leg.
So far in the series, 4 for 160 from 51 overs. It does not tell the full story.
No, it does not. 62 for 3. New over from Bashir. Bowling to Louis. A low pull from him. It's going down fine. Down to Mark Wood on the fine leg boundary. Lobs it in to Jamie Smith. 1 more run to the total. West Indies therefore move to 63 for 3. Louis to 29. Could be the first time he's got out the 20s in the series. Yeah.
Also his longest innings of the series.
62 balls.
Yeah, 61 balls previously in the first innings.
Bashir bowls forward, goes Hodge, stabbing forward. Not entirely convincingly against Bashir. And Smith comes from behind the stumps to pick up, and there's no run. He does fire it in, Bashir.
He's capable of bowling a heavy ball, which is an asset, actually, especially in the modern games. Finger spinners tend to bowl quicker than they used to.
Yeah. Swing of the arm, moves in and bowls to Hodge. He's back into his stumps, knocking that towards short leg on the bounce, picked up by Ollie Pope. He gives the ball a scrub and lobs it back to Shoaib Bashir, who opened the bowling this morning from the Birmingham City end of the ground. He's got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. And Bashir tries again, bowls to Hodge, fired through, and Hodge is back defending into a huge gap on the offside. There is only one fielder saving one, and he is at mid-off. There's a deep cover, and it's Duckett, that deep cover, who picks up, and there's 1 run to the total. So yeah, he's got a 6-3 leg side field. 2 men out on the leg side, 2 close catches, and then 2 saving one, although the mid-on's quite deep. 64 for 3, Louis back on strike, poised to get into the 30s for the first time in the series. Reprieve by Ben Stokes last night. Bashir bowls to Louis. Louis forward, smothering it, playing it up the offside of the pitch. And Pope nips across to pick up. Again gives it a scrub and lobs it back to Bashir. Crowd quiet, as you can hear in the background, yet to get it going. He's watching intently. Bashir bowls to Louis, who clips that away into the onside towards mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of Bashir's over. 64 for 3, so he's got 8 overs, 1 for 15.
Well, there's a lot to admire. I mean, he got that wicket LBW partly because I think Athanaze misjudged the length too. He may have premeditated that sweep, and it was just a little bit too full. He got cramped, and the reason we thought there's no real prospect of it going over the stumps is because it almost hit him on the half volley. Just so you couldn't see much of the ball bouncing. In fact, the replay showed it just clipping the top of the stumps with an orange, but that's good enough. But the thing I like about watching Bashir, or many of the things I like, but I just noted, and I was thinking of Monty Panesar when he started. Here is Bashir, he's barely played. There's a new batsman came in. He was waving his arms around, putting his field where he wanted it.
Wood begins a new over. Bowls to Hodge, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. You talked about his pace, so Bashir, what's he bowling at?
Well, the last ball he bowled in that over was 59 miles an hour.
59. So what would you say is quick for a spinner?
59 miles an hour. Well, Nathan Lyon is an interesting one because he's got, I think, quicker and quicker as he's got older, and he bowls 59, 60 miles an hour. Jack Leach has got quicker, so he bowls, it's stock ball, they vary it. Bashir varies it more than most, actually. He'll bowl a 50 mile an hour delivery at some point. So Leach, I think, is up around 55, 56, and I reckon that's quicker than used to be the case.
Bowling to Hodge, who swings it away. That's a good-looking shot. That's gone for 4. Out to the Hollies stand. Square with the wicket. England have 2 fielders out, but Duckett is deep backward square leg rather than an orthodox deep square leg. So 4, 68 for 3, and Hodge goes to 13. That's his best stroke so far after 2 streaky ones off the outside edge.
But looking back, Panesar was bowled it quickly. And it was by and large, that was an asset, especially if it was still sort of dipping. He was up high 50s, quicker than Swan.
And Adil Rashid, who bowls quite slowly.
Well, no, he's around 48 foot. But Shane Warne, leg spinners tend to be a bit slower, I think, by and large. Warne bowled sometimes 49, 50.
Wood to Hodge, full, driven, nice looking shot through the covers, chases on, think the ball's going to win. Stokes is pursuing it, has to give it up. Well, 2 fine shots from Kevin Hodge. He made that excellent 100 at Trent Bridge. So 4 fours to him so far, 2 off the outside edge, but 2 sweetly struck. 72 for 3.
Hodge has got 17 off 11 balls. Yeah. With 2 glorious shots, 2 edgy ones to get the first 2 fours, and 2 glorious shots in this over off Wood.
So as an off spinner, would you bowl every ball at a different pace? Are you looking to do that?
Well, I wouldn't, because I always think there is a sort of a natural variation. We are not machines, so there's that.
So like you think, I'm going to bowl a quick one, but it might actually come out a bit slower.
Well, yeah.
Wood to Hodge. Hodge covers up, plays defensively to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run.
And how much variety you introduce would depend a lot on the surface. So when it's spinning, you're not too worried about lots of variety, because the odds are in your favour if it's turning, and essentially the quicker you can bowl it, if it's still dipping a bit and spinning, the harder it is to play. So if you're in India, like Panesar when he bowled England to victory.
In Mumbai.
And in that series, he got a lot of wickets. There was no great virtue in striving for variety, because if he got it right, it all happened quick enough.
Yeah. Wood moving in to bowl to Hodge, full, turned away into the onside for at least 1. It's wide of Wokes. They're coming back for the second. And Hodge is playing brightly here and scoring quickly. He's going to catch up with Louis. Is he going to get to 30 before Louis?
I don't know.
Hodge is on 19. Louis on 29. 74 for 3.
But obviously, if there's not much spin, not much turn, then you've got to look elsewhere, and you are more likely to vary your pace a little bit, change your point of delivery a bit. But you can go over the top. You also want to keep that pressure on the batsman as well, of not being able to score easily.
Yeah. Lots of gaps, 3 slips in the gully, and Hodge is profiting at the moment. Wood comes in to complete the over, bowls to Hodge. It's down the leg side, it's swung away towards fine leg along the ground, and Hodge gets the single, takes the bowling, and he goes to 20. It's a good battle this. Who's going to get to 30 first? Hodge is 20, Louis 29. Hodge is going to be on strike. Now, apart from for concussion...
So what's he doing?
Hold on a second. You're not allowed to make a substitution in a test match on the field. But you are, of course, allowed to make a substitution in the commentary box. Jonathan's not well today. Nothing to worry about. He's just feeling a little bit below par. So Daniel Norcross is with us for the day. And he is going to pick up commentary after a few more thoughts from Victor.
Well, I suppose it's vaguely a like for like, and therefore permitted. Possibly not in terms of sartorial elegance. Anyway, it's lovely. It's lovely to see you, Dan, because I glimpsed you last night, and I know you were contemplating a little bit of a lie-in before heading off for Cardiff, but here you are.
I was contemplating it. Bashir is in, a full, on off stump, pushed into the offside square of the wicket, shot through for an easy single. Hodge to 20. Yes, well, I mean, I had a sort of a lie-in, and then the phone made a noise, and then I woke up. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Mayday. Was it Mayday? Mayday.
There was a touch of Mayday. Yep, touch of Mayday. Cardiff will have to wait. As Bashir is in from the City end, forward comes Louis, back to the bowler, no run. Were you surprised that Bashir opened the bowling?
Well,
I was
I
surprised,
welcomed it.
work.
I think, you see, there is this notion among some captains, but not Ben Stokes, that you have to go through all the seamers first before you let the spinner have a go.
Bashir is in, it's pushed into the offside. There's a huge gap in the offside. There's only one person saving one in front of square, so it goes out to the sweeper. They get a single, 77 for 3.
And I could just about remember myself feeling like the bowler of the last resort.
Yes.
They've tried everyone else, so you're going to have a go now. And Stokes has always been much more proactive in that regard than some of his predecessors. And it gives Bashir confidence. It's, what's been wonderful is how he's revelled in the Test cricket.
He's in once more, and this is flighted and driven again through that enormous gap in the offside. I say gap, I mean the offside is just open apart from mid-off and slip. One more to the total, 78 for 3.
But and one of the comparisons I was making with Panesar is that Bashir, probably unlike Panesar, early in his career, is out there and kind of he's thinking about his field. He knows where he wants them. He's suggesting things.
And once again, forward comes Louis, pushes back to the bowler.
And also Monty. Monty just came up and bowled and left it. Michael Vaughan, whoever it was setting the field. So he's more engaged in that matter. I mean, Panesar was a wonderful, wonderful bowling machine when everything was right.
Bashir in, it's clipped into the onside. Thinks about a single. It goes past the left hand of short leg, but into the hands of mid-wicket. No run along the ground, 78 for 3. 25 overs gone. We've had 11 this morning. West Indies lost just the 1 wicket. Athanaze sweeping at Bashir, plumb LBW. Other than that, West Indies haven't really been hugely alarmed. A couple of balls beaten the outside edge. And might have had a chance to slip, if we're going to call it that. Before we continue our Bashir chat, Andy.
Well, I can just add to Bashir chat to sort of highlight the difference in his performance for England compared with county cricket. 26 wickets at average 30 in his 6-match Test career so far. In 10 matches in county cricket, he's taken 16 wickets, average 70, which is a truly extraordinary.
What's going on?
Well, it is extraordinary, those stats. And, well, of course, he would never have been picked a decade ago, 5 years ago, certainly not 40 years ago. Never would have been picked.
It's almost on the basis of beating Alistair Cook once on Twitter.
Well,
I mean, that's a little unfair. But Ben Stokes has brought himself into the attack. Mark Wood's spell is done. A luckless spell as he comes in. Stokes with 2 slips. First ball's very full on the pads almost of Hodge, who pushes back up the wickets, fielded at short extra.
Actually, forget the Twitter bit, but it is partly because of the ability for everyone to watch every ball that's bowled in Championship cricket now. So Alistair Cook said, well, I played these against this Osprey I never heard of before. He didn't get him out in that inning.
No.
But I'll tell you what, he was interesting. And then the next minute, you can watch him. Ben Stokes can watch him. The England setup can watch him.
Here is Stokes to Hodge, who lets this go by. Not far away from off stump, but a good leave. Bat and hands a long way from ball.
So that the evidence is more easily available. And that might contribute to the fact that suddenly Stokes is interested. Oh, I like the look at that.
I mean, it's better evidence to go on, isn't it, than, if you don't mind me saying so, in your day. I was speaking to Graham Fowler about the 1984 series, the Blackwash.
Yes.
And Andy Lloyd, you remember, was his Test career started and ended in about half an hour. As Stokes is in again. This is left alone through the keeper, no run. So they had to draft in a replacement opener for the Lord's Test. And the opener in question was one BC Broad. And Foxy remembers, Graham Fowler that is, a reception the night before the match with the selectors. And selectors said hello to BC Broad. Congratulations, Brian.
Yes.
Of course, his name's Chris.
BC Broad, but yes.
But BC Broad. And they're working almost entirely on the newspaper. And Stokes is in again outside the off stump. A little bit of drift perhaps away, but goes through low to Smith, no run. And it sort of tells you that the disconnect between the selection process. So essentially just looking at the averages in the Daily Telegraph as
Was that the start of Chris Broad's career then?
Yes, that was his first test.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is mind-boggling.
But we all knew him because we'd seen him on BBC TV,
Yes.
on John Player League and whatnot. But if the
Yes.
selectors didn't watch that, because they maybe didn't like one-day cricket or whatever, then they had no idea. Stokes is in again. This is driven into the offside, but straight to short extra. There's no run.
And there would have been the sort of process of, well, let's have a look at the national averages. And BBC Broad, who might well have been averaging 42.
Yeah.
And quite high up on the list. So, well, best have a look at him.
But they wouldn't have seen him.
Well, not necessarily. I mean,
Foxy's claim was he was.
How did Foxy get in the team then?
Well, he claims he was never seen by a selector. I don't know. And Stokes is again, this driven square of the wicket, finds the gap between backward point and cover. It's running away towards the boundary. Won't get there. They'll get back for a couple. And the score advances to 80 for 3. The deficit now just 14. Hodge to 22. So now selectors. It feels to me that the idiom changed a bit with Jeff Miller driving 50,000 miles around the country.
Well, he was very conscientious. I'm sure they were conscientious. I mean, I'm sure David Graveney would have done a lot of miles as well, and it became a bit more clinical.
I'm not sure Peter May and Alec Bedser necessarily drove miles and miles around the country. Perhaps they might have taken more of a newspaper averages approach.
Yeah.
But now,
the other difference in this particular regime, it's all about potential rather than previous performances. So that's how Bashir, averaging 70 in his career, albeit a tiny career, finds himself playing in India. But what is even better, he looks comfortable playing in a test match in India after barely playing any first-class cricket in England or anywhere else.
He's in from the city end. Full ball has worked around the pad by Louis to short mid-wicket. There's no run. And he's causing conniptions for one of our commentators, Bashir. Which was, how you love your records? I mean, you're the most parsimonious one-day bowler in England's history. We have in our ranks, as Bashir is in, clipped into on the side, but actually bounces just in front of short leg and Pope stops the ball. We have the youngest man to 50 test wickets in our ranks.
In our ranks?
In our ranks on Test Match Special.
What, in this match? Tuffers?
No. I like this game. Bashir's in, forward. Comes Louis, pushes it to the offside. There's a big gap, as I mentioned last time.
Stephen Finn?
Yes, and they get an easy single.
Beg your pardon, Stephen, wherever he is.
So Stephen Finn got to his 50th wicket when he's, I think Andy told me, 22 years and 9 days?
60 days.
60 days. So
he's under real threat then.
Well, Bashir is only...
He's 20 years and 9 months old.
And he's got 26 wickets?
Yep.
So, yes, that's why Finney is prowling around angrily every time Bashir takes a wicket.
So he was what's he doing giving him the ball this early in the proceedings?
There's Tom Hartley. Why isn't he playing? Bashir's going to come round the wicket to Hodge here. We've got a leg slip, a slip and a forward short leg. Hodge just covers up in defence, going back into his crease, pushes it to the onside, and Pope picks up a short leg. I mean, it's a remarkable ascent, isn't it? As Rehan Ahmed's was, in Pakistan, 5 for on debut. Will Jacks got 6 on debut. Didn't Tom Hartley get a 5 for on debut? In comes Bashir again, pushed back to him into the ground first. It's a bit of a crowd catch, and he throws the ball back at the keeper Smith. Hodge has to duck.
But one of the brilliant things about this regime is that they bring these guys in and then they somehow give them that freedom and self-belief that you can't imagine people doing the same thing in decades past.
His first test, bowling 9 overs spell for 63, wasn't it? I think. As Bashir is in, this is short and pulled, perhaps under edge onto pad. It balloons through the leg slip and fine leg area. Crawley has to run back to retrieve. Leg by is signalled. End of the over, 82 for 3, 27 gone. The deficit now just 12. Louis 31, Hodge 24. I mean, it's almost beyond coincidental, isn't it, that Jacks gets a 5 for on debut and Hartley does and Rehan Ahmed does. Bashir, did he get 5 on debut as well?
He didn't get 5 on debut, but I think he had 6 or 7 in the match.
And then Atkinson gets 12 on debut.
Yes, so it is an extraordinary run of successful debuts. In terms of youngest England bowlers to 50 wickets, Finn leads the way. The youngest spinner was Derek Underwood, who was 24 years and 1 month old. The youngest English off-spinner to reach 50 wickets, by my reckoning, was David Allen in the 60s, 26 years and 2 months old.
Yes, the off-spin feels like an old man's game, Victor.
Well, it sort of was. I mean, even Graham Swan would say, in a way, it was better that I never got picked when I was 19.
Stokes starts in again, and this full defended on the front foot by Hodge into the covers. There's no run.
So he would have quite a positive spin on the fact that he went to South Africa as a 19, 20-year-old, never played, didn't get on particularly well, or didn't impress hugely Duncan Fletcher, and essentially had to wait almost a decade before he becomes a regular in the England team. And as ever, Swanee put a pretty positive spin on that, in the sense that I was ready when I came in, having played about 10 years of county cricket.
Here's Stokes into Hodge, 2 slips in place, full driven back to Stokes. He goes up and over his head and down towards the long off boundary for 4. Nice crisp connection for Hodge, straight into the ground. And Wokes was sort of in business at cutting it off. Dive full length, couldn't quite get there. Stokes was diving above his head. 4 more to the total, 86 for 3. The deficit now just 8.
Well, he's after a few streaky boundaries. Hodge has hit some good ones, hasn't he?
But of course, I mean, I don't think England now take that view of, you know, the longer you play county cricket, the more ready you are. It's almost if you played more county cricket, the less ready you are. Whereas Stokes comes in. This is played guided, really, to backward point from the crease by Hodge.
Yeah, I think that would be over-the-top counterproductive. I think you have to keep an eye on what's happening in county cricket, and that's how Jamie Smith has, you know, made raised eyebrows fairly quickly, and is now in the England team. But Bashir is a real one-off. I think it's more likely to happen with bowlers, really. You see something you like. He's got all the ingredients. Whereas batsmen, well, they've got to get some runs.
Here's Stokes down the leg side, pulled away, but not much bat on it at all. Possibly a bit of hip. We'll wait to see the umpire's signal. Maybe some glove, because it rolls away to short fine leg. There is no signal, so there must have been a bit of something on it. And there's 1 more to the total. Hodge to 29, 87 for 3.
I think if you listed players who've made Test debuts, and this is obviously something that will fascinate Andy, cricketers who made Test debuts with minimal first-class, or perhaps sometimes 0 first-class experience, by and large, with the exception of David Warner, by and large, they tend to be bowlers.
Stokes in, lovely drive, just a forward press, no more than that, and it's guided through backward point for 4. It's a splendid shot from Louis. He plays on the front foot really quite beautifully on occasion. He's had a charmed life in this innings. Dropped, nearly played on yesterday. But that was a gorgeous shot. 91 for 3 through backward point.
Well, the runs are coming, and there are only 3 from Parody.
Parody. They are indeed. Here is Stokes. And Louis just turns this into the onside. The back of a length ball, really just clips it in front of square and gets an easy single because there's nobody fielding there. It's a deep mid-wicket. But nobody saving 1. 92 for 3, just 2 runs away. I suppose Brian Close, when he got into the side, he's 18. Was he a batter or was he a bowler?
Well, I think he was a batsman who could, obviously Close, he could do everything.
Yes.
Bowl off spin, he could bowl. I think at that stage he bowled seamers, but I think primarily he was a kind of bowling all-rounder.
Yes.
I don't know how much he'd played exactly prior to his debut in 1949.
Ennis Compton might have been quite inexperienced.
Well, he might have been,
yeah,
but I saw Goward's played 2 seasons, more or less. I mean, both of them played 2.5 seasons, full seasons before he got anywhere near it.
Bashir starts a new over. He's been bowling all morning. He's clipped away nicely through deep backward square leg. Wood runs round to field from long leg. And they get a couple of runs. It brings the scores level. 94 for 3. Hodge 29. Louis 38. So it's at this point you'll start to hear us using the word in effect or effectively a lot. West Indies are 94 for 3 or effectively 0 for 3. As Bashir is in once more. This is defended on the front foot by Louis into the onside, straight to the field and no run.
It is slightly surprising. We've had an hour's cricket and we haven't seen Wokes or Atkinson. And I'm wondering, Wokes, there was sort of murmurs yesterday that he might have a slight issue with his quads.
Bashir is in for a quicker ball, just driven up to mid-off. There's no run. And Atkinson, of course, is playing, I think, his third back-to-back game for the first time in his career, I think. I think the Surrey...
Well, you're the expert on all matters round.
I am something of, yes. I can't think of a time when he's played 3 back-to-back games. They usually rest him after 2. Andy might be able to confirm, but he's looking horrified at that suggestion. Bashir floats this one up. It's nicely worked into the onside, out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, and the West Indies move into the lead. Louis to 39.
Sorry, missed the question. I was looking something else up about false shots, which I'll come to at the end.
Oh, false shots.
Mark Wood's false shots.
Gus Atkinson, has he ever played 3 back-to-back games for Surrey?
I know
there's a story about Matt Fisher, isn't there? There's a stat about Matt Fisher who's not managed to weave, I think, 3 or 4 games together. But Atkinson, I mean, he's in a squad with a lot of fast bowlers, so they're able to rest him and rotate. And Bashir's round the wicket. It's worked into the onside, past a diving short leg. Pope. Crawley has to tidy up, and another run. A cruise run's coming quite comfortably this morning. 96 for 3. There's just been the 1 wicket to go down. You can see that on the BBC Sport website and app, where we have clips and highlights throughout the day's play. And of course, we have every ball of every game of the international and domestic cricketing summer. Bashir is in, over the wicket, forward. Comes Louis into the onside, pushes to short mid-wicket. There is no run. That is the end of the first hour. And honours even, I suppose you'd say. Alec Athanaze being the only wicket to fall. LBW to Shoaib Bashir. The West Indies have advanced to 96 for 3. They've got themselves a lead. Obviously, they're behind the game ever so slightly, but if they're going to make a game of it, they need to bat out the day. They haven't made the worst start. Hodge has 30. Louis has 39. So looking a little bit more composed and fluent this morning. Hodge has looked terrific. Following on from his maiden Test century. I'm going to get out of the way because Andy Mitchell's going to come in, and you, Andy Zaltzman, have got some fascinating stats on false shots against Mark Wood.
I do. So far this series. So false shots in the CricViz database, they count edges and plays and misses. And so far, Mark Wood in this spell and his 312 balls, so it's 52 overs in the series. Just over 30% of those deliveries have produced a false stroke from the West Indian batters. 22% plays and 21.7% plays and misses. 9% have been edged. In terms of where this puts him in a league table of what you might call unluckiest bowlers in a series, looking at bowlers for England this decade, in fact since the start of the 2019 summer, so actually the last 5 years, who've bowled 30 or more overs in a series. That is the highest false shots percentage that any bowler has extracted from the opposition for England in the last 5 years. In global terms, puts him 6th on the list. Marco Jansen leads the way. Here in England, he managed to get 34% false strokes in a series dominated by the ball that England won 2-1 after losing the first test. But to put Woods in context, he's averaging 42 this series, 4 wickets for 171. And all the other instances of bowlers bowling more than 30 overs in a series and getting over 30% false strokes, they're all averaging under 30 for those series. So he's getting a lot of false shots, but not a lot of wickets. So I don't know how you interpret those necessarily.
Well, I interpret it. It is now official. Wood is the unluckiest. He must have. I thought it was Stuart Broad. But he is the unluckiest bowler, probably in history, but certainly in the last 5 years. And he wears it well. I mean, he has actually. He doesn't grumble much. He's one of the least grumbliest of pace bowlers.
Stuart Broad will give you the impression, Vic.
Yeah, he did give me that impression. He's misled me. But there was a moment today after he bowled a brilliant over to the new Hodge and Louis, where he'd beaten the batsman probably 5 times out of 6 in that over, and he did look a bit grumpy. He didn't smile, and Stokes put his arm round him. Stokes was smiling and saying, well, there you go.
Understand.
And he sort of broke into a little bit smile. But even Mark Wood, he just likes his just desserts now and again.
And he deserves them.
Yeah, exactly.
For his efforts. He's been bowling quick, wasn't he? Hitting 94 miles per hour. I think it's been his quickest delivery of the match, which is in his spell this morning. So drinks have been taken. That was the slight delay here. 96 for 3 then. And really, since Cavem Hodge came out to the middle, the runs have been coming at a much quicker rate. He's 30 at a run a ball.
Well, he had those 2 bits of luck, didn't he, against Wood, where he edged one down to fine leg, he edged one through the slip cordon, and he looked dicey. And then in the next over, to the unlucky Mark Wood, there was a beautiful pull shot and a cover drive, and away he went. So it's worth watching at the moment.
It is, and he's on strike to Ben Stokes. Vic is leaving us for a moment. Carlos Brathwaite will be coming in just a mo. Jamie Smith banging his gloves together enthusiastically, getting ready to bob down behind the stump, standing some way back with 2 slips alongside him. Stokes moving in here to Cavem Hodge. Ball's full, and well, he brought his bat down. It was Yorker length, and he somehow squeezed it past that off stump. But Cavem Hodge has got his eyes turned up to the sky. That was seared in by Stokes. Full, honing in on the stumps. Carlos has just sat down at the right time. Has that bounced over the stumps? Goodness me.
Has just bounced over. I think the reaction from Cavem Hodge is one that I love, though, because he's so intent on trying to be, or trying to aim for perfection. He's not happy with the way he played that ball. He's still there.
Staring intently down the pitch, gets a straighter ball, and he's swung this away. It's not hit as cleanly as he would have wanted, out to deep square leg. Duckett's there to field, and Hodge through for the single. But I like watching him, Carlos. He comes out with an air of intent. He's sort of little and large alongside Mikael Louis, aren't they? The two of them, quite a contrast. He's quite a nuggety batter, but full of punch and power.
Yeah, and what I love is that he understands his game. So he's not flirting with anything outside the off stump. He's waiting until the ball comes. And when you look at his technique, you dissect it. Way on the front foot, head into the ball, but he's not coming out to the ball. So he's using that to press forward and get back, because he loves to cut, he loves to pull. And then he's good enough, if the ball is full, to be able to use that head position to hit the ball along the ground. The perfect example was the 2 balls from Wood, short and pull, then forward and driving nicely.
2 slips here and a catcher at a shortish point. Comes forward is Louis, looking to punch, finds Brook there at extra cover, and there is no run. So 97 for 3, Hodge on 31, Louis on 39. The 1 wicket that has fallen this morning went to Shoaib Bashir, with Stokes opting to open the bowling with Bashir at one end and the pace of Wood at the other. And that was Alec Athanaze, who offered a chance to Harry Brook, a chance which flew off the outside edge through Brook's hands at gully and down to the boundary for 4. That was when he was on to 7, but he was eventually then dismissed for just 12. LBW. Stokes moves in, full again on off stump. That's been driven by Louis. It's a pass Mark Wood at mid-off, and it runs for 4. Beautifully balanced shot. He's moved on to 43, so he's got out of that 20 zone, which was his real issue, wasn't it, this series? He couldn't get beyond 26, 27, couldn't get beyond that kind of facing 60 balls mark. He's doing well.
Yeah, he's gone from 40 balls to 40 runs. And I've enjoyed watching him. And I like that now he's a little bit more sure when he wants to score. That shot is a perfect example.
In goes Stokes. Bright sunshine here at Edgbaston. It's inside edge this time, looking to drive through the covers once more, but this one squirts behind the square leg umpire, and asking for a second, and they'll get it because there's a misfield by Bashir in the deep. Didn't pick up cleanly at the first time of asking, so comfortably black. Bringing up the 100 has been brought up. 103 for 3 now for West Indies. Acknowledged by the crowd here, in a 50 partnership between these two. And the lead is 9.
A 50 partnership in just 9.1 overs.
Yeah, they've batted very well. You can't remember many fault shots that they've played. Mikael Louis has looked a little suspect to Shoaib Bashir, but he's looking better as he's gone on, and he's looked really, really good against the pace. Let me knock on wood so I don't.
Commentator's curse. Stokes moves in. Tucked in off the pad, bat and pad by Louis is the onside. Stokes picking up in his follow-through. That ends the over then. So the lead 903 for 3.
And I think that is the one area in his game which he can improve. When the balls come into his pad, because he wants to go forward, he's leaving the ball well, he knows where his off stump is, he's driving the ball nicely straight and through extra cover. However, when it's jogging back or it's shorter and straighter, he just gets hit onto the tie pad, onto his pad. And I think because you're at a level now where there's fewer bad balls, you need to be able to capitalize on those balls that are slightly offline. How can you play a couple whips off your hit, couple twos, couple fours, all of a sudden instead of getting to 20 as he's done regularly, you know, into the 40s like he is today, and you're looking to raise your bat for a milestone and go on to make bigger scores in Test cricket.
Yeah, Louis learning his craft in the full glare of Test cricket, having barely played much in the way of first class before this. Here is Bashir, new over. Hodges forward, but runs off the outer edge of the bat, down towards deep third. Nobody there, so it's a long chase back here for Root, who picks up, and they're going to run 3 here. Throw comes back in, and Smith gathers 106 for 3. Then the lead extending to 12. So important now, those runs, that deficit wiped out inside the first hour. A real positive sign for West Indies. Now just about partnerships, compiling, working together.
Yeah, and without too much alarm, and again, running 3 and running the way that they did, the running between the wickets, the series has been really good. Dropping and running, turning ones into twos.
Slip, leg slip, and a short leg here for Louis, who is working it on the ground, flicking it to Brooke, who's there at mid-wicket. Now, is Kavim Hodges' mother at the ground, do we know? Because he has an English mother. He lives over here. Sorry, she lives over here. Her partner had British passport. It's part of Hodges' backstory, isn't it, that he was brought up by his grandparents after a time when his mum moved over to the UK. And there's a really good article that Will McPherson did chatting to Kavim Hodge after the Trent Bridge 100, which revealed that his mum works in Chalfont St Peter. She is involved with the Epilepsy Society, and she is supposed to be here at Edgbaston. There's another catcher in front of the wicket here to silly mid-on. Tickle into the leg side by Louis. So Stokes is putting catchers in attacking positions in front of the bat here.
I think it's a really good option as well, and I'm a little unsure. He's close to 50. He's supposed to remove that deep mid-wicket, tempting him to go if he wants to.
Bashir, the sole wicket taker so far today, moves in bowls full. This is launched by Louis down the ground, and that's gone for miles, dispatched for 6. And it brings up the 50 in style. A maiden Test 50 in his first series, Mikael Louis. He'd struggled to get out of the 20s, and that is an emphatic way to bring up your first ever 50 in Tests. And such an important part of the game for West Indies.
And he did go for it, and he got it. And remember, he got out in Nottingham, similar shot. This one is a better length, I think. Able to get through the length of the ball and get up and under it.
He's on 51. Bashir again tickled past Pope at short legs. A diving stop by Brooke. He's done well there. The crowd appreciate that. Sorry, it's Atkinson. Down full length. So 112 for 3. Oh, Louis just got down on one knee for that 6, didn't he? Pummeled it way down the ground.
And you can see there's a little bond forming. Hodge celebrating Mikael Louis' 50 as most as hard as Jason Holder celebrated his century at Trent Bridge.
Bashir a little quicker that time, and is there an edge? Bashir is appealing for something. It's gone to Root at slip, but that has died down pretty quickly. And he really darted that in. He's been varying his pace really well throughout this day. 112 for 3, end of the over from Bashir. The lead is 18.
Yeah, Mikael Louis maiden Test 50 in his 6th innings of a series in which he's shown consistent starts without being able to go on until today. 85 balls, 1 6 and 4 40. Only made his first class debut in February of this year. Had a fine season for the Leeward Islands, 682 runs, average 48, which by recent standards in West Indian first-class cricket is extremely high average, 3 centuries, 4 other 50s in those 14 innings, and now a maiden Test 50 to add to those.
Yep, he certainly wouldn't have faced too much in the way of 90-mile-an-hour bowling in the West Indies Championship, would he?
No, I could only think of Alzari Joseph, who he would be teammates with, so probably nets, and Shannon Gabriel. No other names coming to mind at the moment.
Hodge facing up to Stokes here, a low pull. It finds Brook at mid-wicket, moves across to his right-hand side to field. The contrast is interesting, isn't it? Because they're both in the early stages of their test careers, Kavem Hodge and Mikael Louis, and yet they are, not quite 10 years apart. Kavem Hodge is 31, so in terms of his cricket maturity, he's much further down the line in terms of his first-class experience. He'd played 63 first-class matches before this series, yet only 2 test matches. Got 5 first-class hundreds under his belt. He awaits here on 34 for Stokes, outside the off-stump. Flirts there, goes past the outside edge through to Jamie Smith.
I think Kavem Hodge is a good template for how West Indies cricket can go forward selecting cricketers. Obviously, Mikael Louis, and we have been doing this thing where we pick one player after a good season. Kurt McKenzie after a good game. He didn't even make Jamaica team consistently, but got a double in one of the trial games and then went straight up to international cricket. But Hodge has toiled away at first-class level. He understands his game.
Stokes over the wicket, full straight, coming forward off the inside half of the bat, past the square leg umpire, down towards the boundary. They're coming back for a second, and Louis is really getting a hurry on. The throw's wide of the stumps. No one was at the stumps to gather the ball, but well run by these two. Again, good positive running.
Yeah, and I think for someone like Hodge, he understands why he's successful at that level. That would have been out had it hit. But then he's also gone through periods where he struggled, potentially a whole season of struggle. I don't think Kurt McKenzie can now say, having tasted Test cricket, he's understood why he struggled for a period of time and then how to get out of the mire. Hodge would have those experiences.
Hodge awaits Stokes, that goes through him. Prodded forward defensively, beaten. Through to Smith it goes. What a delivery that was. 85 miles per hour. Hodge wanders away towards square leg, looking to compose himself and face up again. Just enough movement off the pitch. Too much movement from Stokes' perspective. Hoping it was going to take the edge. A beautiful ball.
Very well ball. Sometimes you just got to admit you get a good nap. Craig Brathwaite, Kavem Hodge. Luckily, Hodge is still there.
Full bit of width driven. It's gone down to the deep third boundary. Dive at Gully. Couldn't stop it. It really flashed away hard. Atkinson there in the field with a boundary to take West Indies onto 118 for 3 in the lead 24. One thing Hodge, was talking about in the wake of the Trent Bridge 100 was at his age, he really wants now to bed into this West Indies Test team because, as he says, I'm sort of too old now to get dropped and work my way back again. So
yeah, but the thing is, the likelihood of him being dropped is a lot less because he understands his game.
Stokes moves in again, and once more he's beaten, prodded forward defensively. And Stokes has to take his cap from the umpire, end of the over, where he's beaten the bats. He's seen one flash away for 4, but the lead is 24. Louis on 51, Hodge on 40. Really promising signs for West Indies if they can stay in there, and a little bit of luck goes their way. They've got to start building this lead.
And I think, coming back to Hodge, I think one other country or team that does it quite a lot is Pakistan. I saw some stat where they had, I think the last decade or so, they had 30-something players who've only played one test or one series and then been dropped, never to see the light again. I think it's quite difficult to create a culture and a set of standards when you have players in and out. All of a sudden, players have to start to fend for themselves, whereas you compare that to the more successful sides where players get a run of games and then they can execute the team plans, they can build on their own failures and get to the level of success that they would ensure that they're successful Test cricketers because they know they're getting the full length of the rope. And then the players underneath know they continue to bide the time because when they get their chance, they're going to get
there for a long
time. So that culture of consistency needs to be bred, and it needs to start at some point in time. And it's easier to have consistency with 28, 29, 30-year-olds from the West Indies because we don't play a lot of cricket. So Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson would have played the same amount of first-class games as Kavem Hodge in half the time.
Bashir, new over here to Louis. Little tickle into the ground and fielded by Pope at short leg. Yes, that continuity, it takes away the fear of failure when you know you're being given a decent run in the side, and that's so important. That's a real big part of the Brendan McCullum ethos. Run towards the danger, don't fear the failure. But yeah, giving players a run. I'm sure now that likes of Atkinson and Jamie Smith will feel that, yeah, we're in for a little while here.
And then Pennington as well, Potts.
Yeah, and also keeping them around the squad. In goes Bashir, forward pressing defensively. So, yeah, Gus Atkinson going on a couple of England, well, he was out in India, wasn't he, before coming in and actually making your debut. You've been around the setup, you understand.
White ball stuff
That's right, yeah. So you've been around for a while. You've been carrying drinks, but you've been getting to know just the setup, the personnel, the staff, how things run. Bashir over the wicket here to Louis, tickles it a fraction wide of Pope at short leg, and there's no run. I've also been trying to look at Cavum Hodges' bat during this innings, because it was said that he used a bat that David Warner had given him for his 100 at Trent Bridge, whether he's been playing with that all series. Here goes Bashir, forward pressing. And Louis drops it into the onside. Pope is there to field. And apparently Usman Khawaja gave him a bat after the Gabba test match as well. So he's carrying one from Khawaja in his bag. But it was
who will he collect a bat from district? Probably
well,
Root, with a little bit of history.
Well, yeah, they're big friends, aren't they, Cavum Hodge and Joe Root? Quicker, launched high and long again by Mikhail Louis. And where is this going to land? Front row of the stands. Might have been caught as well. It's a huge cheer down there. But that's the second time Louis has launched into Shoaib Bashir. Bides his time, waits for his opportunity, and then bang. I think that was a catch in the crowd, Carlos. There's some high fives and fist bumps going on down there.
He'll be celebrated. His WhatsApp will be going off. But get good batting again from Mikhail Louis. That's in the slot, mid-on and mid-off, or up mid-on, hanging slightly.
Bashir over the wicket. Gets up on his toes, tickles it into the onside. It's a dot ball, end of the over then. So Louis on to 57 after that 6. The lead is 30. West Indies second innings 124 for 3. Carlos, I'm going to give you results for a moment for a few stats and numbers, and then you're going to be joined by Simon Mann.
Looking at Mikhail Louis' acceleration, he had 31 from 71 balls. Now 26 from his next 22, including those 2 sixes off Shoaib Bashir. Just to highlight what you were saying about the sort of churn of players since the start, since Stokes and McCullum took over as in charge of England. Their first test was June 2022. England have played 26 tests and used 28 players. West Indies are in their 15th test, have also used 28 players. So that sort of highlights what you were saying about, you know, how players have not been given that stability that England have given theirs.
I love results.
Here's Ben Stokes bowling to Hodge. It's full and driven by Hodge up towards mid-on, and it's picked up by Chris Wilkes. Now, Carlos, you thought I was joking when I was saying in the pre-match chat about Louis being 200 not out at the close of play, weren't you?
No, I was hoping, not thinking you were joking. It is unrealistic for someone who's never made it past 28, as it was this morning, to all of a sudden score double, but do the stuff that dreams are made of. Shamar Joseph got 5 and took a wicket off his first ball, and a 7 to win. It made good headlines and it made good narrative, so I'd love for him to get to 100 first.
Yeah, he's 57 not out. He's at the non-strikers end. He's hit a couple of thumping sixes. Here's Stokes bowling to Hodge. Low pull towards deep backwards square leg. That will get him a single. Duckett is there. He'll have 2 men back behind square on the leg side. Bit of extra club on that return from Duckett. Goes over the keeper's head. It has to be backed up in the covers. So one more, 125 for 3. The reason we were making the point, we were talking about sometimes the flow of sport, but also incidents make such a difference. I'm talking about the route one yesterday. Of course, Louis was dropped by Stokes yesterday evening at mid-off. A straightforward catch, really, by, well, not just Stokes' standards, by any standards, really. And Louis is making the most of it so far. Stokes bowls to Louis. It's full. He's driven off a thickish outside edge. Well, Stokes, a moral victory there. There's a short third in. It went straight to him. It was good from Stokes. He was drawing him forward, swinging it away, and he went for it, trying to hit that through extra cover, and got it off that thick edge towards short third. And Louis come down the pitch to do some guarding, but I think that was more about the away movement, the away swing there from Ben Stokes.
A little bit of the length as well. Happy for him to drive at that length. If he brings it back, that's when you just show the discipline to be able to leave.
Louis waits, back raised, staring down the pitch. Stokes goes in and bowls to him. Outside the off-stump edge, caught, second slip. Well, the ball before, you just had a sense of that. And Louis has to drag himself away again. His head rocks back. I've done so much hard work. I've made my half century. And now he's on his way. And Stokes, who dropped that catch yesterday, sees him off. Nicely taken it at second slip, and England have their 4th wicket. Just fending it really. It's almost catching practice, wasn't it? He's putting the bat there, and Crawley accepted it. 125 for 4.
And that, for me, that was the fear. He's now been scoring. He's been scoring off Bashir, bat on ball, bat on ball, bat on ball. Got that one from Stokes. It was full, so the shot was correct. The fear was, if that length is dragged back, can you stay inside the box? Can you leave? Can you ask Stokes to come a little bit fuller, come a little bit straighter? And again, wanting to feel bat on ball, he's dragged out. I don't think the dismissal should take away from what has been a fine knock. It's only 57 in the grand scheme of things, but I think we've seen the start of an important player, potentially, for the West Indies. Tall, elegant, shown consistency against a new ball to ride it out, to score, leave the balls well, and he's shown today that he can put a little bit of pressure on the spin as well. So there's a lot to like about that young man.
Yeah, ultimately disappointment for him. They just saw it in his face, his body language. Most batters are pretty disappointed to get out, but when you've done that work, and it's not the way he got out as well, just pushing at it a bit, almost putting the bat there. And Crawley accepting the outside edge. So Jason Holder's out there at number 6 for West Indies. Played so well in the first innings, and he won't give it away. He'll be determined out there. If you let him stay in for a while, he can cause some damage. So we're looking to be really go at him early here.
Mikalu's final numbers: 57 from 95 balls, 2 sixes and 4 fours. So his maiden maiden Test half century, and the partnership was 72 in exactly 13 overs.
Yeah, quick partnership. Hodge at the other end is 41 off 41, benefiting from a couple of edges off to get off the mark with 2 boundaries, but then he's played some fine shots. 3 slips in. Stokes bowls. Holder gets one on his pad. That's an easy ball first up, really, to knock away. Nice friendly one off the mark. A bit like a charity match, that. Easy ball on the leg stump, turned away for 2 towards deep backwards square leg. 127 for 4. So this series coming to an end, Carlos. What are you doing next? I was interested by what you were saying the other day, what you're off to next. It shows the life of a cricketer stroke commentator.
I'm off to GT20 in Canada.
GT20 in Canada.
Yeah, which has started on the 25th, I think. So a couple days in. And then I head off to Caymans for a T10 tournament.
So Canada and the Caymans.
Yeah.
Here is Stokes bowling outside the off stump. That's better from Stokes. Holder lines it up well and leaves it, and it's through to Smith. And that's the end of successful over from Ben Stokes, his first wicket in the West Indies second innings. 127 for 4. So take off 94, and then you have West Indies lead. So that's 33, I make it. Yeah, 33 for 4, effectively. So the Canada tournament, who are you playing for there?
Brampton Wolves. Sometimes you can't always remember.
No. Well,
you can't always remember.
The Brampton Wolves or the
Wolves?
Brampton Wolves?
Brampton.
And where are they based?
To be honest, a lot of the franchises just have city names.
Right, and they just play them in one venue.
And you just play in one venue. So in Canada, they are playing in Brampton, funny enough. But last year played for Montreal Tigers. And naively asked the question about if we win, do we go to Montreal? And they were saying it's something crazy, like a 4 or 6 hour flight. And it was like, okay, we'll celebrate in Brampton.
Right, okay.
And we did win. But yeah, it is the crazy world of franchise cricket. And then when I go to Cayman, I play for New York Strikers, which actually has a few franchises. They got a couple T20 franchises. I think they have a Legends League franchise, and they have a few T10 franchises as well.
Do you enjoy T20 or T10, I reckon? More.
Good question. Funny enough, the body enjoys T10 a lot more. 2 overs, in and out. But I think T20 is starting to feel like 50-over cricket now. There's a lot more ups and downs. And
it's been Chris Wokes for the first time today. Bowls to Hodge, and Hodge lets that one go by. It was very close to his off stump. But lined it up, let it go, and it was taken by Smith.
Yeah, the T20 game, it's moving a lot quicker. If you see the IPL 260 odd, not much waves there for the bowler, but in normal T20 less than outside the IPL rather, you still feel that little power play, then you feel the little middle period, you feel the end, and it's nice to practice the skills for all three phases potentially.
Wokes bowls, Hodge covers up, plays that defensively towards mid-off, and there's no run. So the Cayman Islands T10, that's when? September, is it?
No, I leave from Canada and go straight to Cayman.
Right, so they fit that in before the end of August?
Yeah.
Right.
So August is Canada and Cayman. I feel like an investment banker taking his family to these exotic places. And yeah, I guess on the good side of things, as a privilege of being involved in cricket, the game has taken me and can take you places that you probably wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
So
2 slips in, Hodge 41, 127 for 4. Wokes bowling from the Birmingham City end into bowl to Hodge outside the off stump. Hodge leans forward and allows it to go through to Smith. And then where does the franchise life take you after that? Have you got any?
No idea.
No idea.
Someone asked me what are you doing in November, and I was like, I don't even know what you're doing in September.
But something may come up because that's the way it happens. You'll be playing with David Warner, won't you, in Canada? Is that right?
In Canada, yes, he's the captain of the Brampton Wolves franchise. Had a really good start, 198, and then I think the first game, I think they lost last night, our time, evening, Canadian time, because there are no lights. So you play 12 midday and 4 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. Right. 2 games a day.
Wokes bowls wide of the crease on the pads there of Hodge, who clips it away down towards fine leg. Mark Wood sends it in to Smith. One more run.
I have enjoyed Canada, and then a cause close to my heart, the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation. So they had a opening ceremony of sorts. They want to include cricket into their raising of funds. So cricket to conquer cancer. So they have hockey, I think they have cycling, ride, and hockey to road hockey, which is common in Canada. But they're now embarking on bringing the Caribbean and the Indian and Asian community in Canada and Toronto especially through cricket. So that was real special. So hopefully get to connect with them once I'm back for GT20.
Wokes bowls, Holder strokes that nicely, fluently, confidently up towards mid-off. Doesn't pierce the field, straight at the fielder. And there is no run. 128 for 4, so 2 out today. Louis for 57, just putting the bat there, taking the outside edge. Crawley slip, second slip, taking the catch off. Stokes for 57, and Athenaeus LBW to Bashir for 12. You can hear from Ricky Elcock at lunchtime today. He's got a really interesting story, career story. Here's Wokes bowling and Holder driving nicely again. The crowd think it's a catch to short extra cover. Pope takes it, but it was on the bounce. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 128 for 4. Former cricketer, became a pilot with Virgin Atlantic. First black captain for Virgin Atlantic. But then
Combamerian as well. Went to Combamere. Secondary school in Barbados. Right. Myself, Chris Jordan, Rihanna. I had to call Rihanna last. I won't stop listening.
And also we'll be heading to Belfast at lunch for news of that tense test match between Ireland and Zimbabwe. Ireland are 117 for 6. They need 40 more. They were going well, that 6th wicket partnership. It's now been broken, so tense finish there. We get the latest news from Michael McNamee on that test match in Belfast. Low scorer. Stokes bowls, very full, driven by Hodge into the offside for runs, possibly 4. It's going out towards deep cover. There is a deep backward point running around. He will not get there. And Hodge continues to bound along. He's 46 not out from 46 balls, and West Indies 132 for 4. Stokes embarking on his 6th over.
Yeah, the wicket that fell in Belfast, Lorcan Tucker for 56 after a 96-run partnership with Andy McBride, who's still there on 41, just been joined by Mark Adair. Those two both made fine 80s against England in the second innings at Lords last year. They need another 40 to win with 4 wickets left of the 118 for 6.
Stokes moves into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge goes for a low pull. Goodness me, that was close to the edge, close to the stumps. I'm not sure it didn't bowl him. Probably just going over the top of the stumps. Stokes can't believe it as he walks back. 132 for 4. Talking of Zimbabwe, they're here next summer, aren't they? They're playing a test match against England. Because Richard Gould was talking about how ECB are paying their fee to come next summer. Tuvers is here. Carlos has gone off to negotiate with his agent for another T20 or T10 tournament somewhere.
Righto. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Simon.
Stokes bowls. Hodge opens the face, runs it down towards deep third. The deep backward point fielder runs to his left-hand side. He's way in the distance. I think that's Gus Atkinson out there, who we have not seen bowl this morning.
Yeah, slightly bewildering for me. I would have definitely started. I mean, it was nice to see the off-feed Bashir come on. I thought he bowled nicely, but it was a surprise not to perhaps see Wokes and Atkinson bowled so well last night.
Yeah, Ricky Alcott's in the box now, actually. We hear from him at lunchtime. Former teammate of yours, Tuvers?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you face him in the nets very often?
Never.
Never. Good idea. He was rapid.
Fast.
Yeah. 134 for 4. Hodge on 48. Stokes bowls full, and Hodge defends into the offside, but it comes very quickly off the middle of the bat. It was sort of a strong defensive shot, and the fielding had to be smart in the covers to prevent Hodge from picking up, well, potentially 2 runs that were taking him to a half century.
Yeah, we had a pretty good side, that Middlesex side. Most bases covered on a couple of championships.
134 for 4. Ben Stokes in the sunshine, back to his mark, runs in now and bowls to Hodge outside the off stump. He rises the delivery and guides it towards deep backward point, and they are through for a single. Hodge to 49 and 135 for 4. Rocky Flintoff, that's where it matters elsewhere, is making his professional debut today for Lancashire in the One-Day Cup, playing Kent in Blackpool. He's aged 16 and 113 days.
Lovely.
And he becomes Lancashire's youngest player. And you can follow commentary on all the games in the One Day Cup on BBC Sport website and app.
Good luck.
Yes, inevitably, there's going to be a lot of focus on his every move. It's not easy, is it, for a young player that age, 16. Stokes bowls to Holder. Holder turns into the onside. He's off for a single. Stokes is after it and hurls the ball at the stumps. The non-striker's end. Wonderful, athletic, energetic piece of fielding. But it's quite a long single there, especially when you're a tall man like Jason Holder and get down the other end quickly. Stokes was not giving that single up easily, but they did get it.
Isn't it funny? Because I saw a little bit of on social media of him bat. He got 100 or something for under 19s. And it's uncanny how much he looks like his old man when he bats.
Yeah.
You know, just I was watching Michael's boy the other day, who's had a couple of run-outs for Somerset. Bats just like him. I mean, it's just obviously in the DNA, you know. Amazing.
Some kids don't want to be like their parents, but
Well,
actually they're quite good role models in a way as cricketers, aren't they?
Wow.
Like Michael and
yeah, but I mean, could you imagine if Rocky was a sort of like real grinder, opening bat? You know, come on, what are you doing, boy? Yeah, take it after his dad.
136 for 4. I mean, I just think of some fathers and sons results, whether they've been like their fathers or not. I mean, there are lots of examples of it as Wokes goes in, bowls to Holder, who clips that nicely through mid-wicket. Probably going to be 4. The chase is on. It's one of those teasing ones. You have to run all the way to the boundary and the ball then beats you. Keeps you interested right to the rope. 4 more. Nice from Holder. Really well clipped into the onside. 140 for 4. Holder goes to 7.
Well, a player who wasn't selected for this tour, Tazenarine Chanderpaul, his bats, well, uncannily like his...
Is there anyone who bats like Shifter-Ryan Chanderpaul?
I mean, if there was ever going to be anyone, it would have to be a blood relative, I guess. Just quickly on Stokes, Crick Viz have pointed out his speeds today. He's averaging 85 miles an hour in this spell, and that is his quickest spell for 4 years since the summer of 2020.
Who are we talking about, Stokes or Wokes?
Stokes.
Yeah, he looks in good rhythm.
He does. Here is Chris Wokes bowling and Holder defending. Back up the onside of the pitch, stopped by Wokes in his follow-through, and there's no run.
Well, he looks like a man who's sort of pain-free and sort of going, oh, well, this is actually quite good fun. I'm enjoying bowling, running up and slamming it down. You know, that knee's obviously raring to go.
I think the scoreboard's stuck. At the far end, the scoreboard is stuck on 136. It's 140 though.
Yeah, they're doing it all right. Kevin Hodge has played nicely, hasn't he? Look to get after it. If the ball's there to hit it.
And nearly a runnable 50 from Kevin Hodge. Here is Wokes going wide of the crease to Holder, and Holder dabbles at that one, goes past the outside edge and through to Smith. West Indies lead is 48.
6. That's stuck as well.
Yeah, 46. No, you're right, 46.
Yeah, he's trying to throw a punch back, isn't he? Looking to get on with it. Very good on the back foot. Anything short, just look to swivel.
Yeah, short man. You've got the short and the long of it out there. Kevin Hodge at the non-striker's end, leading on his bat. A tall Jason Holder faces Wokes and drives. Another elegant shot from Holder. Crisp off drive, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. One of the images of the series actually was when Kevin Hodge made his 100 at Trent Bridge when he leapt into the arms of Jason Holder.
Well, that's right. It was a long way. It was a big jump. Had to be a big jump. Played really well that day, and the West Indies could do with another knock like that from him.
Well, they're still in the game, but they need something special here. They need a big partnership.
Yeah.
Make England chase 200 plus.
Absolutely. Anything like that, you just never know. You're in the game.
Works bowls. Holder guides it away into the offside. They're off a quick single shot at the stumps at the striker's end. Misses it. It's backed up. It needed to be as well. Otherwise, that would have been 4 overthrows. It was Atkinson, who's very athletic in the field. He's a good fielder. Dived away to his left.
Yes, and with those couple of sixes, he's shown a bit of promise with the bat as well. He goes about his business quite quietly, doesn't he? But you're right. He's got all the facets sort of pretty well nailed down. Good all-round cricketer, Gus Atkinson.
141 for 4 with that single into the offside. So Hodge now is on 49. Holder's on 8.
Can't get in Surrey's first team, of course.
Well, they kind of manage it, don't they? Always play for them. Works bowls. Hodge defends. Goes towards cover. And that's Brook again to his right-hand side. And it's the end of the over. We've got just about 20 minutes to go until lunch. West Indies battling away. Ireland need 33 to win now with 4 wickets left against Zimbabwe. Fazir Mohammed is going to take us to the lunch interval at 1 o'clock, and then we will hear from Ricky Alcock.
Yeah, they're showing some good fight, the West Indies. Feared for them a bit this morning, losing that first wicket. You thought it might be a bit of a procession, but Kevin Hodge has got stuck in. Looked to play his shots, and he looks like he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, and he's certainly given the bowler a chance, which is the way he plays. He's now on 49, Holder on 8. He's just come in after the fall of Mikhail Louis, but given the way England play their cricket, you know sooner or later a bowler's going to turn up with your name on it, so you might as well look to capitalise where you can.
Yeah, and I was glad for Louis as well.
Yeah.
Get some runs.
Dropped on 9 by Ben Stokes, so he eventually got him, and it is Stokes now running away from us to bowl to Holder, short of a length on leg stump, pushing it away out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 141 for 4, a lead of 47.
Because he's had to fight all tour up the top, hasn't he? You know, with the likes of Lord swinging and seaming, and Trent Bridge and Mark Wood and everything. So at least he's got himself a 50 for his hard work. Yeah, he looks like it's only his 10th game.
It is only his 10th first-class game.
Sorry, yes, 10th first-class.
Last game, just his 3rd test. As Stokes bowls to Holder outside the off stump, might have been thinking of playing it at it, went past the outside edge, through to the keeper, and indeed he's clearly enjoying his work now that those knee problems have been sorted out.
Yeah.
And, really getting it, and you sensed before it happened that he was working at Mikhail Louis, and sooner or later would have been able to remove him, as he did with that slip catch.
Well, he makes this England bowling attack just 20% better, doesn't he, when he's fit and firing? The balance.
And goes again, bowls, and a delivery that's pitched up and played defensively back up along the pitch.
And he's always had that ability to come on and break partnerships, you know, when it's his day, and he gets it swinging. He's top quality, Ben Stokes. Quicker than you think as well.
You know, we were chatting about it when we were together on television just a few minutes ago, today being the 80th birthday of the great Sir Garfield Sobers,
Yes.
arguably the greatest all-rounder who ever lived. And now, I'm sure if Sir Garfield is watching on or listening his native Barbados, he'll be enjoying to see this duel between the all-rounders. Stokes back bowling again, as he would have as a left-arm seamer. Of course, he bowled left-arm orthodox and Chinaman googlies as well, apart from being one of the greatest batters who ever lived.
Wow, could field and all, couldn't he?
Over 100 catches. As Stokes bowls him short, he's into the pull shot. Is Holder gets it just about the midriff. An average height human being or someone like the man at the other end, Kavim Hodge, would have gone over his helmet. But it is the giant Jason Holder, so just above midriff with that short ball.
Yeah, he could do just about everything, couldn't he, Sir Garfield?
Started his career batting way down the order as a left-arm spinner. Short of a length with this delivery, and is pulled away forward of square. Just seemed to lose his balance with that delivery. Ben Stokes banging it in, and Holder was able to capitalize, crashing it away forward of square. 145 for 4. The lead is now 51.
Yeah, picked up pretty simply, really, from Holder. Gets into position, almost like a front foot dispatch over mid-wicket. No real pace in the pitch. If anything, it's sort of gone a bit slower as the game's gone on, but ball has swung. But you get no value for short if you're not express pace, like a mark would.
2 slips in place still. Looking for that edge together with the keeper as Stokes bowls outside the off-stump edge, and it's put down. Just as we were anticipating it, that was regulation.
Oof.
It came at him obviously quickly. It's a slip catch. We often say that no slip catch is all that easy, but that was eminently catchable. And Jason Holder has escaped there on 12. It's 145 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, they've dropped a couple, England, during this innings. Back foot, bit of a poke at it, and it, as we were saying earlier, he's got it swinging. Ben Stokes should have been gobbled up. Nice catchable height. No, another one down. A little bit of reverse swing. He's pretty good in there as well, Zach Crawley. He's taken some blinders, and he's a pretty safe pair of hands, but you don't mean to drop them.
Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of catches put down, as you mentioned. Stokes himself, Mr. Mikhail Louis, last night on 9. He went on to get 57.
I just popped a finger there.
Yeah, it seemed to take him just...
That's it. Might have just dislocated that a little bit, yeah.
He's leaving the field now. This is Zach Crawley. And really now it's up to Jason Holder to make England pay for that lapse. He's on 12, Hodge on 49, poised on a half century. He got 100, of course, 120 in the first innings of the Trent Bridge Test last week. Got 100 in Australia in his debut series. Gus Atkinson bowls to him now, and he's pushing defensively to a full-length delivery out towards mid-off.
I've done that a couple of times, dislocate your fingers on the field. Oh.
So what do they do when they get you back in the dressing room? Do they pull it back into place?
It's not great, especially if the physio's just been putting sort of suntan lotion on and it's all a bit slippy. Ow! But you look down and you know something's just not sort of quite right, and you look down and go, oh dear, and they're all pointing the wrong way. Yeah, not much fun. Ooh.
Atkinson bowls again to Hodge, and he's pushing defensively again. A repetition of the previous delivery, playing it away out towards Stokes at a mid-off. So the West Indies, from the overnight position of a 33 for 2, they've lost Alec Athene's LBW sweeping at Shoaib Bashir. He went for 12, 53 for 3. And just in the last few minutes, the demise of Mikhail Louis, finally getting out of the 20s, getting up to 57 before he was taken at second slip by Crawley of the bowling of Stokes, 125 for 4. So the West Indies at the moment lead by 51 at 145 for 4. Atkinson bowls, and he's in behind it, straight to delivery, plays it back up along the pitch. And England here being made to work. They've had their opportunities, and they've created a few chances. Certainly Mark Wood, with his express pace, caused quite a few problems for the West Indies, but they've managed to hang on, showing a bit of fight, showing a bit of determination. And I think that's what the fans here will appreciate. It's a full house once again at Edgbaston. They're urging England, of course, on to victory. As Atkinson bowls again to Hodge down the leg side, looking to turn it away, just brushing the thigh pad on the way through to the keeper.
Well, it's always nice to see a contest, isn't it? You know, and I think that you're right. I think that this Sunday crowd, even though they're a bit docile, perhaps just thinking about what they're going to have for a bit of lunch.
Or trying to remember what happened last night.
Well, perhaps, yeah, perhaps. But I think they're quite enjoying this sort of this battle. As you said, it's another full house.
Really, an appetite for Test cricket here in England, which is heartwarming. Delivery that's pushed away on the onside for his 50th run. Kavim Hodge certainly showing what he has to offer for the West Indies. It's taken him some time to get his opportunity at Test match level. He's been on the regional scene for the better part of a decade, and after 100 in Nottingham, he's now reached 50 with the West Indies 146 for 4.
50 off just 56 balls with 7 fours. His third 50-plus score in just his 5th Test. Made very good 71 in Brisbane, 120 at Nottingham. And looking at how many balls it's taken him to reach his 50s.
2 slips go down with Jason Holder on strike as Atkinson bowls to him and tucks him up. Loud appeal given him. The only question there would be height, because he's a tall man. He was on the back foot. It jagged back into him. He's been given out leg before. He's going to review.
Got to review. Must review. But I mean, it looked, he got trapped on the crease.
So they're going to have a look. We'll go through the protocols.
Umpire's call perhaps.
Looks in trouble there.
I mean, it's hit him just on that knee roll, but that knee roll is a long knee roll.
Yes, it is. That could be the only factor that could save him. No inside edge. So it's just about the ball tracking to confirm. Remember, it's been given out on the field. So even clipping will send him on his way. Umpire's call. Just clipping the corner of the leg stump. But that's enough, because he's been given out on the field and he's confirmed now as dismissed. And that's another critical blow to the West Indies' chances of making a fight of this Test match. Holder departs and the West Indies find themselves at 146 for 5.
You feel a little hard done by, don't you, as a batter there? I mean, I know it's just clipping the leg bail just on the corner, but I suppose it looked good. I can see why the umpire would have stuck his finger up there. And Gus Atkinson continues to impress me. Not only can he get the odd one to shape away, but he really does sort of dart it back at you. He gets good sideways movement off the seam, and that's what did for Holder. He sort of like rushed him, nipped back, caught in the crease. Impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and very effective.
Yes.
Gus Atkinson, and his 22nd wicket now of the series, his debut series.
Thank you.
12 in his first Test match. Joshua De Silva comes out to the middle now. The West Indies fighting desperately to carry the match deeper into day 3. The feeling would have been, starting the day 33 for 2, that it really would be only a matter of time. Jason Holder casts a forlorn figure, now making his way up into the dressing room, and will consider himself unlucky based on the technology. But again, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen than the other. You can't have it both ways. And indeed, clipping the stumps, the decision on the field is out. If it had been given not out, he would have survived. That's the margin of error. That's how it goes in the game.
Yep, absolutely. You win some, you lose some.
Ben Stokes looking to just drive another nail in the coffin. Runs in now, bowls to Hodge. He's in behind it, playing it away square on the offside. Initially seemed to say no, but then was called through for the run by Joshua De Silva. And it's 147 for 5. The lead is 53.
Well, I suppose he had his chance earlier off Stokes, didn't he? Got put down to second.
Precisely. These things happen in the game.
They do. It just looked good, didn't it? It's sort of. It's one of those ones when the sort of batter looks like it's been done by a nip back or slightly overbalances. Looked kind of good. Looked kind of good.
Yeah, I suppose when you look at the replay and you see it just clipping, you'll say, well, oh my goodness, if I was given not out, I would have stayed not out. But as I said, that's how it goes in the game. It's the technology, it's the margin of error. Can't be going on over that too much. Stokes bowls and De Silva playing it away square out towards cover point. There is no run. I have to say that Ricky Alcock is poised over your shoulder constantly. Arms folded menacingly. What have you done?
Menacingly. I can feel it. I can sense him.
He's going to be our guest at lunchtime.
Ready to unleash.
Of course, he didn't get the chance to unleash against the West Indies in 1990.
Oh, what a shame.
Ruled out by injury. There he goes. Lifting delivery. There just takes the glove off Joshua De Silva, and I'm not afraid to show the anguish of that blow on the right thumb as it just lifted off a length. And he's just bent over in anguish. A bit of extra pace there from Ben Stokes.
86, 87 miles an hour, and really got that one just a pop at De Silva. Just has that ability, doesn't he, Ben Stokes, to... I think he's got him on the bicep. Yeah. Might need a little cold sponge or a bit of cold spray or something. But that one did leap at him just from back of a length.
Yep, up a high part of the right arm, just before the shoulder itself.
Yeah. It's that sort of like, it's that angle of release that does a lot of people. You feel it must be coming in, and then it just shapes away. Really is a good length. Really difficult bowler when he's on form.
As you said, that was what 86.5 miles per hour. Well, when Ricky was playing, we didn't have the radar. I wonder what he would have clocked in those days.
I think he would have been a little bit quicker than Ben Stokes.
High 80s, low, up closer to the 90s.
I think so. Easy, pretty easy, I reckon.
It was a period when it was really tough to break into a West Indies team. If you're talking about the 1980s, you're talking about Holding, Roberts, Marshall, Garner, and so many others.
I can remember us playing a game at Uxbridge, which was quite sharp, quite a good pitch, bouncy pitch, and I think it was Kent, and I think Ricky bowled him out, and he hit Chris Cowdrey right on the badge of the helmet before he'd moved. He did. He just sort of went back and across, boink, like that. Bat was still back in his takeaway. Doink. Oh, nice.
Became a commercial pilot, so the need for speed seemed to be a real fixation. Stokes bowls a full-length delivery that he's looking to play away towards the offside. Is Joshua De Silva, after getting a bit of treatment, playing it away out towards cover. And another Barbadian, Patterson Thompson, fast bowler as well, became a commercial pilot as well. Yeah. And of course, everyone knows the story of Colin Croft.
Yes. Yeah.
Mean so-and-so with the ball, Colin Croft.
Yeah.
Very difficult to get away. He was always at you from that angle that he bowled.
Ugly. Ooh, get off.
3 slips go down. 147 for 5. As Stokes bowls to De Silva. In behind it, plays it away towards the offside again. The West Indies uncertain here, unsteady with the loss of Jason Holder. Before that, Mikhail Louis went for 57. Earlier, Alec Athanaze, LBW, sweeping at Shoaib Bashir. So they're effectively 53 for 5. Just about 4 minutes to go to the lunch interval. Stokes 1 for 41. Enjoying his work now. And we saw that from the Lord's Test match when he reached that plateau of 200 Test wickets to add to 6,000 plus runs.
Very good.
And again, bowls to De Silva, playing it away square. Now he'll get the run, going quickly for the first. Might want to come back for the second. They wisely decide against it to end the over from Ben Stokes. 1 for 42 for the England captain. And the West Indies 148 for 5. Hodge 51 and De Silva on 1. Yes, Andy?
And Gus Atkinson taking his 22nd Test wicket in just his 3rd match. That now puts him clear 4th in most wickets by an England bowler in his first 3 Tests in men's cricket. He's now behind 3 legends of English bowling. Tom Richardson played for England in the late part of the 19th century. Surrey fast bowler, took 23 wickets in his first 3 Tests. Then 2 post-war greats, Alec Bedser, 24 in his first 3. Fred Truman also 24 in his first 3. So Atkinson is now 4th behind those 3. He's overtaken Maurice Tate, interwar's medium pacer, Nick Cook, left-arm spinner, who had a great start to his career in the 1980s, and a chap called Simpson Hayward, double-barrel name, who bowled, I believe he's the last serious underarm bowler, and he used to bowl underarm lobs in the early 20th century.
Some people say I did a bit of that.
Last over to the lunch interval. An interesting 3rd morning's play as Atkinson bowls to De Silva, looking to turn it away off the thigh pad, dropping short of the keeper, picking it up on the half volley. Down the leg side, Jamie Smith.
It just looks simple, doesn't it, Atkinson? It's just nice straight lines, you know, no extravagant run up, and then he just bowls. I like the way he just bowls the ball, head down, walks back. You know, gets on with it, doesn't he? no histrionics, and just bowls that nice steady line, but has moved it. I mean, not a lot of people have got it to seam as much as he has.
So he's the fourth most successful overall after 3 tests among England bowlers. As he's in now, bowls to De Silva, plays it away square, no run, out towards backward point. I wonder what the record would be overall. When you think about it, you think that somewhere along there Bob Massey would fit in because he got 16 wickets in his first test match. Yes. Narendra Hirwani, the Indian leg spinner, 16 wickets in his first test match.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to find out what the overall record is for the most wickets after 3 test matches.
Murley,
maybe.
Might be in there, perhaps.
Might be in there. Still just the 2 slips as Atkinson bowls to De Silva. Delivery down the leg side, helping it away to long leg for the single for his second run. Hodge back in strike on 51. West Indies 149 for 5. 3 deliveries left in the over that they'll be looking to negotiate as safely as they can. Andy.
Narendra Hirwani leads that table. 31 wickets in his first 3 tests, 16 in the first of those, as you mentioned. Tailed off rather significantly after that. I think ended up with about 60, 65 test wickets. After him, I'll come to it after this ball.
Halfway through the over, Gus Atkinson bowls again, short, and he's into the pull shot, gets it away out towards deep backward square, diving save, brilliant save on the boundary by Ollie Pope. Cut out the boundary attempt, saved 3 runs there with the effort.
Watch that shoulder, Ollie, full stretch.
150 comes up for the West Indies, 150 for 5, the lead is 56. Yes, Andy.
In second place, Charles the Terror Turner, 29 wickets in 3 tests, a late 19th century Australian bowler, and Prabhath Jayasuriya, who we'll see probably with Sri Lanka later this summer, 29 in his first 3 left-arm spinner.
Very interesting.
Nice, look forward to seeing him.
Atkinson bowls and he's driving straight. Here's De Silva. The hands went up in the slips, thinking that he had breached the defence for the right-hander, looking to play that forcing shot. 150 for 5, so 1 delivery left. I'm not sure, depending on the umpire's watches, if they'll squeeze in another over, because it's just on 1 o'clock right now, but we'll have to wait and see. 150 for 5.
I think that will be England's lot. Good session. Enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching Kevin Hodge.
2 for 19 for Atkinson, looking to make it 3 as he bowls to De Silva, and he's in behind it carefully, plays it back up along the pitch, and he immediately turns around to head back towards the pavilion. No, it's a no ball, in fact, so there's going to be 1 more ball to be bowled.
There I was, offering me Sunday dinner. I've got 1 more.
And given that he would have already mentally switched off Joshua De Silva, he's going to have to switch back on to make sure that he's totally focused on this delivery that's coming up. 151 for 5.
You could see that De Silva just he played it and had spun round
ready
and
to
was
go.
Off for his lunch. Yeah, you're right. Got to switch back on.
Let's see what happens here. As Atkinson bowls to him now, and he's tucking this one away. And again, he turns immediately to walk off, having played it out towards mid-wicket. And it is lunchtime now on an eventful 3rd morning here at Edgbaston. The West Indies resuming at 33 for 2, have advanced to 151, but they've lost 3 wickets. Athenaeus going for 12. Mikhail Louis falling for 57. And also the departure of Jason Holder for 12. A wicket each for Shoaib Bashir, Ben Stokes, and also a wicket for Stokes, as I mentioned. And indeed, he's really kept things tight, and a wicket for Atkinson as well. 118 runs in the session for the loss of those 3 wickets of the West Indies, lead by 57. So effectively, they are 57 for 5 before I bring in Simon to have his chat with Ricky Alcock, just to give you the bowling figures. Wokes, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Atkinson, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Bashir, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Wood, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. And Stokes, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Here's Simon.
Razia, thank you very much. Really interesting morning's cricket. England chip away with 3, but West Indies getting ahead. But a lot of work to do this afternoon if they're to set something meaningful for England in the final innings of the match. So 57 for 5 effectively. Now, in a moment, we're going to speak to Ricky Alcock. It's a fascinating story to tell about bowling fast and flying planes and a really interesting life. First to Belfast, because there's a very tense climax to the test between Ireland and Zimbabwe, and Test match special commentator Michael McNamee is there. What's the latest news, Michael?
Well, the latest news is here we've got an extra 4 overs. We are going to have delayed lunch on day 4 because Ireland, chasing 158 for victory against Zimbabwe, are currently 147 for 6. Andy McBride, who's just smashed one down the ground, and that's hasn't gone for 4, but it's gone for another 2. McBride definitely going to be player of the match should Ireland hold on for victory. He's got vital runs in both innings. He's 51 not out. He's now 53 not out. You might remember he and Margaret Eyre put on big runs at Lords in the second innings last year, and Adair is there on 17. So Ireland 149 for 6, chasing 158 for victory. It would be successive victories in Test cricket after that win. Another single for Ireland over Afghanistan and Abu Dhabi back in March. It would be a first win on Irish soil. This a historic Test match in Belfast, the first ever to be played in Northern Ireland. Stormont becoming the 123rd men's Test venue, and Ireland have reached the 150 with McBride on 54 and Adair on 17. They need 8 more runs, and Sean Williams, the spinner, is in, and just played into the covers. No run for Market there. It's been quite a Test match. Zimbabwe 210 and 197. Ireland 250 in their first innings, with PJ Moore, the former Zimbabwean player, making 79. The crucial runs, possibly an astonishing 59 extras conceded by Zimbabwe, including a record 42 byes by debut wicketkeeper Clive Mandande, who was also out for a golden duck, one of 3 golden ducks in this match, with 3 bowlers on hat-tricks as well, and we had an all-run 5 today for Ireland, so it's all happening here. There's another single for Ireland. They're 151. They need just 7 more runs, and remember, this is only the second men's Test match to be played in Irish soil since the very first Test match the Ireland men's team played back in 2018 in Dublin against Pakistan.
That will run 5. How did that happen, Michael?
Well, it was played straight to the boundary. The fielder was running for it, tried to stop it, ended up leaping over the advertising board. Took a while to correct himself getting back from the advertising board. He'd have been better off letting the ball run to the boundary, but by the time he got the ball back in, Ireland had run 5.
I think that's actually trending on social media. There's a clip of that, the all-run 5. I don't think there was any relay fielding. You normally see 2 fielders run to the boundary these days, but there's only 1. What was what's the crowd been like, Michael? People turned up to watch the historic first Test in Belfast?
I think if you were an English cricket fan, you'd probably describe it as seen like a festival match, because there are no grandstands here at Stormont, so you're sitting on plastic seating all around the ground. It's a lovely tree-encircled playing arena. Absolutely glorious sunshine today. Certainly the best of the 4 days. We had a couple of torrential downpours as well, but overall the weather has been kind, and Ireland now looking for just 7 more. Is that playing a miss there by the towering Mark Adair, and a few nerves around here. We've certainly wonderful, a couple hundred Zimbabwean fans as well standing over by the scoreboard on the far side, and certainly last night when Ireland were at 6s and 7s, they went from 6 without loss to 6 for 3, and then they were 21 for 5 overnight. So it's been an astonishing comeback today. Tremendous partnership between Lorcan and Tucker. The wicketkeeper made 56. He was the one wicket to fall today. He was bowled. He chopped on the towering Blessing Muzarabani. He was 56, but he had a wonderful partnership of 96 with Andy McBride, and it's the nuggety McBride who possibly will see Ireland a victory. And as I say, he's a real competitor. And at the moment, Ireland looking at back-to-back Test victories. This is their 9th Test match in men's international cricket, and as I say, at 6 for 3 yesterday evening and then 21 for 5 overnight. I think had we played another 40 minutes, maybe an hour last night, it could have been all wrapped up and a Zimbabwean victory, but totally different batting conditions this morning. Glorious sunshine, and Ireland 152, needing just 6 more. And I think we certainly will have enough deliveries. Will Ireland be able to find the crucial runs? It's currently Andy McBride on strike, and coming in Richard Garva, who took 4 of those 5 wickets to fall yesterday evening, pushed off his legs by McBride for a single. So that's 153. Remember the victory target 158. Yeah, it was a sellout yesterday. Bearing in mind there are no grandstands here, Cricket Ireland don't have a huge amount of money to rub together, and they took a decision that there weren't going to be enough spectators to maybe fill a grandstand. So the spectators sitting on seats virtually all the way around this pretty much circular playing arena. Lovely sunshine. It's a big sporting day on the island.
Michael, we'll come back. We'll come back to you when you've got a result. Seems like Ireland are almost there now, doesn't it? Winning that Test match.
5 more needed.
Belfast. 5 more needed. Great. Thanks very much, Michael. We'll get back to you and put the final full stop on that sentence there. Is actually a good comeback from Ireland to look there on the verge of beating Zimbabwe after struggling overnight. Just a reminder, the situation here at Edgbaston is that West Indies are 151 for 5 at lunch, so still in a tricky position. 57 for 5 effectively. Hodges 52 and De Silva is on 2. Now our lunchtime guest is our Barbados-born fast bowler who played county cricket for Worcestershire and Middlesex and was seen at the time as a future star for England. I can remember you bowling at like the speed of light at Cheltenham one day, Ricky. So Ricky Elcott was called up for a tour of the West Indies in 1990 with a reputation as one of the fastest bowlers in the country, but cruelly he was injured almost before the tour had begun with a stress fracture to the back and never really recovered. He had to find a new career. He relocated to the USA. Actually, you could be telling us all this, couldn't you? Because it's your life story. But you qualified as a commercial airline pilot, first black captain with Virgin Atlantic, a life of ups and downs, including receiving 4 life-saving brain operations in the space of 8 weeks. It's all in his autobiography, Balls to Fly. Welcome to Test Match Special, Ricky.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
There's a lot to talk about, isn't there? Okay, well let's go back to the start. So you grew up in Barbados. When did you know you had something special as a cricketer?
Probably about 10 years old when I went into Combermere, and initially
that's a school in Barbados?
Yes, a school in Barbados. Carlos Brathwaite went to school there. Chris Jordan, for instance, Rihanna, you probably have heard, they all went to school there. But I arrived there as a 10-year-old and decided I wanted to play cricket with the big boys. Found out that it wasn't as easy as that to actually bat against them. It was, preferable to try and bowl a cricket ball as quick as I possibly could at them. So that was my initial, and I progressed fairly quickly from there as a 10-year-old into playing first division cricket, probably at 14 years old in Barbados.
When I was at school, all I wanted to do was play sport. Were you interested in your studies as well?
I suppose if I was born in today, they would say I had ADHD or something like that. I was the kind of kid that wanted to jump as high as I could and run as fast as I could. I had 2 things going for me. Obviously, growing up in an incredibly poor environment, but I had 2 things going for me. One, that I was relatively clever child, and the second one, that I was relatively athletic child. The first one got me into Combermere School, which is a grammar school in Barbados, and the second one got me a scholarship into Malvern College here in England.
Yeah, so how did that come about? So you're Malvern at what age?
15 years old.
So how did you get a scholarship in Malvern? How did that sort of...
I played against Malvern as a 14-year-old in Barbados and scared him. 14 years, I could bowl fairly quickly.
What do you reckon you were at 14 in terms of miles per hour?
Oh, I'd have been man speed, I tell you, at 14 years old. I mean, I was playing first division at that age in Barbados, so, I was playing with the big boys, Clark and Daniel and people like that. But so I scared them, and I think they went away and thought, we'd much rather bring this kid to England and let him have a go at other public schools in England,
I'll tell you what, just going to break in. Let's go quickly back to Michael McNamee in Belfast.
A famous Test victory for the Ireland men's team here at Stormont. The first ever Test match we played in Northern Ireland. Margaret Ayres just clubbed the winning runs, a boundary down the ground. He finished on 24. I'm sure Andy McBrien's going to be player of the match with 7 wickets overall. Crucial runs in both innings. McBrien ended up 55 not out. Ireland reached their victory target of 158 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Ireland have beaten Zimbabwe by 4 wickets in Belfast.
Michael, thanks very much indeed. So let's continue with Ricky Elcott. Where did we get to? We got to Malvern School, so they wanted you to bowl for them rather than against them.
Yeah.
So you came over at 14. Was that? I mean, how many times have you been outside of Barbados?
I hadn't hardly left my village, so I I've played against them and scared them, and they said, "Look, we'll bring you over to England," and at that stage I was quite advanced. As a matter of fact, I went down to the 1991 Test in Barbados, which is where Roland Butcher made his debut as the first black player for England. It's also where Michael Holden bowled that famous over to
Jeffrey.
And also where Kenny Burrington died in that particular Test match. And old Alan Smith, who was the manager, funny enough, from here at Edgbaston, he invited me to bowl in the nets. So at 15 years old, I was bowling at the England team in the nets in 1981. So I had a really good start and a good blessing.
So then you go to Malvern.
What
was that like, that transition from being in Barbados? You said you'd hardly been out of your village, and then you're suddenly in Malvern College.
Absolutely. Sensory overload, as you could imagine. I was seeing new things. I was hearing new things, smelling new things, tasting new things. It was the first time I'd seen a colour television. And not only was it a colour television, but it actually changed channels by itself. I didn't know that a remote control existed. A toaster. Can you imagine a toaster? I'd never seen a toaster. I can still remember my chaperone, Gary Lee, getting up with a handful of bread and going over to this strange implement in the corner and putting it in and coming back with burnt bread. And I remember thinking, what in God's earth would make you burn good bread, And
it's a very good question, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. So, all of these things, apart from the cold and your first time I wore a blazer, first time I wore a jumper, all kinds of, I just went into, sensory overload, and it was a fairly interesting period in my life.
So what time of the year would you come over?
I came over the 17th of April, which, I flew on the 17th of April, so I arrived here. And I think they designed it that way so that I went straight into the cricket season rather than coming at the beginning of September and then going into the winters. My housemaster, a guy called Alan Duff, who was incredibly clever, and I think he designed it that type of way.
You were the only black boy in the school?
Absolutely.
So what was that like?
Well, they were looking at me like I had 12 heads, and I was looking at them like they had 12 heads. Because I'd never seen so many white people in one place, and they'd never seen a black guy, So we all looking at one another like we were all crazy. But what I will say is they all looked after me as much as they could, and I've still got a lot of friends. As a matter of fact, we got a get-together 40 years at Malvern on the 12th of September, so we're still meeting up, saying hello to each other.
And you play for the school. I bet there are a few schools who think, Malvern College, I've heard they've got this guy called Ricky Elcott. I've just gone in the hamstring, sir, today. I'm not sure I can play. Was it a bit like that?
It was strange. And I don't think Malvern sort of helped themselves because they would walk around with a couple of helmets and offer them to the opposing team. And so, before we got there, their backs was up. I remember turning up at Harrow to play against Harrow, and the old umpire saying, one short ball today and you'll be off. Or I remember playing at Repton and
was that because your reputation was out there and they'd heard Malvern had this fast bowler, and they're actually trying to say, look, come on, just pitch it up. What did you think about that? Do you think that was right or not?
I thought they were having a go, and Malvern thought they were, and they'd said, well, for years they'd had Pi got down here bowling quick at us, and here's we turn up with a young quick bowler, and now you're complaining, So there was a little bit of tension between the teams and schools. Repton, I hit my old schoolmate, my old colleague, John Kerr, on the head. They called the match off, So there was lots of tensions and, a lot of times that I thought they were picking on me, but I think it was just public school rivalries.
Yeah, so John Kerr went on to play for Middlesex.
Yeah, I went on and played at Middlesex with myself,
So how did you then progress from, presumably word got around, did it, that Malvern's got this young quick bowler, and he's worth having a look at?
Absolutely. So I came over at 15. By 16, I was playing for Worcester. So I went straight into the Worcester side that same summer. So the first summer that I was here, playing county cricket, second 11 for Worcester. And then the next year, I actually made my county debut playing for Worcestershire. as a 17-year-old against Middlesex, funny enough. And Mike Bearley, Simon Hughes was in that side. Had a few. I think I got him out as a matter of fact.
Well, that wouldn't be difficult, would it? Yeah, he was all right. Let's face it. Yeah, he just has to walk out there with his pads on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, that's a remarkably quick transition, isn't it? You know, coming over at 14 in the Worcester side at 16. Did you feel ready for professional cricket at that age?
Yeah, I felt quite ready because I'd played first division cricket in Barbados at that time was probably as strong as any kind of cricket anywhere in the world. I mean, I played a first division game in Barbados as a 14-year-old against a side by the name of BCL, and they had Franklin Stevenson, Sylvester Clark, and Ezra Mosley in their bowling attack. I mean, and I was playing them at 14 years old. So I was ready. I mean, I could play and I could bowl fast enough that it didn't matter.
And how did your career progress from there?
My career started well and then went through a really bad patch because I think everybody wanted a piece of me. Here was a 16-year-old, 17-year-old that could bowl extremely quick, and everybody wanted a piece. I was playing first class cricket. I was playing second class, under 25, under 17, under 19, and it just was too much for me at the time. And eventually I ended up with a bad injury.
Because bowlers weren't really looked after in the same way as they are now, then?
Absolutely not. Nobody cared. Everybody just wanted a piece of the action, and I ended up playing too much, doing too much, and just got injured.
And was that accepted among the coaches and the club that you were playing for? Or were they just saying, "Well, come on, we just need to get on the field"?
Yeah, absolutely. So I became a little bit of a leper at Worcester because I couldn't bowl fast as they wanted me to, and I ended up a fairly miserable time in the sort of Worcester dressing room for myself until I eventually left and moved on to Middlesex.
Did you feel you were sort of being targeted a bit, that you weren't sort of pulling your weight in the dressing room?
Yeah, absolutely. First time I'd ever seen the word skiver or heard the word skiver, I remember one of the teammates saying, "You're a skiver," and I'd never heard that word. I remember walking up to the library in Worcester to go and look it up to make sure to see what it meant. I thought this guy was having a swear word at me, to tell the truth, and so that was a period that was really sort of desolate and desperate, depressing for myself until I could leave. Really.
And what about you're here? What about your family back in Barbados?
Well,
how often did you see them?
The first time I saw them after coming to Malvern was at the Christmas. So they said I would go home usually during the summer on Christmas, but of course I was playing for Worcester during the summer, so I never. So the first year I just spent in England, I went back at Christmas time.
And what was that like?
It was nice to start with. Everybody wanted to see me, or my whole village. Obviously, I'd come back. I'd gone a little taller. My mum was desperate to look after me and see me. And then it turned for the worse because my dad actually died that same Christmas. So here I was, first time back in Barbados. And within a couple of weeks of arriving back in Barbados, my dad had died.
It must have been so difficult then to go back to England.
Oh, desperate. I mean, it's desperate. My mum was, God rest her soul, she just wanted me back. I think because she had 3 children that she was going to have to look after financially, but also because she recognized that I needed to be educated properly to be eventually, hopefully, try and look after the family. Very brave woman, I will say that.
Did she want you to go initially to Malvern? Did she saw the opportunity there for you?
Yeah, she saw the opportunity, but she found it incredibly difficult. And, she said to me in later years, she said, basically, I cried every night. I dreamt that you had pneumonia and died fairly much every night. And I look back and I think, at the time, I never saw that. I just was interested in going to England, something that I'd listened to cricket all my life. Yeah. And but she worried about it all.
Did you want to go? I mean, you say, "Oh, it's already well, it seems like a good opportunity to go." Did you actually want to go?
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up in a little wooden house in Barbados with no running water or toilet facilities even. And but we would listen to cricket. My dad would listen to cricket from all over the world. So I was listening to Test match, from England John Arlott and people like that. And I just wanted to see what it was like, just the same as I wanted to see India or Delhi or any of these places where my dad had little transition radio that he had. We would all listen, crowd around it and change the batteries every 2 minutes and listen to cricket.
So let's just fast forward a little bit then, because we've just gone back to how your mum dealt with you going away and how difficult it must have been actually after your father died. So you were playing for Worcester, you had the injury, and so kind of what happened there, because there were more successes but injuries along the way as well.
Yeah, I had my little bits of successes in between the injuries, and until eventually I was put in plaster cast for 6 months. So they plastered me basically from my neck down to my private parts.
So you had to walk around with a plaster cast on for 6 months, or just rest?
Yeah, for 6 months I had this plaster cast on, and couldn't wait to get out of it. Eventually I got out of it and trained myself back up. Assumed that I was going to be in the Worcester side, and Duncan Furley at the time said, "No, you're going off to play for Farsley in the Yorkshire League, and keep you as far away from Worcester as possible." Mind you, Graham Hick at the time was the overseas player and making lots and lots of runs. So that's what I did. But I just, that particular position wasn't tenable for very long.
So what happened then? You ended up going to Middlesex?
Yeah, I asked to leave, which they denied me 1 year, and then the next year they said, right, you can go. And I went off to Middlesex.
Happily, or with sort of resentment at how Worcester treated you?
Happily.
Yeah, right.
It was a decision that I should have made in 1982. Having played my first county game against Middlesex, I think someone had said, look, why don't you come to Middlesex? And I felt that I owed Worcester the opportunity to play for them because they'd given me my first chance. But eventually I should have gone really at that time.
Did you feel that was Middlesex a better environment for you?
For a fast bowler, absolutely. Gat was a fast bowling captain. I think he played spin so well that he never really, didn't like spinners. So suddenly he had this guy that could bowl a ball, over 90 miles an hour. He could call his big fast bowler back and blow away the tail and stuff like that. So that was the environment for me. And he was very clear, which was something that was lacking at Worcester. At Worcester, I didn't know whether I was going to bowl 5 overs or 15 overs. But Gat would say, 5 overs and then you can go off and have a shower. So it was very clear that I could run in for 5 overs and bowl as quickly as I could.
And it went so well for you at Middlesex that you did get selected.
Selected for England.
Yeah.
Straight, that first year, straight into the England side and off to the Caribbean.
Because I remember it pretty well, because I remember there's a lot of excitement, because, of course, West Indies had lots of fast bowlers.
Yeah.
And England, they needed something to sort of go back at West Indies
absolutely.
with. So there was this young fast bowler. And, but it didn't quite work out.
Nah, we turned up in the Caribbean and instantly I had sort of back pain. And as you say, there was myself, Devon Malcolm at the time, Daffy de Freitas, so, we all in our side. I turned up in the Caribbean, suddenly started to have back pain, and I tried everything. I had acupuncture in St. Lucia from some back street place. I remember Mickey Stewart going absolutely crazy and saying, Ray, this is the age of AIDS. Why are you letting people stick needles in your back? A guy in the hotel, I remember a guy phoning me up and saying, you want to go and buy a bottle of WD-40 and spray it on your back? That'll get rid of your back pain. And I walked down the road and bought a bottle of I was just desperate, clutching at straws.
So the back injury, was that the injury that kind of finished your career?
Absolutely. And that, I turned back, eventually they sent me back to England to have it looked at, and they did the scans and stuff. I found out I had 6 stress fractures, so no end of acupuncture was ever going to fix that. And they were quite high in my back as well, so they couldn't actually fuse them like most fast bowlers of the time, So mine was L3, 4, and 5. And so they decided to take bone off my hip and graft into the actual individual cracks and then screw them together. And that was quite new sort of surgery at the time. And of course it didn't work. Within a year or so, I'd sort of broken down again.
And was that the end then?
No, they had a second operation. They said they would do an exploratory operation because was bowling fast, but I was in pain, you know. And eventually I said, look, there's pain. You know, I'm eating too many painkillers and anti-inflammatories. I need some help now. So they decided to do an exploratory operation, see what they could find. And I went into operating theatre at 9 o'clock in the morning and woke up at 10 o'clock at night. And I thought, well, it couldn't be that exploratory. And eventually what they found was that I'd broken a lot of the pins. And so they had to drill them out and refuse
Goodness
them.
me.
And so that was that then. I came back again. I started playing again, and then it started again. And final straw was pre-season in 1992, and I started projectile vomiting and stuff like that. And
because of the pain?
Because of the pain, yeah. And so they eventually said, look, you need to stop now.
Yeah. Do you think you would have been better looked after now? Because bowlers are better looked after now?
Yeah, I think so.
Just get out there. It's just, you know,
absolutely.
Just a bit of back pain.
Absolutely.
Bowl through it or whatever.
Yeah, I think I'd been managed a lot. At 17, 16 years old, though I could bowl perhaps at 90 miles an hour, I had no understanding of managing myself. So it was difficult to manage your body and to... That's Butch coming
Butch in the back, just giving him a salute.
Yeah.
Did you bowl at Butch?
I missed Butch very early in his career. Bowl his dad, of course.
Yeah, Alan Butcher.
Yeah.
So, okay, I mean, bowling with tremendous pain, but so you had to stop. And then what happened next?
Then I went through an incredibly depressive period when I very nearly decided to take the ultimate thing and end it all because I was just so depressed. Eventually, anyway, I went off. My ex-wife now, or my wife at the time, she said, look, Rick, go and see my mum, and she's a psychiatrist. And she basically said, look, you're depressed. You know, you need to get out of England. So I went off to America backpacking and going around, so I was away from cricket, not seeing it, and decided I wanted to fly airplanes. Now, this is something...
Not everybody does that. My cricket career's over. I'm going to fly aeroplanes now. So was that something that was in your mind from a while back?
Absolutely. I'll tell you, as a 12-year-old, I'd ridden my bike down to the harbor in Barbados, and I'd watched the American Navy landing planes on an aircraft carrier. I'd wangle my way for a little tour of this thing and sat in the cockpit of this thing, and I thought, whoa, I'd love to do this, you know. And I went home and said to my dad, look, I like to fly airplanes. And my dad said to me, black people don't fly airplanes, you know, think about doctor or lawyer or something like that. And I remember thinking, as the kind of kid I was, well, I'm going to be the first to do it. I'll show you, you know. So obviously cricket, then sidelined by cricket, and then of course when it all came to an abrupt end, this is the only thing that I thought I could do. I thought, I got no interest in anything else. So I went off and decided I went to flight school.
So what was that process? How easy was that?
It was nightmare because I didn't have much money. And, you know, they don't tell you that most pilots, apart from being white, most pilots are quite middle class. They all have lots of money to pay. You know, pilot license in today's money is £120,000, and I had very little. So I was on a sort of shoestring and having to do everything at the one attempt. I didn't have 2 attempts to do anything, but I managed to get through the whole course at 1 attempt, and then put myself on the market, only to find that I could not get a job anywhere.
Because?
Well, I don't know. But I will say that all my school colleagues got jobs and I didn't. So the only job that I could eventually get was to fly off to the Caribbean and go and work for the local airline over there, which I did. But I continued to write to various airlines around the world, and eventually I got Virgin Atlantic sent me a letter one afternoon and said, look, you know, we'd like you to come for an interview.
What did that feel like?
Yeah, amazing. And I turned up to the interview, and I'd been to a few interviews before, all of them ended in failure. And so I was quite apprehensive. I walked into the interview, did the interview, and, you know, they asked me about my cricketing career and background and all that kind of stuff.
What age were you here then?
At this stage, I was 29. Right. Yeah, so I spent 3 or so years going to flight school and that kind of stuff. And anyway, at the end of it was a group discussion. I suppose they wanted to see how you reacted with other people. And this guy walked in and he said, hey, you know, my name is Captain Newby. which part of Barbados are you from? And I said, do you know Barbados? You know, and he said, yeah, of course. My wife is a Barbadian. So that was my little bit of luck. And, you know, within 3 months or so, I was flying for Virgin Atlantic.
Wow. What was that like?
Flying a jumbo for the first time. You know, absolutely amazing. Going from bowling fast to flying a jumbo is just, I mean, it's the most iconic aircraft anywhere on Earth. And I've got 20,000 hours in that thing.
And then you become a captain.
Yeah, I within 6 years at Virgin, I went up for command, managed to pass that, and you know, I started to fly in the 747 as a captain.
It's funny, actually, everyone does their job, and after a while it probably feels quite mundane. You just turn up for work and just do it because you've been doing it for years. But it always strikes me, you're sitting in that cockpit, it's just about to take off, and you're responsible for the lives of all the people in the back of the plane. What's that like?
Well, I once asked the old captain when I first started flying commercial. I said, you know, how do you deal with the sort of pressure of 400 people? And he said to me, just look after yourself. Don't worry about that. If you get there, they'll
get there. Yeah.
And that's how I sort of thought that was quite a good way to rationalize it.
So you were flying for what? I just don't work out. What, 20 years or something like that?
Yep.
And then
I fell down the stairs one morning. I arrived back from Barbados. Fell down the stairs, thought nothing of it. Went away for 4 years, but started to have headaches and all kinds of stuff. Eventually, I was flying back from LA on the 787. Now I'm on the Dreamliner, and just didn't feel right. So I stood myself down, declared an emergency, called an ambulance, and they found out that I had a brain bleed, which was something that manifested itself from 4 years previous to that. It took them basically 4 operations to find out exactly what to do and to solve it.
And what did that mean for your flying career?
It means that my flying career is still on hold now. One of the issues, and I'll tell you quickly, my mum used to have, all the family over. Every Christmas she would have this massive party, and she'd bring all the families. And my mum has got a lot of brothers. You know, my granddad had fairly active loins. Anyway, so because this was coming up to Christmas, I asked that nobody would tell her that I was sick. I didn't want to ruin the party. So after the first operation, nobody told us. Second operation, and third operation, and then it made a turn for the worse. So now I'm at death's door, and they decided, well, we're going to have to tell her. So she's flying to England on the 22nd of January. This is 2019. And so I got up in the morning of the 22nd of January, walked into the toilet, and decided to lock the door, turn the shower on, and suddenly I have this seizure, the mother of all seizures. Now, 40 minutes in this toilet, and I could hear people coming to the door and going away because it's engaged. And so I'm lying on the floor, and I had 3 things in my mind at this time, even though this siege is still going on. A, never lock a bathroom door again. And now this is even going to come back and haunt me on the way up here on the British Rail train when somebody walks in.
Well, that's happened to a few people before.
Absolutely.
I think.
Right. The second thing, the shower's still on, so I'm getting wet lying on the floor while I'm seizing. And I remember thinking, don't ever have a bath, because if you have a bath, you're going to drown. If I was in the bath at that time, I would definitely drown. And the third thing, your mum is outside. You're not dying today. You know, maybe tomorrow, but not today. You're not going to die today. And that was the 3 things that went through my mind during that period of time.
How did you get out?
Well, I as you'll see in the book, I heaved my way to the door and basically lied at the feet of a nurse as the door burst open. And that seizure went on for another 45 minutes after that. So basically I seized for 2.5 hours. And the thing that saved me is that I was relatively fit. And the other thing that saved me was my determination, of course. And the only way they could stop that seizure was to induce a coma. So I was in a coma for 4 days.
And how long ago was that?
This is 2019.
Right, 2019.
2019, so January 2019.
So the surgery saved your life.
Surgery saved my life. The fourth surgery, so they eventually found out that I'd had a membrane that was built up over the brain bleed for the 4 years previously, and it basically had grown big enough that it had shifted my brain to one side, and that's what was causing the issues. So once they cleared the membrane, touch wood, I've managed to be seizure-free and fairly healthy.
And what do you have to do to get back flying again?
I have to, basically it's time. I have to prove to them that I'm not going to have another seizure, and that only time, because nobody knows when you're going to have another seizure. Anybody can have a seizure at any time. So I'm just waiting basically for a 5-year period, and then for them to have a look and say, well, no, you haven't had a seizure. Maybe we'll give it back to you.
Do you want to fly again?
Yes, I'd love to finish it on my terms.
Yeah.
That's what I'd love to do, on my terms. Yeah.
Right. Here's an email from Ninian Goff. Do you remember this name, Ricky? I was in the same house as Ricky at Malvern College. Schoolhouse, albeit 3 years. But
okay.
So you might not remember.
I might not have bowled at him.
As a 13-year-old, I watched him bowl in the first 11, and the keeper and slips were pretty much on the boundary. I also believe that some teams refused to play if he was in the Malvern side. Quick wasn't the word. At least I can say both Ricky and I played for Malvern first 11. Presumably not at the same time. Legend, yeah.
Absolutely. It was a good time, good house. And we met some good people. Hostmaster, Alan Duff, top man, and I wish that he was around to see me, A, fly a 747 and B, be selected for England.
Were you in US airspace when 9/11 happened?
Yes, I'd come back from US airspace, and I'd flown a jumbo back into England.
So it wasn't like had a big effect?
Yeah, well, it affected it in the fact that all the airplanes was grounded, and including mine, but it didn't affect me as in I flew out of Boston, one of the airports that they actually used, on the same day, so I was there.
And here's Chris Swift. I used to work on the sports desk of the Worcester Evening News, and I remember taking part in a 6-a-side Pro-Am at New Road as part of Ricky's benefit season. In our first game, I managed to drop Ian Botham at deep square leg. It was going like an exit missile. And in the second, fielded a straight drive by Rob Bailey off my own bowling and broke a finger.
Oh, dear.
There we go. Well, it's nice to hear that people are listening and reconnecting memories of you. The clock has been... Do you still have time to watch cricket?
I do. And since this injury, I've managed to spend a lot of time. So I've been to Australia to the T20. I've been to India for the T50. And I was just at the T20 in the Caribbean. So I've spent a lot of time.
Did the flying make up for the cricket, the fact that you had the injury and had to retire? Has it made up? Has it been a fantastic second career?
Absolutely. I love flying. It's a brilliant thing to do. I mean, to fly an aircraft, a jumbo jet, 450 people we can carry, and you be the one that's controlling it. You cannot get any better than that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
I've done 2 jobs in my life. One as a sportsman, one as a pilot. And I think you ask most little boys, they would say we do any one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ricky Alcock's autobiography, Balls to Fly, there's lots more in it as well. There's lots in it, about his experience in county cricket as well, and dealing with all sorts of things at county level and at school as well. So, yeah, it's well worth a read. Thanks very much for joining us, Ricky. We could actually talk for much more.
Absolutely.
But the players have beaten us. There's some cricket's going to break out there. And West Indies are resuming on 151 for 5 with Hodge on 52 and De Silva on 2. And they've got a lot of work to do this afternoon and picking up 3 wickets this morning. Right, play's about to resume. It looks as if it's going to be Mark Wood after lunch. And it's definitely going to be Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Simon. I can thoroughly recommend that book, Balls to Fly, having read it, all of it. It's an incredible story, an incredible journey that Ricky's had. West Indies resume, though, now 57 runs ahead, 5 wickets down. They show really exciting glimpses. Stephen Finn is alongside me. Glimpses as the first ball goes through to the keeper of what might happen or might have happened, but they just kept on losing wickets at just the wrong moment. There were some drop catches. It was an action-packed session, really. Plenty happening. How many runs were there in that session? Oh, I've asked Andy just as he's got some food in his mouth.
There were 118 for 3 in 27 overs.
Rather fun, wasn't it?
Action-packed, yeah.
It was action-packed.
What's going on?
Yeah. Now, Mark Wood is in the attack. We have got quite a field for Cavum Hodge, who's on 52. We have 2 slips, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, and it's obviously a short ball ploy because we've got a deep square leg, a long leg, and a fine leg. There's Wood. Is in. And that's full. It strikes on the pad, going down leg, I fancy, just tailing away. Wood asks a question, doesn't really want to pursue it.
Yeah, it's definitely reverse swinging here, or at least tailing, I'm not sure. I'd classify reverse swing as being able to swing the ball both ways. I'm not sure that's possible at the moment. This ball definitely tailing in with the shiny side towards the leg stump. It hits flush on the front pad, but I think clearly just going down the leg side. But it's quick, it's straight, with a bit of shape on it from Mark Wood.
That was the bluff, really, with the field set out for the short ball as Wood is in. And he's a little short. He gets up on his toes, Hodge, and just guides it down to deep backward point for a single. First run after lunch, 152 for 5. We've seen a lot of short ball ploys on this pitch. Saw a lot last year as well, didn't we?
Yeah, this pitch has had more pace in it than that Ashes game last year. I think that was a real turgid, horrible test wicket, the one that was here last year. This year, the edges have carried, and the thing that you want, you can understand as a fast bowler, if the pitch is flat and it's true, that's fine. But if I beat someone and I nick them off, I want that ball to carry to the slips. But last year in the Ashes test, it wasn't. Everything has carried to the slips so far in this game.
As Wood is in again. Right arm over. Into De Silva, who gets struck on the pad, and that's a better shout. That looks closer, and he's imploring. He's on for the second implore. And I think they might have a look at this one. I think the chances are it's probably umpire's call and clipping leg, but I would not be at all surprised they are going to look at this.
That looks a lot better.
Straighter, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks a lot better to me, and you can tell where the ball ends up as well. That's thudded.
See the umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
You could also tell from Wood's appeal, couldn't you? Because he did the appeal and then he appealed again. He did the bounce up and down appeal.
Front on coming up.
I think it's just tailing down. Umpire's call.
Thank you. It appears there's no bat involved.
Both his feet are inside the crease.
Double check that with
very far
ultra
to go.
edge, please.
True. I mean, this is definitely closer.
Ultra edge coming up. I've got a gap between bat and ball and a flat line, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Here we go. He's not even got a stride in. He's got almost a foot in front of the crease.
Ball tracking coming up. Impact in line and umpire's call on the wickets. Adrian, you'll stay with your original call of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Umpire Norcross, spot on again.
Well, if there was no batter there, that's cartwheeling leg stump out of the ground. I'd like to know the percentage that was hitting leg stump. I would say that's in the 40s % hitting leg stump. Clearly, it has to be more than 50 for it to be overturned on umpire's call.
It looked much more out, and in fact, you're right, Vinny, that would have knocked the stump out of the ground. I think it wasn't a clip. As Wood is in full, goes straight through to Silva, beaten for pace. He's got the field set out for the hook, but so far he's not bowled a short ball yet. And just to explain, half the ball or more has to be shown to be hitting the stump.
For it to be overturned.
For it to be overturned, yeah. For it not to be umpire's call, basically. For it to be hitting. And on this occasion, it was about sort of 48% of the ball.
Yeah, but then had that been given out, it would have remained out because of the umpire's call working the other way.
I mean, as John Arlott once described it, a shot that wasn't so much late as posthumous, the previous, the next ball that we've had.
He's bust his bat as well. He's hit the ground trying to dig that Yorker out from Mark Wood, and it's smashed the back of it to pieces. So immediately calling for a new bat. He might need a lighter one if he's going to deal with this pace from Wood, because it's quick and it's moving through the air.
Now, I did a bit of investigative journalism during the lunch break, and I saw Zach Crawley getting in a car.
Okay.
So I don't know, because I've not had official word, but I suspect...
That's right, Pennington's at extra cover.
I suspect he might be going off and having his hand looked at. He dropped a catch, didn't he? Got a sharp chance.
And he immediately looked at his finger, wasn't comfortable.
So, have we got news? England opener Zach Crawley has left the venue for a scan after receiving a blow to his right index finger. On fire today. Wood is in, and that's full. Played up to mid-on. There's no run. So we have confirmation. Zach Crawley.
Some would question whether you had that information fed to you before to make yourself
look
look
good. I saw him get in the car.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I've just deduced. End of the over. Very good one. Wood could have easily have had a wicket there on another day, and umpires giving that out because it looked very out in real time. But I suppose he's also the umpires factoring in that there is a bit of late tail.
And Wood bowls wide of the crease as well. That's the thing that the umpire would be factoring in. With that decision, Wood, he never really gets close to the stump, so you add that reverse swing to the angle with which Wood bowls from, and it means that it has to be hitting perfectly in front of middle and off for it to be continuing on to hit leg stump. I think Andy had something for us.
Andy.
Just an update on the lucklessness of Wood.
Oh, yes.
Which I think was some 1950s spy novel as well. Over 30% of the deliveries he's bowled this series have produced an edge or a play and miss, putting him near the top of the full shot percentage by a bowler in a series. In this innings,
Bashir is starting up from the City end. He's in, or the Birmingham end, and forward comes Hodge and gets an easy single into a massive gap that's on the offside between mid-off, really, and deep point. There's no fielder apart from the slip.
he's had two umpires call LBWs go against him on review and a dropped catch as well. So 0 for 32 off 9. Again, unlucky.
He's unlucky, but you know, I have a feeling that sometimes he bowls so quickly that, you know, those plays are misses. Bat's nowhere near the ball. I mean, they look like he's got close, but actually the bat is somewhat late on it. Bashir in. This is tucked into the onside, but straight into the ground, and Pope picks up at short leg. 153 for 5. The score remains. Did we not discover? Wasn't Mohammed Amir for a while one of the unluckiest bowlers? Didn't he have the most drop catches off him?
I'd like to know my unlucky rate.
Bashir in. It worked again into the ground to short leg, where Pope does the fielding. Have we got retrospective stats that go back as far as Steve?
But there's not many.
Career?
There are not many bowlers who don't think they're not the unluckiest.
Well, it's because you remember the drop catches all the time.
Oh, I remember all of them. Yeah, I can tell you every drop catch from the Test career, I think.
Which is the one you're most bitter about? As Bashir tosses one up, it's pushed into the offside, again to the left this time of mid-off, and gets an easy single. Because you fast bowlers are like this. Catherine Brunt is still berating Lydia Greenway for a drop catch at point about 20 years ago.
Yeah, mine wasn't at point. I mean, that doesn't suggest it was a particularly good ball.
No.
If it was dropped at point.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a game at Lords where I was struggling for rhythm and struggling for a wicket.
Here's Bashir, 3 or 4 paces. It's in. It worked into the onside. They might have had a single there, but decide against it as it goes just to the right of short leg, and Brook tidies up.
Or I bowled a reverse swing spell from the nursery end. See, this is how vividly you remember these things. On the evening of day 3, and I'd worked hard, slogged my guts out to try and get the breakthrough, found a little tickle through to the keeper, and the keeper put it down.
Here's Bashir. It's worked into the onside again, picked up by Pope. And there is no run. End of the over, 154 for 5. Hodge 54, De Silva 3. So trying to think.
Sarfraz Khan was the batter. I'm not going to name the wicket keeper.
Oh, it'd been quite a long time ago now. Is it Paul Downton?
2016 was the year.
Oh, Johnny Bairstow, presumably.
Paul Downton was the director of England cricket at that stage, I think. But yeah, it was a simple chance that got put on the floor. There's a nice photo from it, but I'd rather the Test wicket than the photo of me screaming frustrations.
But do you equally well remember the absolute screamers that are taken off your bowling, where you've bowled a bit of a long hop and it's been slashed and then brilliantly caught a backward point?
Conveniently forget those things.
Wood runs away from us. It's down the leg side, flicked at, missed, can't catch up with it. De Silva, good take from Jamie Smith, diving away to his left.
But most bowlers, you could definitely ask them and say, what the things that have irked you the most in your bowling career, and they can tell you. I'm sure even Vic, when he comes on, he can remember drop catches off his bowling that still annoy him.
It's odd,
nodding.
We don't really keep a record, do we? Of
well, Stuart Broad did.
Did he?
Stuart Broad did. He claimed, I think he was the self-proclaimed unluckiest bowler in the world for 3 years, or the most drop catches off his bowling in Test cricket history ever.
Oh, wow. Here's Wood, De Silva. Short ball, hit out towards, where's he gone? I've missed it completely.
Square leg.
It's gone through square leg for 4.
No, into square leg's hands for none.
Oh, what? I completely missed that. Because we've got a deep square leg and we've got a long leg, but there is no run then. It's the first short ball we've seen Wood bowl. He's got this field for a short pitch bowling, but so far, I mean, you wouldn't call it a bluff really, but he's not yet put in the bouncers until then. De Silva on strike on 3. Wood runs into him. That's full, it beats the outside edge, flies through to Smith. He is unlucky.
There you go, it's another player miss. Yeah, that was a lovely delivery by Wood, back of a length. Outside the off stump, and De Silva is so concerned about his stumps here that he's been forced to play at almost everything. And actually, this field isn't a short pitch bowling field, even though you might look at it from a distance on the face of it. This is a field that's allowing Mark Wood to attack those stumps full and straight. And if he gets clipped through that region, either square leg or backward square leg, there's protection there for it to stop it going for 4.
Wood runs in once more. And De Silva just defends this into the offside, but finds the gap between cover and point and gets over for the single. Now, will they put a third fielder out for Hodge? They will, because they've had a third one out for him. That might presage the bouncer as Pope goes back out, and then long leg goes finer to fine leg, and deep square goes round a touch. Pope's sort of in the position that Ben Stokes was when he didn't quite take that catch last year.
Who hit that? Was that Lyon?
Lyon, I think, yeah. Crucial moment it proved. Yes, he's actually a little bit closer than that, but he's also further back than he was, if you get my drift, sort of halfway back. As Wood is in, that is short down the leg side. It might have bounced just in front of Smith. Takes a good take, moving away to his right, two-handed.
Yeah, see, this now is more short-pitched. It feels as though they're attacking the stumps of De Silva, trying to catch him on that crease with the in-drift from Mark Wood, if you can call 92 miles an hour drift. But it's not aggressive reverse swing where you see it start outside off and then at the last second dart in towards the stumps. It's more of an angle from the arm and continue to go with the shine of the ball. But this field here, with the man set halfway back at square leg, is a much more short-pitch bowling field to Kevin Hodge.
He rolls in now, does Wood. And Hodge just lets this go by outside the off stump. He's in the channel, about 5th stump maybe, through to the keeper. 155 for 5. The lead, 61. Hodge 54, De Silva has 4.
Back to the drop catches.
Yes, go on.
It's hard for bowlers to let this stuff go.
I can tell.
There was a year, my last year on a central contract was that where they brought in weighted averages to determine how much you got paid on the central contract list.
How does the weighted average work?
Well, this is an argument that I wanted to have with Andrew Strauss and the Boffins who were putting the numbers together, because they said your wickets that you've taken at 29 this year in Test cricket, actually, according to our weighted averages, are worth averaging at 39. And I was like, hang on, excuse me.
How do they
But they didn't take into account drop catches off your bowling, which seems unfair.
Bashir is in, full ball, defended back to the bowler. There's no run. So
they're basically saying that they're weighted that the best players in the team that you're playing against, if you get them out, the wicket is worth more than if you clean up numbers 9, 10 and 11, which is fair enough.
Yeah, that is sort of fair enough, yeah. Bashir's in again. This is driven nicely through extra cover. Sweeper will have to run round, and does successfully, just to keep it to 156 for 5.
But then if you're going to penalise me for only cleaning up the tail, I want to be rewarded for snicking off the top 3.
Absolutely.
Some bloke with cymbals on, put them all on the floor. It's not. It doesn't seem fair. I don't know whether there'd be a way to factor those things in.
Andy, I think we need you to deal with this terrible injustice that is coursing through the game of cricket. Do you have a way to save Stephen Finn from this bitterness and regret? Full, tucked into the onside on the bounce, picked up by a short leg.
Oh, bitterness and regret are both good driving forces for creativity. You don't want to entirely let them go.
Those two feelings are the things that make me get out of bed in the morning.
Shoaib Bashir tosses one up outside the off stump, a little dab and a miss by Hodge through to Smith. No run. I mean, do you though keep records of dropped catches or runs off edges? Is that kept in the databases?
Well, they have full shot percentage, plays and misses, edges. The fielding stats are quite incomplete. They haven't been kept for that long.
It's not quite like baseball, is it?
Around. No.
I think drop catches is an important element.
You really do, I know. Bashir is in again, full defended. Back to the bowler. And I tend to agree with you. I mean,
yeah.
To get the measure
my
of
test average just tipped over 30 by the end.
One of those
catches could have saved me. I know.
Just
you're telling me.
one more.
I wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning going, if only that had been taken.
Or indeed, as Shoaib Bashir is in, it's worked into the onside to backward square leg. There is no run. End of the over, 156 for 5. Hodge 54, De Silva 5. I mean, look on the bright side that at least, well, actually there is no bright side. For Bob Willis, he didn't have his no balls against his figures.
That's true.
So retrospectively, no balls and wides could go on.
I can hack into the database, Finney, give you a few.
I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, yes, please, yeah.
Overturn a run out or something.
I've got some full shot statistics. So looking at all bowlers in the database, this info goes back to about 2006. Out of bowlers who bowled more than 500 overs in Test cricket, there's about 130 of those in this sample. The bowler with the 9th most full shots is sitting to your right, Daniel.
Oh, wow. Mark Wood runs in, starts a new over, strikes De Silva on the pad. He's very jumpy, hopping about. And it just plops out into the offside. There's no run. The 9th...
That feels significant.
It is, that's very significant.
19.8% of the deliveries in the database, which is most of your career, I think, by the looks of it.
90? Sorry, so how many... Is this edges or false shots?
Edges, plays and misses and edges.
So what percentage of the balls that Finney bowled were played and missed at and edged?
11.5 played and missed, 8.3% edged.
So you're getting an edge or a play and miss at least once and over.
I did play champagne cricket. I was ahead of my time.
You were. Wood runs in, full. Thick outside, squirts to backward point. They won't get the run. It's a good sprawling stop, prevents that. 156 for 5.
I was ahead of my time. I do sort of. My test economy rate of 3.55.
Be fine now.
I think it was. Well, yeah. There was a period during the T20 World Cup where Jasprit Bumrah's T20 World Cup economy rate was less than my test economy rate, which was slightly galling. But
Alzari Joseph is going about 5.9, isn't he, this series?
Just over 6. Just over a run a ball after yesterday.
That's proper champagne cricket. As Wood has 2 slips in place for De Silva. And De Silva comes forward slightly hesitantly, but off the middle of the bat, pushes it up to mid-off, where Stokes does the fielding.
See, this is where I'd love Mark Wood to bowl a real high short ball to De Silva here. He looks as though in the last over or so, he's just a bit more comfortable knowing that Wood's only really trying to hit those stumps, only trying to bring it back in towards those stumps. If Mark Wood at 92 miles an hour can slam one in and make De Silva play with a degree of trepidation about getting on that front foot, that's when he's going to catch him on the crease here, because it feels like it's imminent, but that short ball would definitely quicken up the process.
In comes the luckless Wood into De Silva. It's a full ball, that's bang in front, and up goes the finger. That looked very out. I don't think De Silva's even looking at Cavum Hodge. Cavum Hodge is certainly not looking at De Silva, and he's going to walk off. He nearly had him twice before like this, and finally he gets his wicket. Full, straight, thudded into the lower part of the shin, and it was going to take out, I imagine, middle stump. We'll see shortly when they give us ball tracking. Oh, it's the back leg as well, bang in front of middle. That is as out can be. 156 for 6. The West Indies De Silva goes for 5.
Yeah, it's a much-deserved wicket for Mark Wood there. You could see exactly what he's been trying to do throughout this spell. I wonder whether De Silva may have just been thinking about that short ball, thinking he must bowl one soon. You must be so wary when you're facing someone who bowls 92 miles an hour like that, but managed to get that one full, straight, perfect line, perfect length, a bit of drift back in towards the middle stump, beats the inside edge. Would have been smashing middle stump out the ground. That one, he has to go. Now we're into the bowlers. Alzari Joseph comes out and
We are.
it down.
And I'm going to go. I'm going to give you Alison Mitchell instead.
Thank you, Dan. Well, Mark Wood's luck changes.
Yes.
Rather, he makes his own luck. That was a brilliant ball, full, on target. And De Silva was so far back in the crease as soon as it smashed into the back pad. Thought, yep. And he knew it, didn't he? Head down, straight off.
Yeah, Kavem Hodge knew.
He averted his eyes.
Didn't even look at him, just turned and started looking towards the Holly stand. Yeah, and when you look up and your partner's not even looking at you, you know it's time to go.
And go he did. Well, Mark Wood is getting an arm around the shoulder from Chris Wokes down there as well. Wokes has had a fabulous game with the bat, the wickets that he took as well in the first innings. But Wood will continue here. And Alzari Joseph is scraping away at the crease. Got a leg slip in place. 2 slips on the offside. And Kavem Hodge down at the non-strike is end 54, not out. Bit of a tinkering in the field being done here. Fine leg being pulled around a little bit finer by Ben Stokes. And deep square leg being pushed back in front of the Holly stand. So here is Mark Wood. West Indies are 6 down with a lead of 62. Wood in, and that's full. He's dug out by Joseph. And he'll get off the mark. Out past the square leg umpire. Bringing in fielder from the deep. And so Alzari Joseph off the mark. But England really looking to press home now. Get these last 4 wickets and set about chasing whatever target West Indies are able to muster from here.
Yeah, it feels as though this might be the moment that Mark Wood's luck changes in this series. He's got a reverse swinging ball. This is the sort of scenario where it's very difficult to get the ball out of a bowler's hand. The bowlers are coming in. Kavem Hodge is staying there steadfast at the moment on 54, but it feels as though things may happen quickly here, especially whilst this ball's moving laterally.
It's Hodge who's on strike, short of stature, crouches low in the crease, waits for Wood, gets the ball in the off stump, and he has to play it on the rise. Back up the pitch, though, into the hands of Mark Wood, who fields and gets some rousing applause here from the crowd for a well-earned wicket. The LBW of Josh De Silva, who's out for 5. And Kavem Hodge on 54, not out, is fractionally behind the top score so far for the innings, which was Mikhail Louis with his 57, getting his maiden Test 50. And 2 big sixes down the ground in that innings as well, which entertained as well as helped the cause of West Indies. But yeah, his wicket fell, and then really when Jason Holder's wicket fell, it felt as if West Indies, or the game, leaves England in the box seat to drive it home on this 3rd day.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum changed for me in that afternoon session yesterday, where the Root and Stokes partnership were building, and you could just feel the momentum or the wind being sucked out of the West Indies in that scenario, just because they knew that if England got close to parity, the way that their bowlers have been bowling, this 3rd innings would be really tricky. I was so gutted for Mikhail Louis there, actually, but he played so nicely. He's charmed the Holly stand all day yesterday.
He did,
out there, he became a cult hero, and yeah, if anyone deserved to score more runs than his 57, he's such a cheery attitude as well towards cricket. It was a shame to see him go for 57.
Atkinson here now from the City end, and it's got past Alzari Joseph, prodding forward defensively, getting a good stride in, but the ball beating the outside edge of the bat and through into the gloves of Jamie Smith. You feel we will see more of Mikhail Louis, and I hope he gets a decent run in the side. And I think if you finish a series with a good score, that's always, he's worked his way up. The struggle, couldn't get out of the 20s.
But he's got those starts as well, and that can be the hardest thing sometimes here in England, is facing those first 40 balls. He's just found ways to get out in and around it. But yeah, to have played very little first-class cricket and to come into this big Test series and do as he has done, I think has been impressive.
Atkinson over the wicket again to Joseph, who manages to get bat on this one into the onside, just up the side of the strip, and picked up by Bashir. Opening the innings, you're up against a quality new ball attack, albeit Atkinson very early in his career, but goodness, the way he burst onto the scene at Lord's.
22 wickets in the series.
Yeah, he has now. Backed up by the extreme pace of Mark Wood, Shoaib Bashir, who bowls in attacking fashion. So much control, varying his pace.
And they've been behind the game a lot of the time, West Indies as well, which counts for a lot.
Atkinson bustles in again to Joseph, full delivery, gets in behind it and defends. And Atkinson in his follow-through saves any single.
Slightly off topic, but have you seen for Glamorgan today, there's a young lad called Ben Kellaway who's taken wickets both bowling left arm spin and right arm off spin.
Really? I like that.
I was just watching his watching it on Twitter. No, X, isn't it? It's called.
We know what you mean.
Yes. Yeah, that one.
Well, that is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to be able to change at will mid-over. Atkinson goes in, flicked away off the pads, down to fine leg. It's travelling at pace. A sliding stop by Pennington, who's on as a substitute fielder here for Zach Crawley. Ball comes back into the gloves of Smith. 158 for 6, and the lead 64.
I've only seen it once before. It was when I was younger. There was an under-15s World Cup, which doesn't happen anymore. But I'm pretty sure that Sir Alistair Cook was playing in this under-15s World Cup. I'd have been 9 or 10 years old because Cookie's much older than me. And yeah, England played against Pakistan at Essex, and there was a guy that bowled both right and left arm spin.
In comes Atkinson outside the off stump of Hodge, who defends solidly. Out to extra cover, finds Stokes, and there's no run. So that's a constant shift for the bat, a constant shift for the captain to be changing the field all the time.
The only shame is that you have to stipulate to the umpire
Yes,
what you're going to
what you're
bowl.
bowling.
It'd be great if you didn't have to. You could just.
Well, that's a great debate, really, isn't it? As to
Well,
whether
it
that
feels as though
law
if batters
should
are allowed
be-
to turn their feet around and play reverse sweeps, why would the bowler not?
There's an ambidextrous bowler coming this way soon, Kamindu Mendis of Sri Lanka.
Atkinson full, Hodge whipping along the ground to Bashir at mid-wicket, no run, end of the over.
He bowls with both arms. He's played 3 tests, more as a batter. He's picked up 3 wickets, only bowled in 1 innings, took 3 for 32, and has bowled in one-day internationals and T20 internationals and a lot in domestic cricket. As a batter, he's 2 centuries and 2 other 50s in his first 5 innings for Sri Lanka, currently averaging 107 with the bat, and the Sri Lankan batting lineup that will be here for the Old Trafford Test on the 21st of August. Rather more experienced and seasoned than this West Indian side. They've been Angelo Matthews been here several times before. Dinesh Chandimal, Dimuth Karunaratne has been one of the most consistent openers in recent years. So I think they will offer a sterner test for England's bowlers than the West Indies have managed so far.
And does he bat exclusively? Is he right? Is he right-handed bat?
He's a left-hand bat.
Left-hand bat. I'd
Imagine
love
his
to know
reverse
though.
sweep
For
would be good.
yeah, it is a new over from Mark Wood, rushing in here to Kavem Hodge, and he's struck on the pad, but he's going down. Or is there a bit of bat involved? Mark Wood's got the LBW of Josh De Silva in his previous over, but he's coming together here with Ben Stokes. Oh, they're going to have a look.
Close. I think that's really close. If he's not hit that, Ollie Pope from leg slip is saying that is darn close. And from here, this angle.
Well, we're having a look. Is this going to be wicket number 7? It's 158 for 6 and the lead 64. So
not out.
West Indies
Check both
effectively
feet, it's a fair
64
delivery. You go to
for 6
front
at the
on,
moment.
Front arm coming up now.
Scenes in
Oh,
on
inside.
the knee roll.
Okay, it appears they
Inside
made a
edge.
Inside edge
deflection
onto
there.
pad.
Can we go to ultra edge, please? Yeah, I've got a large spike as it's next to the bat. So go back to Adrian. Adrian, stay with your original decision of not out. You are on screen now.
Mark Wood will continue. England then have lost one of their reviews. Yeah, I'd love to know with the ambidextrous bowling whether it's been the right arm bowling for like a full over at a time, or those switches come mid-over, how frequently the bowler will change. Wood swinging one in again. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. Jamie Smith diving to his left-hand side. Couldn't stop it. Away to the boundary it goes. Did you get something on that?
Yeah.
Or
No, it's leg
signal?
by, sorry.
Leg by was signalled first. Missed the leg by signal.
Yeah. Well, you'd imagine the right and left hand would mean a lot, but also if there was rough, you could utilise it. It's an amazing thing to be able to
A right and left-handed batter, you can just switch
I can't
whether you
do
want the ball
anything
moving away.
left-handed. Nothing.
Did you ever try for a laugh in the nets
Well,
trying to bowl left-handed?
Well, yeah, but it's more like George Bailey, the Australian selector now, learned he had really bad right shoulder, even though he was naturally right arm.
2 slips and a leg slip here for Alzari Joseph, facing up to Wood. He gets a bouncer, chases it, misses, through to the keeper it goes. Deep square leg is out and fine leg out, as they have been for Mark Wood. And the pull hook attempt from Alzari Joseph meets fresh air.
But he taught himself to throw left arm. He played for Middlesex in 2016, the year we won the championship, and yeah, he taught himself to fully throw left arm. So we
save
would
that
practice.
shoulder.
Yeah, we would practice every now and again. If you were moving to your left in the ring, if you couldn't throw it backhand towards the stumps with any power, we learned or tried to practice throwing left-handed. It was wholly unsuccessful. But
There's an important point you make about being in the field. As Wood is in again, another bouncer, crouching to duck underneath it this time. Through to Smith it goes once again. You know instinctively, as it was a batter, if you've got great awareness,
Yes.
you know who is left-handed or right-handed in the field, and you'll go for the single if it's gone to their weak arm. But if you could train yourself to be completely ambidextrous in the field, that is a huge, feather in your cap, fillip in your armoury, whatever, to make yourself a better fielder. Speaking of Sri Lanka, I will mention this because Sri Lanka's women have just beaten India's women in the final of the Asia Cup, which is a huge result in T20 internationals for the women. Wood bounding in, bowled in, middle stump is out of the ground. Mark Wood getting his rewards late in this West Indies innings. Alzari Joseph has gone. A spectacular dismissal, and that stump is several yards back from the pitch. Uprooted. And West Indies are 162 for 7 with that lead only 68.
yes, uprooted but not cartwheeled. Unfortunately, it was too far down the stump to make that stump cartwheel, but the two bounces, the two balls before, have meant that Alzari Joseph's feet are nowhere near that delivery. It was pitched up, the seam was pointing perfectly towards where a second slip would be, but the shiny side is on the right-hand side, so this ball is reverse swinging, and it just angles and arcs in through the gate of Alzari Joseph, who plays an aggressive stroke trying to hit it down the ground, but because his feet are nowhere near the pitch of the ball, there's a huge gate there, and that middle stump ended back towards Jamie Smith somewhere. So great bowling by Wood. He's getting his rewards here late in the Test series.
Well, he's got the ability, hasn't he, to produce spectacular sights, and that was one of them. Would have been enjoyed by all those around the ground. Holly Stand making the most noise, vast bank of colourful spectators. We sit square onto the pitch here at Edgbaston. Well, Kavem Hodge, meanwhile, keeps standing firm, 54, not out, but well into the tail now. Gudakesh Moti coming out to join him. Bright sunshine at Edgbaston, as it has been all day, the warmest day of this match so far, only in day 3, of course. But West Indies have struggled so far to, well, that target. They talked last night optimistically, Vic, hello to you, about if they could challenge England with asking them to chase 200 plus. But that was always going to be an ask, considering also the deficit they faced and just the feel around the way the batting had gone, particularly second innings for West Indies in the series.
Well, Wood's got that vicious in-swing after a couple of bounces. What a wonderful sight. It may not have cartwheeled that stump, but it went back quite a long way. A wonderful sight for Mark Wood, who may just be able to atone for his unluckiness.
He's getting luckier by the ball.
Chronicled unluckiness.
Right, 3 slips, a leg slip, short leg in place for Gudakesh Moti. There's a deep backward square. And here is Wood racing into the left-hander around the wicket. He fires one in full, looking for that Yorker length, and it's been dug out by Moti, clipped square along the ground, and he's able to get off strike down the other end for 1. So end of the over. Another wicket taking over for Mark Wood, who first dismissed Joshua De Silva, LBW, and then took out Alzari Joseph's middle stump. And so West Indies 163 for 7. With, after this, just Shamar Joseph and Jayden Seales to come before England will set about batting. As regards the batting and this small total will be, they'll be glad it's a small total if Zach Crawley isn't able to come back to the ground, because he has been sent off for a scan on his right index finger, which he damaged when he was attempting a catch off Mark Wood. Jason Holder was the batter, it flew to him in that slip cordon, and so he's gone off for a scan. Whether he'll be able to bat, we will await to see.
Well, I would imagine feels like it's that serious that
just leave him out.
Because you would expect the rest of them manage to cobble together what is needed. At the moment, there's still 3 wickets to be got, of course. But there was a certain momentum about the England side at the moment, especially when Wood's got that ball in his hand.
And Atkinson as well around the wicket here. And Moti stood up, has ridden that and angles it away. Down to the deep third boundary for 4. Found the gap between Gully and point. And Ben Duckett was left to chase back. He dealt with that delivery quite well. But Atkinson as well has just had a golden series with the ball. He's sitting on 22 wickets for the series so far. Head and shoulders above in terms of the sheer number of wickets that he's taken.
Well, I suppose he's done quite a lot of hard yards in the sense that he travelled, he went to India, didn't he? And he didn't play a test match. So he's been hovering around in the background, but having been given his head, his whole career has changed in the last month.
It's been an outstanding few weeks for him. Around the wicket here, and to Moti, ducking underneath one, which doesn't pass too far over his helmet. Took the crouch approach, dropped those knees.
I feel as a point of information, I should point out that I bowled left-arm spin in first-class cricket and indeed Test cricket. Briefly.
Did you? Against who? And to what degree of success?
No success. The first time, I have to admit, was a bit of a joke. I bowled at Zahir Abbas, one of the greatest players of spin, right at the end of a dead Test match. And I thought, rather in an ungentlemanly fashion, he ran down the pitch and smashed it through the covers for 4. And I tried it for Somerset.
Moti facing up to Atkinson, turns into the leg side. No run. Wokes moves across to his left to pick up.
I did try it slightly more seriously when I was bowling against someone called Les Taylor, who batted 10 or 11 for Leicestershire. He wasn't very good, but my off-spin couldn't get him out.
So you thought, well, have another.
I'll try left-arm spin, which I could land, but very slowly. I didn't get him out either.
How much had you practiced it?
Not very much, but I could propel. I couldn't now, I don't think. I could propel left, so I have done that. But I think it'll, in one-day cricket especially.
Oh, yeah. Atkinson rushing in a little bit of width for Moti. For a late cut, drops it into the ground. It's fielded by Duckett. He's at short third, no run.
Nowadays, in one-day cricket, and also actually in red ball cricket, you prefer your spinner to be spinning it away from the bat, especially in one-day cricket, so they can't just hit with the spin. So left-arm spinners get brought on to bowl against right-handers. You see, you keep hearing matchups. You can't bowl the off-spinner at that right-hander.
Got to get the left.
You've got to get the left-arm spinner on. So it makes sense if you can find someone who can do it.
Atkinson in, full ball, which Moti turns past short leg. Ollie Pope there under the helmet, along the ground and out to Bashir, who moves in from the deep square leg boundary to pick up. Single added, takes West Indies lead onto 74 in the second innings, 168 for 7.
And I think I've seen the Sri Lankan guy that Andy mentioned do that. And again, if he's bowling to right-hander, he bowled left arm. If there's a left-hander in, he bowled... Which, well, it could be the next frontier.
Well,
it's a minor frontier.
I feel like it's quite a major frontier if bowlers could genuinely train themselves to be ambidextrous like that. No, it takes a certain skill. Think of other sports. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's arms around, hasn't he? Getting up on his toes, Kevin Hodge trying to force his way through the offside, only finds Bashir at cover to end the over. So England looking for 3 more West Indies wickets here before they can set about a run chase. At the moment, the lead is only a slender one at 74, but they're well into the tail now. Vic Marks, a few more words from you, and then Simon Mann's going to come in.
Well, Mark Wood doesn't want to come off just yet. He just wants to make up for all those unlucky moments throughout this Test series. He didn't play in the first game, did he?
Well, I have to apologise. I can't do a Simon Mann accent with my very best will in the world. But what do you do? It is what it is.
Okay, well, I don't think you can do a Fazia Mohammed accent either.
I don't know how well you did with the left arm spin. But certainly at the moment, England just looking to finish off the job at the West Indies second innings, languishing at 168 for 7. A lead of just 74 as Wood in again. Bowls to Moti. Lets it go by outside the off stump. So when you bowl those left-armers, whatever the situation, did you have to notify the umpire?
Yeah, I told him, yeah.
So let me bring this up again. Why is a batter not mandated to notify the umpire before he does the switch hit? Before he switches from right to left or right to left to right?
I suppose he might claim that it was an instinctive thing that he only decided to do after the ball had left the bowler's hand.
And I'm supposed to believe that.
You ever thought of law as a profession?
I thought of getting bowlers to govern the game as the next delivery is outside the off stump from Wood and can't lay a bat on it.
Well,
it's good occasion motive.
We also know it's a batsman's game, don't we?
Yeah, I appreciate that, but
no, I definitely, yeah. You've got to tell them.
At some point, you've got to highlight the imbalance there for the good of the game. Yeah. The old era of the Victorian gentlemen and the professional bowlers.
There's a few people out there, left arm spinners like Samit Patel, Jack Leach, who bowl left-handed but throw right-handed.
I do that.
And right.
As Wood bowls full-length delivery outside the off stump, lets it go through the keeper. Of course, at an infinitely lower level.
Yeah, okay, well that's good. Yeah. So how is it? Could you bowl right-handed? If you can throw right-handed, you think you might be able to learn to bowl right-handed?
No, I can't. Because, how do I explain this? I'm a natural right-hander.
Right.
But my dad, who is left-handed, taught me to play cricket left-handed, which probably explains my incompetence in that regard, because it probably was never a natural game.
You blame your father.
What do I say? I don't want to take the responsibility. As Wood bowls a full-length delivery that's right through him. Had that been on the line of off stump, well, it was certainly had that stump cartwheeling or at least uprooted at 168 for 7. Yes, Andy?
Tamal Mills bowls left arm, throws right arm, and bowls 90 plus miles an hour.
Left arm. But you would think you think you would be able to, if you can throw at pace, you'd think you'd be able to learn to bowl at pace, wouldn't you?
Maybe, yeah, if it's
why did you
work at it.
So your father wanted you to be...
Well, he was a natural left-hander, so that's how he coached me in the game, because I'm to bowl left-handed, which is why I wasn't any good at it. As Wood, over the wicket now, bowls to Moti, lifting delivery, and it really puts in the effort and tumbles over on the follow-through down the leg side.
While we're on this topic, I remember hearing how Sunil Gavaskar, not in a test match, but in a professional game, playing on a turning pitch, worked out that it would be preferable for him to bat left-handed, and he did so and saved the game batting left-handed, but not in a test match. So Andy won't be able to fight.
Maybe. Well, Andy can find anything.
Batting. So that's the other thing that could happen. You could not change to the switches.
Wood bowls to Moti, lifting delivery that he guides away down towards the deep third man for the single. He'll keep the strike. Hodge remains on 54. The non-strikers end. The end of the over, the West Indies 169 for 7, lead by just 75. Yeah, so there are many variables there, and I have no problem with it being done. I just find the inconsistency. I have no problem with the switch hit, but if you're going to do it in the same way that a bowler has to notify the umpire before he or she changes around, the batter surely should be required, or else it's a dead ball. So it's only fair. It's only fair. It's as distinct from the reverse. Andy?
So just a quick update on Kavem Hodge. Only 2 runs since lunch, but he's only faced 16 balls in 9 overs since lunch, whilst watching those 2 wickets fall at the other end. Got a little more on the Sri Lankan batters that will be coming here shortly.
Indeed, and he's at the non-strikers end again, as the 2 slips and the short leg go down in the catching positions. Atkinson bowls now to Moti, turns it away, backward a square, goes quickly for the first run. He's thinking of the second, but they stay their ground. 170 for 7. Hodge on a 54, Moti on 8. Indeed, as we were talking about Sir Garfield Sobers and his birthday today at the age of 88, when he got that maiden test 100, 365 against Pakistan was so depleted in their bowling resources that not only did they have makeshift bowlers like Hanif Mohammed, but Hanif Mohammed, right armer, bowled left-handed as well, just to come up with something different.
Yeah, he didn't get him out either.
Didn't get him out either. As Atkinson bowls on-off stump, and he's tucking it away on the onside for a single very easily. There's Kavem Hodge to get his 55th run. Score moves on to 171 for 7.
I think there is a theory, probably the red ball game, that it is actually an advantage if you open the batting. There is an advantage in being left-handed. Now, I suppose that's based on, of course, a lot of right-arm seamers now bowl around the wicket, but if they bowl over the wicket, the chance of that ball pitching outside leg, the LBW, pitches outside leg, sorry, can't have that.
Atkinson round the wicket now to Moti. Short ball that balloons so high over his helmet that he really didn't need to duck. But in the end, it's just a dot ball. Yeah, we were chatting about that on the walk back to the hotel yesterday about someone like an Alistair Cook going unbowled for a lengthy spell before Mitchell Johnson came at him. And a lot of it would have to do with angles, wouldn't it?
Well, it would do, and against right-arm bowlers.
Atkinson bowls to Moti and he's in behind it, playing it back up along the pitch, showing his usefulness and capability with the bat.
I suspect Alistair would not have been bowled very often because he would have his legs in front of the stumps, particularly if they're bowling over the wicket, and he'd hope that a good proportion might be just pitching outside leg. And I don't know what his ratio of bowls was like, Alistair Cook, but a lot of batsmen don't give you much sight of the stumps nowadays.
Atkinson bowls now to Moti, he's in behind it, pushing it away out towards extra cover. There's no run again, Andy.
That dismissal we were talking about was in the 2013-14 Ashes. Clean bowled by Johnson, a fast left-arm ball that moved away. Then he was clean bowled by Harris a couple of games later with one of the all-time great deliveries. And prior to that, Alistair Cook had not been clean bowled by a pace bowler for more than 7 years in Test cricket. Had a few inside edges onto the stumps.
The other theory I've got about Alistair Cook is, and I think I've told him this.
We'll wait for it with this delivery, completing the over from Atkinson. Bowls another short ball, and Moti ducks under it to let it go through to the keeper. 171 for 7. The West Indies lead by 77.
I don't think he's ever acknowledged this, but there's no reason why he shouldn't now. I am convinced that the knee roll of his pads was actually about 3 inches below his knee. So, umpires work on the basis, it's hit him above the knee roll, can't be out. Well, if your knee roll is 3 inches lower than your actual knee, there's a lot of umpires who may not spot that. But I'm convinced his pads had his knee roll. He's a tall man, and his knee roll would have been somewhere sort of about 3 inches below his knee.
Could be one of the great scandals of cricket history, Vic, tampering with the pads.
I don't know that you can punish him for that.
Are you suggesting that one of the knights of the realm?
It's not cheating. It's just that he's got small
deception.
pads.
All right. We'll try and delve into that further.
Well, he may not admit it because he might do. There's no reason why he shouldn't now. I don't think they can deduct any test
Exactly,
runs.
they won't take back the runs. Wood in now, bowls to Hodge, pitched up and past the outside edge. He's got him, caught behind. Another wicket for Mark Wood. He's really been a thorn in the flesh of the West Indies. Hasn't really gotten the reward until now, but he's working his way through the low order and he's gotten the important wicket off Kavem Hodge. The West Indies collapsing on this third afternoon. Extreme pace, a bit of movement off the seam, taking the outside edge, and Hodge departs.
Well, that looked a pretty serious delivery. Bear in mind that he's been angling that ball in, whether it's reverse swing. That's how he's got a couple of his LBWs. Bowling a fullish length, but getting it back in. That was also a fullish length. It looked like it was coming in. I'm sure Hodge was sort of partly guarding against that. And it appeared just to hold his line. It's been quite a good innings there from Hodge, actually. He's played some good shots, and he's been deprived of the strike a lot and hasn't done much since lunch. Watch wickets fall at the other end. But it's a very satisfying little spell for Mark Wood. No one begrudges him these wickets. And that was a pretty serious delivery, I reckon. He was only defending it, and he was anticipating a bit more in swing, perhaps. Or maybe it just held its line. Lovely edge for Smith to take behind the stumps. And Mark Wood now 3 for 36.
And 3 for 5 since lunch in 5 overs and 1 ball. Hodges' final figures, 55 from 76 balls. His third 50-plus scoring test, second of this series, to go with that excellent 120 at Trent Bridge. 7 fours in that innings, but not only 17 balls, since lunch before that dismissal. Only 5 balls in the previous 6 overs. To what extent, Vic, can that disrupt your rhythm and movement as a...
Well, I think all top batsmen, they, unless it's really difficult, they like the strike. And I think it could be a factor. There's something you've got to adjust to.
Mark Wood to the new batter, who's Jaden Seals. First delivery to him, down the leg side. Just putting in an extra bit of effort. Well, we've seen him clean up Alzari Joseph, sending the middle stump out of the ground. He's just gotten the wicket of Kavem Hodge. So he's really enjoying a bit of success after quite a bit of frustration. Certainly at Trent Bridge, where he generated tremendous excitement on that second day. And the West Indies responded to that England first innings total of 416. But only now is he getting the success that his exertions would have deserved. Got Joshua De Silva as well, plum LBW. Wood bowls a lifting delivery and Seals takes it on the body. Ducked into that short one. No such thing as the fast bowlers union anymore.
Well, it hasn't been for a long time.
Yeah, that went away some time ago.
Yeah. I think actually, but there is, I think, Mark Wood did just turn round and asked if he's okay. Actually, they do that now as well. They hit them and they say, "You're right," after what some of the tragedies that have happened.
Yeah. And he does seem to be a pretty easygoing individual, which is not necessarily the case you'd find in most fast bowlers. As he bowls down, pitched up and cartwheels the stump. No intention of getting into line. Jaden Seals really not good enough to get anything on that delivery. And the spectacular sight of the cartwheeling stump marks the end of Seals. Very, very brief. Wouldn't have expected him to last very long. A 4th wicket for Mark Wood and the West Indies, 171 for 9.
Well, Stephen Finn was saying that the cartwheel didn't happen, but that one cartwheeled several times, that off stump. I think the off stump is more prone to do that because there's no electronic wires there to sort of keep it there. I mean, that is a fantastic start. He's just got 2 absolute classic dismissals. That softened up with the short ball that hit Seals, very uncomfortable. You're right? You're all right. And then full in length, still that little hint of in fact, it's going away from the left-hander, Seals. Full in length, almost Yorker length. Very quick, and he missed it, and then the cartwheel began. So he's now got 4 for 36, and no one's begrudging him that. Well, certainly not in the English setup, and no one in the crowd. I don't think it's been may not be a long, full day now, but it's been quite a spectacular one, especially when Wood's got the ball in his hand. And, he's bowled really well in the last 2 test matches, but it's only now that he's getting the reward. And he'll remember this spell, because everything is just clicked now. He's got that length, he's got that in-swing, and now he's got batsmen who are really quite worried about facing him.
And now he's got the chance to finish up with a 5-wicket haul.
Yep.
After going through the Trent Bridge Test match with just a couple of wickets and beating the bat past the outside edge, umpire reviews not going his way, and now he'll be bowling to Shamar Joseph.
And he's got, it's odd, isn't it? Joseph's come in, and straight away, for the first time, there are 3 men on the leg side boundary.
There goes Wood, in now to bowl to Shamar Joseph, looking to end the inning. Short ball that is forced away, square on the offside, and should get 4 here, will get 4. Just getting a bit of width outside the off stump, keeping his eyes on it very carefully, showing that he does have some ability with the bat, Shamar Joseph, and he gets off the mark with 4, 174 for 9 with 1 delivery left in the over.
Well, there is this notion, isn't it, that Shamar Joseph is a much better batsman than Jaden Seals.
I'm surprised that Seals
I think he wants to bat
at
11. Someone said he just wants to bat at 11.
I can't understand why.
But he got runs, did he not, in the previous Test match?
Yes,
and that was rather a good shot. And the field is he's induced the field to spread all over the shop, even though it's only Moti at the other end.
Well, you wouldn't think it's a tear-away fast bowler to a number 11 with the way the field is set. Just the 2 slips round the wicket to him with the last ball pitched up, edged and caught, and that's the end of the innings, and that's 5 for Mark Wood. It's taken some time to have the success that his efforts have richly deserved, And now he finishes with 5 for 40. Shamar Joseph taken at second slip, and the West Indies' second innings has come to an end. 175 all out. England need just 82 for victory and a 3-0 clean sweep of this series.
Well, what a spell from Mark Wood. He's getting a few hugs from the England players, and no one's begrudging him that. A golden spell, fast bowling, full length mostly. The odd short ball just to keep him honest and make him a bit wary. Good catch, actually, at second slip by Brooke, I think. Remember, Crawley's not on the field. The England players are giving Wood the space to, raise the ball up to the crowd. 5-wicket haul. He's getting a standing ovation. Of course, he's a very lucky bowler to be bowling at the West Indian tail.
Indeed, but it's still a situation where you've got to be on target.
Yeah. No, I'm only mocking the fact that he's been described or, told to be the unluckiest bowler, of the last 10 years. But he deserves those 5 wickets, and it's been a spellbinding piece of bowling. The game, it's not over, but it's almost over. We'll see who England's new opening batsman will be.
Yeah, with Crawley having that finger injury.
I guess, presumably, it'll be Pope. Crawley may not even be back from having his scan. We'll wait and see.
And Andy?
Mark Wood's final figures, 5 for 41 from 14 overs and 1 ball since lunch, 5 for 9 in 6 overs. The first time in his Test career he's taken 5 wickets in a single spell, and it's the 5th time he's taken 5 or more wickets in an innings. Most recently in that fantastic Leeds Test last year, ended up with 5 for 34, picking up 4 very quick wickets to follow up that famous dismissal of Khawaja at the end of his pyrotechnic opening spell. So yeah, prior to that, in this series, Wood took 2 wickets in the Trent Bridge Test in 28 overs. In this match, he bowled, prior to that spell, 24 overs for 2 more wickets. So 52 overs for 4 wickets, and then 5 in the space of his last 4 overs.
Yes, we'll give you the details of the innings in a moment, but as you said, it's just a matter of what would seem to be the formality of taking England to that 3-0 sweep.
Well, you would think so, and it's all been hastened by Wood. It's pretty remarkable, really, because it seems to me that he's bowling as fast as he's ever bowled. He's regularly in that 92, 93, and just occasionally he slips out, it seems, at 97. And it must be almost unique that someone bowls faster than they've ever bowled at the age of 34.
Indeed.
Because he is 34. He doesn't look it. And it's certainly the way he bowls, it doesn't feel like he's that old.
So let me just quickly run through the scorecard before Simon slips in for you. The West Indies, of course, are resuming this morning at 33 for 2. Then they lost Athanaze, LBW to Shoaib Bashir for 12. It was 53 for 3. At that point, Mikhail Louis, getting to a maiden Test half-century, was caught by Crawley off the bowling of Stokes for 57, 4 for 125. 5 for 146 when Jason Holder, just before lunch, was LBW to Atkinson for 12. And then after lunch, Joshua De Silva, LBW to Wood for 5, 156 for 6. Alzari Joseph bowled by Wood for 2, 7 for 162. Jaden Seals bowled by Wood for no score, 9 for 171. And Shamar Joseph caught off the bowling of Wood for 4 for 175. Harry Brook taking that catch. And the West Indies all out for 175, leaving Gudakesh Moti not out on 8. Woke 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Atkinson, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28. Bashir, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41. Wood, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 40. His second 5-wicket innings haul against the West Indies after a 5-er in St. Lucia in the 2019 series, the 3rd and final test of that series. And Stokes, the captain, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. We're going to have a quick word from Vic, and then it's going to be Simon as the English start their reply very shortly. They need just 82 to complete a 3-0 sweep of this series against the West Indies. And in fact, it will be Carlos who's going to be stepping in very shortly to contemplate the situation and probably put the West Indies' effort in perspective, and indeed an appreciation of the bowling of Mark Wood as well. Here's Simon.
West Indies losing the last 6 wickets for 29 runs. There was some resistance at times with Louis and Hodge, but Mark Wood destroyed the lower order, and England need 82 to win. The light rollers going up and down on the surface at Edgbaston. What are your thoughts, Carlos?
I think it was an exceptional spell of fast bowling from Mark Wood, and there are a lot of things that West Indies can take, and I hope that his performance over these 2 test matches is a lesson to the West Indies fast bowlers. The 3 fast bowlers are very young. Alzarri Joseph, yes, 100 test wickets, but still a lot to learn. And I think when you see how selfless Mark Wood was at Trench Bridge for little reward, and then you see come back first innings, again, selfless spell, soften the ball up almost, allow it to get reversing, and Gus Atkinson takes all the plaudits, Shoaib Bashir and Trent Bridge, but he gets his reward today. There's always something there for you if you pay that respect to the game, pay that respect of buying into the team cause. So it will feel at times as though there's no reward and it's tiring. Why am I doing it? Especially for Alzarri Joseph and Shamar Joseph, probably the 2 out of the 3, including Jaden Seals, that would be tasked with the thankless workhorse, short balls, hostile stuff. But if you can commit to the plan and execute it to the best of your ability, although you may not be rewarded at the moment, your reward will come. And it was really pleasing, obviously, from a West Indian standpoint. Didn't want that reward to come so quickly. But it was pleasing as a lover of good cricket to see him work away so hard and now be rewarded in the back end. So really good performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a remarkable spell. 5 for 9 in 6 overs. OK, West Indies, they have a brittle batting lineup, and we suspected something like this might happen today. But even you, Carlos, having seen the series, you probably thought something like this would happen today. But that was outstanding bowling from Mark Wood after lunch, roaring in from the pavilion end and taking out the middle lower order. Got rid of Hodge as well, who resisted for 55, and West Indies all out for 175. So what have we got in series scores results? Have we got one big score, one outlier, 450 at Trent Bridge, and everything else under 200? Is that right?
Yeah, at Lord's 121 and 136. 457 and 143. Made 282 in the first innings
did,
here.
Yeah.
And then 175. Mark Wood's final 21 deliveries, he took 5 for 7.
Yeah, outstanding fast bowling. I mean, I think we looked at West Indies batting before, at the start of the tour. We identified that there might be a problem for them. English conditions, young players, not much experience. It's kind of proved that. Although, Athanase has produced 100 and Hodge 100 and a half century. And Louis today a half century as well. I mean, the one outlier is there with Kurt Mackenzie, who's had a wretched series, really. And you would imagine that he might well be replaced for the first test of the South Africa series.
It's difficult to see him in the 11. Probably may not even be in the squad. So before him to go back to Jamaica, and I had a chat with him before, and some boys were chatting with him, and obviously he wouldn't be a part of play today unless West Indies surpass the deficit which he did, so he may have a chance to take a catch, but essentially his series is done.
This is interesting, Carlos. Sorry to break in. This is interesting. So no Zach Crawley. Who do you think at home or in driving in your car is going to open the batting for England? I won't pause for too long. Who do you think is the most likely candidate? I mean, I thought it might well be Ollie Pope, who's the number 3. It is Ben Stokes is coming out to open.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, who else could it be? Joe Root's opened in Test cricket for England. He started off as an opener and gone sort of up and down the order a bit. But it's Ben Stokes who's taking on the responsibility. I'm just trying to remember whether Stokes has opened the batting before. Did he open in Pakistan? Anyway, you might have...
He opened at Old Trafford in the COVID summer, I think. I'll just get up the numbers on it.
Yeah.
Just quickly on that final over, 3 wickets in the over. England had not had a 3-wicket over in tests since January 2014. Ben Stokes in his debut series took 3 in an over in the Sydney test, the final test of that series. Then Gus Atkinson did it at Lords in the first test, and now Mark Wood has done it in the third test.
Have England ever had 2 Bens opening the batting before? I'm not going to get you to answer that question. There was we needed to have Zoltzkam there because there was oh goodness me, you didn't hear him say anything, but his shoulders slumped and he gave me one of those looks as if to say this has been a long game, even though it hasn't been a long game. But I know he's been busy recently. Anyway, we've got the 2 Bens out there and 2 left-handed Bens as well, and it's going to be Ben Stokes to take the first ball in the watery afternoon sunshine. It's not on full beam, but it's a warm day, pleasant day. Bit of breeze going across the ground.
The one time Ben Stokes opened was in Manchester during the COVID summer. It was against West Indies. He made 78 not out of 57 balls. England were pushing for a declaration in the second innings of that game. Went on to win it and take the series. That was the second test.
The next question, to be honest, is what is his approach going to be? Is he going to take it on? There's a deep square leg in, and here's the first ball from Alzari Joseph. It's a good delivery as well that Stokes defends into the offside with the angle coming back into him. A bit of bounce as well. Stokes comes down the pitch to do some guarding. I know England put the light roller on. What do you know about rollers, Carlos?
Nothing.
I mean, normally you see the heavy roller on, it sort of flattens everything, deadens it, doesn't it? But this is just
you always say heavy roller.
Yeah, this is the light roller going up and down. So England need 82 to win. Tea is at 20-4, so 51 minutes away. Alzari bowls. Stokes tries to turn that away into the onside. He's struck on the pad, and then Stokes leans forward and does the fielding for Joshua Da Silva. He steps forward to collect it from him. If in the opinion of the umpires a result can be achieved in the short-term future, they can delay the tea interval. So we'll see where England are. 3:30, 25-4 really, but 82 to win. I mean, there was that. They have been more sensible really with the timings of intervals. Here's Shamar Joseph bowling to Stokes. Stokes cracks that away. There's a man square of the wicket on the offside, but he's not going to get there. That really was hit hard by Stokes. Smashed in front of square. A bit of width from Alzari Joseph and the pace on the ball as well, and Stokes used it, and England are away. 4 for no wicket. There was a 2015 World Cup I think it was in Wellington when England played New Zealand, when the game was almost over. I mean, literally it was, I don't know, 10-15 to win or something like that, with 9-10 wickets in hand. And they had to walk off for the 45-minute dinner break because England got bowled out for next to nothing, and New Zealand cantering towards victory. Joseph bowls to Stokes, who clips that into the onside. That's going out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. West Indies have a fielder on the deep square leg boundary. He can't get round Moti to his right-hand side. And Stokes has hit 2 high pedigree strokes to get England underway. 8 for no wicket, 2 falls in the first over. And it has been a feature of the series. Alzari Joseph has conceded a lot of boundaries, and he's also conceded his runs quickly.
You think looking forward to the South Africa series, he has to be able to bowl better than this. There's one cut or punch and then a flick. Just needs to be a bit more consistent.
2 slips in the gully. Joseph bowls to Stokes, and that one seems to keep a bit low. Oh, the keeper's missed it. It's coming down fine. That's going to be 4 as well. 4 byes. Stokes jammed the bat down. It kept low outside the off stump, nicked back, and Da Silva could not stop it. So already 12 on the board. 3 consecutive boundaries in 3 different parts of the ground. So we've had 1 square on the offside, 1 square on the onside, 1 down the ground. All it needs now is for Stokes to hit the ball straight past the bowler, and we've had all 4 points of the compass in this opening over. There's 1 ball left in it, 12 for no wicket. Stokes settles, and Alzari Joseph from the Birmingham City end goes in to bowl to him, and Stokes covers up And Alzari steps forward, bends down, picks up, no run. End of the first over. 12 for no wicket. England need 70 more to win. Just looking around the ground, I don't think anyone's left. They're looking forward to perhaps a rollicking 45 minutes of batting. See how England progressed towards tea. But big crowd. West Indies resisted for a while, but then taken out by Mark Wood after lunch.
Probably some downing of points on the balcony. Who knows? Who knows what's in store?
The attendance for this game has been fantastic. First 3 days sold out. I don't know how the economics of it work actually. The Monday, on what sort of crowd are you going to get on a Monday? I suppose in the school holidays now, or close to them. People might come along on a Monday, but actually, when you've had 3 full days, you're actually going to lose a bit of money on a Monday. So in a way, I don't know, it might be best for the ground authorities if it is done in 3 days.
I think 5th day is free.
Yeah.
So you might lose some money on the 5th
because
day.
you've got to have stewards and that sort of thing. But I don't know how many tickets they had sold for tomorrow. Right, here's Jayden Seales bowling to Duckett. Duckett turns it into the onside and he's off the mark. First ball's a big gap there. And Shamar Joseph steps forward to pick up. So one more run to the total. 13 for no wicket. For Duckett, there was that deep cover, deep square, fine leg. The field we've become accustomed to in the latter part of the series. Well, they just stop his boundary count. Bowl outside the off stump. You know he's going to go after it. Stop his fours. Just bottle him up a bit and hope he nicks one. 13 for no wicket. Stokes has taken guard, scraping away. And Stokes settles now. Jayden Seales moves in now to bowl to Ben Stokes. And Stokes hammers this over extra cover. Out towards the hole he stand for 4. Doesn't bother moving. Well, it seems fairly clear what Stokes' approach is going to be here. He's come out to open. He's going to take it on. 17 for no wicket. That's his 3rd boundary. That really was hammered by Stokes.
That looked personal.
It didn't it?
First ball from Jayden Seales, and he has been bowling too full more often than not with a new ball. But dug on bended knee and over extra cover.
Slammed away. Seales bowls to Stokes. Stokes flicks this into the onside. It comes third way down the pitch looking for a single. Stokes, no, not there. Seales, of course, he was involved in that sliding doors moment yesterday where he had route LBW in inverted commas, but was given not out. The umpire giving it not out, and Seales not reviewing it. Route at the time was on 3. Big moment in the game, potentially. Route part of later partnership, although West Indies did reduce England to 54 for 5, so they were able to make progress. They weren't able to build on that. Seales bowls to Stokes outside the off stump. That's clattered away as well through the offside. That's 4 through extra cover. Stokes is on a mission. He's standing there and delivering the ball to the boundary. 21 for no wicket. It's a little bit like the opening of a T20 or one-day international. Those first power play overs, 6 or 10.
You'd be hard pressed to think he's wearing purple. Northern Superchargers, Northern boy in the 100. He started as though he's in the power play.
Yeah, a few of these are off to the 100 afterwards. Harry Brook's going to play, isn't he? Ben Stokes is going to play. He's on 16 from 9. Seales bowls to him outside the off stump. This time Stokes goes back and guides it away towards deep backward point. Moti bowls it in to Silva, and Stokes gets his 17th run. 22 for no wicket. Jayden Seales, he's already walking back very slowly to his mark down beneath us. Sort of start that Ben Duckett often makes, but he's had to watch it from the non-striker's end. He's only faced 1 ball so far. We've got 2 slips and 2 gullies for Duckett, and the 2 men back. Seales presumably is going to bowl this outside the off stump to tempt him. Goes in round the wicket to bowl to Duckett. It is outside the off stump. It's swatted away by Duckett. Square with the wicket, picked up by the sweeper Moti. And they are through for a single. Silva had to leap in the air to try to stop that, and the umpire just had to wait for a moment to call over because it needs to be backed up. Moti bowling the ball in, but he's got a lot of power in that left arm. We noted it yesterday. I mean, he can bowl quickly as well when he's used. 23 for no wicket. Duckett is 2 from 2. Stokes is 17. The two Bens have a quick chat in the middle of the pitch. If you ever just switched on and wondering why Stokes and Duckett are batting together, Crawley tried to take a catch earlier, dropped it, and he's gone off to hospital to have his finger looked at. So Ben Stokes has bumped himself up the order.
Just picking up on something I was talking about earlier on, the Sri Lankan batting lineup that will be coming here for the 3 Test series beginning on the 21st of August, which of course you can hear on Test Match Special. Much more experienced, a lot of very high quality test players. Angelo Matthews, 16 Test hundreds, averaging over 45.
Alzari Joseph begins in error, bowls to Duckett. Duckett turns it away, just coming in with the angle there, down towards fine leg. So 3 balls for Duckett, 3 singles. England 24 for no wicket. They need 58 more to win.
Karuna Ratne, the opener and captain, 1600s, average 41. Dinesh Chanamel, 1500s, average 53. Dhananjay De Silva, sorry, he's the captain now, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
12 centuries, average 40. Kusal Mendes, 900s, average 36. So a lot more experienced players. Kamindu Mendes has made this very good start to his career with 2 centuries in his second test. That was against Bangladesh. Looking at the world rankings for batting, the highest ranked West Indian is Craig Brathwaite at 40. He's the only one of this squad in the top 60 in the current batting rankings.
Let's break off. Stokes facing Alzari Joseph. Joseph bowls to him. Stokes pulls this away and admires it, watches it go out towards deep mid-wicket. That's 4 as well. Well, it's thrilling batting from Ben Stokes. Everything must go. Stokes on to 21 from 11 balls. That's his 5th boundary. And England 28 for no wicket.
Yeah, not hanging around, no mucking about. In front of square, wide mid-on, you'd have to say.
Yeah, he smashed that from outside the off stump as well. He's taking it from outside the off stump, dragging it into the onside. 5 really high-class shots so far from Stokes. He's not slogging or anything like that. It's controlled power hitting. Alzari Joseph, what's he got? Moves in, bowls to Stokes, short ball, hammered away into the leg side, out towards the Holly stand. That's 4 as well. 2 fielders scurrying, it's gone between them. Moti and Shamar Joseph down there, went between them, one at deep back with square leg, one at fine leg. It's another boundary to Ben Stokes. It's 32 for no wicket. You better get those Sri Lanka stats out before this game ends. Results.
Karuna Ratne is 9th in the rankings, Dhananjay 15th, Matthews 24th, Chandimal 28th, Kamindu Mendes 45th, Kusal Mendes 51st. So much stronger batting side that will be coming here in August.
That's right. I note though the first Test match, so the first game they play, I don't know what their warm-up programme is at Old Trafford, which is often, I mean, it's good batting service, but it's normally quite firm and bouncy. Joseph to Stokes. Stokes hits that away into the onside. It's a chase out towards deep mid-wicket. It will be picked up inside the rope. This time it's a modest 2 for Ben Stokes. Takes him to 27, and England to 34 for no wicket. And we've only had 2.4 overs.
Yeah, T's a long way away. Don't think we'll see T. Because Alzari Joseph will try to get a wicket. And radar has been off, even when he's been trying to be consistent. And Stokes are just looking to blast it to all parts.
48 to win, 40 minutes to go until tea, and tea can be delayed. Right, changing the field. One of the slips is coming out. This is dispiriting for West Indies. I mean, felt the force of Mark Wood after lunch, and now they're feeling the force of Ben Stokes' bat. So 1 slip, 1 gully, 4 saving 1, 3 men back, 2 on the leg side. Joseph bowls to Stokes. Stokes lost him down the ground, out towards the long off boundary. And this is bobbling away. Hasn't timed it perfectly, but that goes for 4 as well. And it really is like a power play in a white ball match. The field is up, so there are gaps. And of course you can loft it as well, and that's what Stokes did. He's on to 31. And it's 38 for no wicket. 31 of 14 balls.
But this has been a problem with Alzari. line and length is important. You've got to get both right. Just reinforced mid-wicket. Then the next ball you bowl is outside of off stump, albeit swinging back. You've been hit straight back over your head on the offside. Needs to be able to group a few more balls together and allow Craig Bradford to set a field for one thing on one side.
Joseph bowls. Stokes tried to heave it away into the leg side. He struck somewhere on the body. He's down, and now he's up. For a moment, I thought that hit him in the box area. He's back up on his feet. If it had done, he'd stay down for a bit longer. End of the over. Stokes has 31. England are 38 for no wicket. They are racing towards victory. And for the next 20 minutes, it will be Daniel Norcross. You might see them home the way things are going.
I was about to say 20 minutes is a long time to ask.
Well, I'll tell you what else is in our sights. England's fastest 50 as a chicken is chased by something else in the Holly stand. I can't really identify what was chasing the chicken, but fastest England 50, 28 balls. Andy?
Stokes 31 after 3 overs is the second highest individual score after 3 overs of a test innings. Ahead of him, Chris Gale, who was 33 after 3 overs against England at the Oval in 2004. I think he take 6 fours in a Hoggard over.
Oh, that rings a bell. Another explosive left-hander. 82 the target. England are 38 without loss. They're speeding towards a 3-0 win. And when they get there, it'll mean that England's men and England's women's teams, am I right in saying, would have won every game that they've played? I think there have been 3 called off, abandoned. I mean, in all formats, this is. And would have got to the end of July without a single England women's team losing. As Holder comes in from new over, this is dabbed into the offside by Duckett. Into the point region, straight to the fielder. There is no run.
Boring.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, Duckett's only faced 4 balls, of course, so this explosive start has all been about Ben Stokes. But normally, it's Duckett who's going off like a train. There's a slip and sort of 2 gullies in place. One's very deep, one not so deep. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a long leg. Holder just runs through the crease. So actually, just sort of ambled through the crease. Must have just lost his run-up.
A little bit of drama.
Yeah.
Get the crowd involved.
Well, it's a beautiful day. It's, I thought at the start of the day there was a chance we were going to get at least a full day, maybe even. The way the West Indies resistance looked at some points before lunch, we might even go into a 4th day, but that is definitely not going to happen now. As Holder runs away from us. Into Duckett and drives nicely up to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder. There is no run. Brathwaite does the fielding. Time to reflect, Carlos. This series has been short, let us say.
Yeah, it has been. I still think there's a lot of positives. I think it's how you build on the positives, and that's always been the West Indies conundrum. So when you leave these shores and you've got better game on game on game, you start back from square one when you get to South Africa. And in a year's time, you may only see half of this team, and the rebuild continues.
Holder into Duckett, drives again firmly out towards deep point. Just the 1 run. Duckett to 4, 39 without loss, brings Stokes back on strike.
And I obviously hope the Sri Lankans are a sterner test for this England team. But we have seen more experienced teams in the past come to England and be completely picked apart and taken apart by an even more experienced bowling lineup than this one. So I think the expectations of this inexperienced West Indies team coming here and winning a game far less the series, I didn't have much hope, to be honest.
Holder into Stokes, comes down the wicket and hammers this through mid-wicket. It's running away for 4. He came charging down the pitch at Holder and has pulled it between mid-on and mid-wicket. Along the ground, he goes to 35, and he is threatening that fastest 50. You know, he needs to get another 15 in 11 balls to beat both them. I mean, on reflection, there have been moments, certainly in the last 2 games, when the West Indies have been on top. They were literally on top at the end of the first innings, with the first innings lead of 41. And indeed in this game, when England were 54 for 5 yesterday, they had a really good chance. As Holder is in again, and Stokes wallops this back over his head. 1 bounce 4. Full in the slot. Stokes to 39, 47 without loss.
I knew the slow ball would come. I think everybody knew the slow ball was coming.
This is scintillating batting from Stokes.
Yeah, and the West Indies have shown that they're good enough to have moments, but you can't win or draw test matches just having moments. You have to put together good sessions and good days.
Holder into Stokes, who, well, cuts this, carves it really, over extra cover. He's going to get 1, he'll come back for 2. There's 1 hand off the bat. He's just flinging his bat at everything. He's faced 3 balls in that over and hit 10 off them. 49 without loss, England. They need 33 more to complete a 3-0 clean sweep. Stokes 41 from 18 balls. Duckett 4 from 6. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? There's a partnership yesterday. There was also, I suppose, a moment when the route LBW wasn't referred, and you just wonder, sliding doors moment, could the West Indies have got on top then? The problem is, as we've seen this England side, if you give them a chance in their home conditions, they've got enough players to turn around the situation.
That's the thing. When West Indies have had that chance, they haven't been clinical enough either with the ball or in the field to capitalise on their moments. Whereas when Root and Stokes get in, they'll absorb their pressure. They'll then get big totals, and then someone like Jamie Smith and Chris Wokes, more so Wokes than Jamie Smith, part of that older guard that knows and understands the different phases of play. Smith obviously was the aggressor in that partnership, but Chris Wokes played the situation really well and then push it beyond the means, realistically, of the West Indies.
Start of a new over. Duckett defends. Back to Alzari Joseph, whose series, I mean, he's taken wickets. He's gone for a lot of runs. I mean, these are the sort of things I don't know whether the West Indies will look too deeply at these particular issues, but you know, they've threatened with the ball on occasion, but they've also, Alzari Joseph leads the attack, and he's let England get away from him on occasion.
Yeah, and it's different with Kemar Roach, but different skill set. Kemar Roach potentially be more miserly, but he wouldn't offer you the pace and the potential fire that Alzari has. So again, it goes back to how do you want to play cricket.
Here is Alzari Joseph into Duckett, who swings this away off his hip. I don't think he got much bat on it, if any. A little roll down to fine leg. The 50 is up in double quick time. 4.2 overs.
Is that
ridiculous? Here we go, Andy.
Well, that is the joint fastest that a team has ever reached 50 in Test history in an innings.
In any innings?
In any innings, equaling the record set in their last game at Trent in the first innings of the match at 4.2 overs, which broke the record from Oval 1994 England against South Africa in the 4th innings, 4.3 overs to reach 50 on that occasion.
It's quite preposterous. It brings Stokes back on strike on 41 from 18 balls. I'm sure he's not really aware of the record, but we are. And I dare say many people in the crowd will now be aware of it. He needs to get 9 runs in 9 balls to beat Botham's record of the fastest 50 for England. Round the wicket and cut along the ground, strapled almost, up to long off. He looks rather disappointed and then ambles through for a single. Goes to 42, 51 for none.
Funny test match feel in the 5th over.
Didn't it?
One man in what would be the one-day circle at slip. Then there was a deep cover just outside the circle. Sweep on the boundary, 3rd man, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg.
Yes, it's not a sort of obvious wicket-taking field, but might be the best way of getting them out. As Joseph is in, and that's all goes past the inside edge of Duckett. Doesn't miss off stump by much, and Joshua De Silva takes.
Yeah, and I think if Alzari Joseph can bowl that on more occasion, you see Gus Atkinson do it really well. Mark Wood did it really well as well with the older ball. You can be fast and you can be consistent. So it doesn't have to be one or the other. I think Shamar Joseph hasn't been as quick as we've seen from him so far. but he's been really accurate. But Alzari's let the radar go a bit.
In he comes to Duckett, who clips this away nicely down to long leg. It'll just be the single. Brings Stokes back on strike. As Moti does the fielding. 52, I beg your pardon, without loss. The target just 30 away now. Yes, he hasn't been consistent enough with finding a kind of a stop ball, really.
Yeah. And then they had Jaden Seals in the other game at Trent Bridge being really expensive in his first couple overs as well. So one of the challenges that West Indies have had is being able to control the rate of scoring.
Alzari Joseph into Stokes, who tries to swing this away and misses it. Would have been a one-day wide. Taken by Joshua De Silva, diving away to his right. End of the over, England 52 without loss. Stokes 42. Duckett has 5.
Only thing we haven't seen is a scoop.
A scoop? No, we haven't seen a scoop.
Yeah.
No. Actually, there's not been a lot of inventive batting. They just thrashed it.
Yeah. Ball crap. Get smashed.
Well, yes. Succinctly put, Carlos. Andy.
Misbah-ul Haq's record is safe. 21 ball half century. With Pakistan against Australia in 2014. Set the England record, 28 balls. Ian Botham in Delhi, December 1981 against India. Fastest in England v West Indies cricket remains an extraordinary 28 ball half century by Foffy Williams.
Oh, Foffy Williams.
48 in Barbados.
He's come up a few times as Foffy Williams. Was that the only reason he's come up? Or? Right. I seem to hear about Foffy Williams more than is perhaps strictly speaking necessary. As Holder runs away from us into Duckett, clips away nicely down to long leg. They've run one, they'll come back for a second, which is a sort of disappointment. It's a bit unfair on Duckett, but I think the crowd wants to see Stokes the way he's batting. 54 without loss. Duckett to 7. The target further 28 to go.
Shots are boring. The balls running out.
It's a sellout today. First 3 days sold out. It's a shame for the 4th day crowd, but they'll get their refunds as Holder is in. And that's driven back down the ground, along the ground by Duckett. Fielder will not cut that off. It's a lovely straight drive. Duckett into double figures. 58 without loss. 24 more needed to win.
Not a shot you'd see from Ben Duckett often.
No.
Straight down the ground. His wagon wheel normally has a puncture.
Yeah. It's a lot through backward point, isn't there?
Point and square the wicket, offside and leg side. Third man.
Hands quite low on the bat there. As Holder is into Duckett once more. Now he's pulling through mid-wicket. Fielder giving chase. Should cut it off. They'll get back for another couple. 60 without loss. 22 needed. And Duckett to 13. I mean, all of this, we spent quite a lot of time thinking about the West Indies and trying to find the positives and wondering where it's gone wrong. It's worth dwelling a little bit on England, who have got themselves into scrapes in this series, but brilliantly got themselves out of them. I mean, yesterday, to recover from 54 for 5, to make 376, inexperienced wicket-keeper, a very experienced Root and Stokes. And then with the ball, picking up wickets late yesterday evening, and then that spell from Wood. And they're doing this without James Anderson. First series without him at home for a while, as Holder is in. This is pulled. Oh, through mid-wicket again. And I think this one might reach the boundary. Yes, Fielder sort of ambles towards it. And Duckett picks up a boundary to go to 17. He scored a 64 without loss. Only 18 more left to win. Stokes needs 8 for his half century. He's not on strike. Pulled well in front of square.
Duckett has finally joined the party. Couple boundaries in the over.
2 balls left in the over. Holder coming round the wicket. As Duckett waits. Holder into him. Short again. Pulled again. In front of square again. 4 again. Through mid-wicket. Almost identical. 68 without loss. Duckett, is that 3 fours in a row for Duckett? Oh no, 2 fours and 2.
Yeah, 2-4, 2-4-4 so far this over.
2-4, 2-4-4. Which is 16. Yes. 1 ball left in the over. 14 more to win. Carlos Brathwaite, who has been marvellous guest for us throughout this series, is leaving us. Vic Marks is back in. Short again. Has it pulled in front of square again for 4 more? Yes, it is. The fielder wasn't too interested this time. Almost escorted it to the boundary. 20 off the over. 4 fours, 2 twos for Duckett. He has 25. Stokes 42. England need 10 more to win. They're 72 without loss. Vic Marks has joined me for the last rights.
Yeah, the last rights don't last very long, do they? Well, where's this opening batsman been all my life? I told you, I was having a conversation about left-handed opening.
Oh, yes.
Opening batsmen. Well, there's the man. Ben Stokes.
You've got your Matthew Haydens. Justin Langers.
Yeah.
Your Langers.
But
Chris Broad.
Well, yeah. Anyway.
Aggers wanted Chris Wokes to open at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not a good idea. And I don't even think Chris Wokes would have thought it was a very good idea.
You're able to say that because he's got no right of reply today.
Well, we wish him well.
We do. Shamar Joseph is in the attack.
There is reports of his improvement.
This is good news.
Yes. There are reports.
Shamar Joseph. Well, is he going to get through an over even, the way England are going? They're 72 without loss after 6 overs. That feels like that's probably a record as well. And he's scurrying around. The most important record?
10 required.
Yep. Is that England are going to win this series 3-0 very comfortably as Shamar Joseph is into Stokes, who firmly drives straight down the ground, up towards the boundary, and a really brilliant effort. Prevents the 4. That is fantastic work by Mikael Louis, who's had a bit of an in-out series. He's shown glimpses of what he can do, but right at the end here, in what is an utterly futile course, he has dived full length to stop what looked like a certain boundary and restrict Stokes to 2. He has 44. He's now within 6 of that fastest 50.
Is indeed the fastest, most runs in the first 6 overs of a Test innings. Previously it was 60 in the first 6 8-ball overs. West Indies at the Wacker in 1975-6, and 6 ball overs was 58 for 1. That was England in that chase against South Africa at the Oval in '94.
Stokes on strike. Shamar Joseph into him. Short, and he ducks underneath it. I'm sorry, I'm outraged.
You're outraged he hasn't hooked that into the Holly stand.
Yes, I don't think he's read the script here. He's 22 balls. He's got another 5 balls to get 6 runs if he wants to beat that Botham record.
Well, I think we can be absolutely certain he's got no idea.
Yes, I'm sure.
And why should he? There are other things on his mind. If it happens, it happens.
Yes.
It's a remarkable field, this. There are 6, at least 6, possibly 7 men on the boundary.
Shamar Joseph into Stokes, wide of the off stump. Oh, and that's not called a wide. It was extremely wide. The umpire being unnecessarily lenient, perhaps, there. 8 more England need to win. That was extremely wide of the off stump. So he's trying to hide the ball a bit from Stokes.
Oddly enough, Stokes has all the attributes of being a very good opening batsman. He's got a very sound technique and he's very good against pace. In some ways, he's more comfortable at the start of an innings against pace.
Shamar Joseph runs in over the wicket to Stokes. Oh, he has hammered this high into the crowd, and there it is. That's the record. 6 for Ben Stokes, brings up his 50 off just 24 balls. The fastest 50 by an Englishman in Test cricket history. Beating Ian Botham's record, a player he's often likened to. He raises his bat around the ground, who are all standing in joyful approval of what has been a blistering knot. England were always going to hunt down this 82, but he's made sure they've done it in some style. England 80 for none, they need 2 to win. Stokes 50 off just 24 balls. Joseph into Stokes again, driving into the offside. Without extra cover, no run.
It's 47-50 plus scoring Test, his second of the match, 1694s, and it's the joint 3rd fastest Test history by 50 in Test history by any player. Misbah had 21 balls for Pakistan against Australia in 2014. David Warner, 23 balls for Australia against Pakistan in January 2017. Stokes tied with Callis, who had a 24-ball 50 against Zimbabwe in 2005.
Jack Callis. Joseph into Stokes, who pulls this out to deep square leg. They've run, well, they've ambled one, and the scores are level. One more required for victory. Is that the end of the over? It is.
I think it is. What a shot to get to your 50. I mean, it's in the same sort of neck of the woods as that Jamie Smith pull. It didn't go out of the ground, so it didn't go quite as far as that. But my goodness me, there's a man on the boundary there, but he needed to be about 10 rows back at one end of the Hollies stand. It's fantastic, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's no wonder the ground's full. It may not be full for 5 days, but it's no wonder people keep coming, because they are gobsmacking to watch.
It is a very, very entertaining side that Stokes and Brendan McCullum have put together. It's a side that's going to, I think, yes, fill out grounds for a while to come.
Is this Brathwaite's going to finish things?
Oh,
is that right?
Skipper's coming on. He's suddenly hobbling.
Well,
he's going to turn his arm over at any rate. And I imagine Stokes is going to try and plant him into the crowd.
Well, why? Oh, why doesn't he just nurdle it between cover and extra cover and run a quick single?
That's what they're doing your day, isn't it?
Well, Beefy played in my day, to be fair.
Yes, that's very true. Actually, the shot that we were talking about reminded me a little bit of the shots Beefy played, albeit right-handed, at Old Trafford back in '81. As Brathwaite is in. Short bouncer down the leg side with the keeper standing up. Brathwaite is nominally an off-spinner, and he's fired that in. I'd love to see the speed gun on that.
Well, if it comes up, I'll let you know.
Something else.
Well taken.
It was. Brathwaite in again. Short, pulled away, and there it is. England have won, and it's gone for 6 in the grand manner. Stokes seals victory for England. They win the series by 3 matches to 0. They win the match by 10 wickets. It's been a dominant performance and an electrifying one today. First Mark Wood with those 5 wickets, a scintillating spell, and then Ben Stokes with the fastest 50 by an Englishman in a Test match. How fitting that he should bring up the winning runs. He's undefeated, Duckett is undefeated, and England are undefeated this year across all formats so far, this summer, I should say. England win by 10 wickets. They win the series 3-0, Vic Marks.
Well, it's the first time they've beaten the West Indies for some considerable time, isn't it?
Well, a clean sweep. I don't know how many times that will have happened.
Well, no.
In 40th anniversary, of course, of the blackwash that was inflicted on them.
Yeah. And it's been a tough ask for the West Indies. And perhaps in the past, we've talked about the fact that maybe in recent times, England haven't taken the West Indies seriously enough. They've gone with slightly... But there was a real hunger and enthusiasm about England for getting the West Indies travails at the moment. It's a long time since they've played a Test match. And this England team, you get one of their many attributes is they think it's great fun playing Test cricket. All of them seem to. They love it. And it was almost as if they are so, they've been denied this opportunity since the last Test match in India, where it didn't all go according to plan, but they still seemed to enjoy themselves. And you felt they were hungry to get together again and play this style of red ball cricket that is captivating one and all, where we don't quite know what's going to happen. They could be 5 for 50, or they could knock off the 81 runs required in the space of 7 overs. I mean, and I think that's one of the keys. They all love it. They love playing in this team, and they were hungry to play in this series because they haven't played much lately. And it's quite hard to play against a team like that who just turn up with a smile, want to play some really aggressive cricket, enjoy one another's company and get on with it. And they, proved to be an unstoppable force in this series against the West Indies side that was inexperienced and, not full of all the great names that we got associated in the past. It was a huge ask for the West Indies, and in the end, they couldn't do anything about it.
Fazil Mohammed has joined us. He's been with us throughout this series, manfully calling the action as he's seen it. Is there any way the West Indies can bring some of that joy to their own cricket? I mean, what Vic's talking about there is the relish with which England play. And the West Indies don't always necessarily look like that, but it's hard to when you lose a match by an innings, you lose a match by 10 wickets, and you lose the other match by 241 runs. But it doesn't tell the whole story, does it? There were moments when the West Indies competed. Where can they get their version of joy in Test cricket?
Yes, there were moments, and indeed, you just have to look to January for the joy of Brisbane and that famous Test match victory. But it's the consistency, that word, which I know sounds boringly repetitive, but as you mentioned, 54 for 5 yesterday, not being able to finish the job. I know there's a lot of talk about not reviewing the Joe Root LBW situation, but these things happen in the game. But if you look at it in its entirety, it's the inability of so many of these cricketers, both the experience and the inexperience, to just be consistent. And again, 3-0 is a whitewash. We talk about 40 years from the blackwash of 1984. But in 2004, with Brian Lara, Chris Gale, Ramnari Sarwan, Shivnarine Chandapol, it was 4-0 England. So again, this is painful now, but nothing particularly new.
I've got to skedaddle. I'm leaving you in charge. It's been an absolute joy having you on TMS, and safe travels. But you'll be hearing more from Fazir before we head down to Simon.
At least I remember the name of Dan this time around, because he'll never let me forget forgetting his name, actually, at the start of
it's good for him, though. It's good for him. Just occasionally he's taking
cut him down to size. But certainly, the West Indies have had a situation here, Vic, where the challenges that they face have been put into sharp relief by this outstanding England side. And yes, they'll face greater challenges. India, Australia, the Ashes is always a momentous duel. And indeed, Sri Lanka coming in a couple of weeks' time with a lot more experience in their batting lineup, as Andy just gave us those figures. But yes, there's quite a bit of work.
And it must, I mean, you're the expert here, but it must highlight the dilemma within the Caribbean with that tremendous heritage of success in Test cricket that I remember obviously well, and you thought it'll never end. It went on for about 15 years at least. But now, with all the attractions of franchise cricket and other sorts, but especially that emphasis on franchise cricket, and that's probably the obvious direction for a very talented young man in whether it's Trinidad, Jamaica or whatever, that if you can hit a few sixes and bowl 4 niggardly overs, then whoa, there is a career out there. It's not such an obvious pathway via Test cricket to fame and fortune, I guess.
Absolutely correct, Vic. And you have a situation now where young cricketers, male and female, although we've just heard that Deandra Dottin, who walked away from West Indies cricket 2 years ago, is now making herself available ahead of the next Women's World Cup, which is a good sign as far as relations between Premier players and Cricket West Indies. But yes, you can't really hold anything against young cricketers in our region with tiny economies, limited resources, could not possibly match what players in England, Australia, India would get from their respective boards as retainers to ensure that they remain committed to the country. And therefore, you have the allure of these different formats of the game. But we can join Simon Mann now to give us a perspective on the ground.
Well, thank you very much, Fazia. Yeah, we're down on the outfield here, and we're going to get all the reaction. Ben Stokes, player of the match, player of the series. We'll have a chat with Craig Brathwaite as well. West Indies captain Stephen Finn is here, and Tuffers will be here very shortly as well. We're going to round it all up, and if you do have to leave us, you can download it as a podcast later. So England have won this match by 10 wickets before tea on the third day. Another hammering, really. Mark Wood blew West Indies away in the afternoon with 5 for 40, took 5 for 9 in 6 overs, finally getting some reward after a series in which he bowled superbly but didn't take that many wickets. And then with Zach Crawley out of action, Ben Stokes opened the innings, and would you know it, he made the fastest half-century ever by an England batter in men's cricket. 24 balls, he was 57 not out at the end from 28 balls. England winning in 7.2 overs, 87 for no wicket. Another remarkable day's play in front of a big house at Edgbaston, and it's probably why they keep coming along, because this England side is exciting to watch. Steve Finn alongside me. We'll be getting all the reaction shortly. Well, what about that afternoon? I mean, at lunchtime, West Indies had battled it out in the First session, lost 3 wickets. They were sort of just about in the game, but then over before tea.
Yeah, I feel like I need a glass of water or something, or a wet towel. I don't know. It's been a very fast-forward afternoon of cricket. I mean, that fast bowling by Wood was exhilarating. We were all sat directly behind the bowler's arm, and you couldn't take your eyes off it. It felt like he was going to take a wicket every single delivery, reverse swing, control, hostility. It really was beautiful bowling, and then that was just brutal from Ben Stokes. You felt as though the West Indies, coming into today, certainly may have had half an eye on that plane home. I think when they got out there with the ball in hand, they were pretty much all on the plane there, which is natural. It does happen at that stage of a series when the other team have been so dominant, and when you've actually thrown away the position that they were in at the beginning of yesterday, when they had England 54 for 5 and felt as though they might take a lead. So all of those things combined led to a very dominant display by England. I thought that it's been exactly the tonic they needed after that hammering in India that they ended up receiving after competing for half of that series. So a job well done in this first series of the summer.
How does that start to happen for a fast bowler? Mark Wood, he bowled so well in the series. Nothing goes right for him. Then suddenly, bang, 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 bang.
Well, you have to retain the hope that you can just hang in there, and that's part of the challenge of fast bowling, is coming back to the well and keeping going again and again. When you feel as though things might be against you, or you feel like you're not quite ticking, you have to stand there at the back of your mark 30 metres away and be prepared to attempt to bowl with the same vigour that you have done previously. And Mark Wood, you could see him hanging in there, and you just sensed when he started getting that ball to tail back in towards Josh De Silva at the beginning of the afternoon session, that if he were to find the right line and length, that he could just blow through that West Indies tail, and that ended up being exactly what transpired. It was masterful fast bowling, 5 for 40. No doubt a batter will win man of the match, but it was brilliant bowling.
Oh, Finney, come on. You've got to let it go. But
never.
Well, I'm just trying to think who the player of the match will be. We'll find out fairly soon. Yeah, with lots of. I think it's been an all-round team effort this series. Lots of players have contributed. And you think of the players that England have brought in, Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith. They've had excellent series.
Brilliant. Yeah, they're two guys that when you've watched them play in domestic cricket, actually you have felt as though they're going to be well equipped to deal with international cricket. And by that I mean Jamie Smith has a very simple technique, but he has the power and the ability to be able to go up and down the gears. And then Gus Atkinson, even though he's not set the world alight in domestic cricket this year so far, you watch him bowl spells and you think that's test match bowling, a simplicity of the way that he approaches the crease. There's not much that can go wrong with his action. He looks as though he can go pole hunting if he needs to with his pace and his ability to move the ball. But he doesn't bowl that many bad balls as well, and he has that pace and bounce that troubles the best players in the world. So, they're two people who they're going to face sterner tests than this West Indies team. I think it's fair to be said, and that's not being disrespectful. I think they were undercooked coming into this series, and clearly not the acumen with the bat in particular to be able to trouble this England team over the course of a Test match series. But they've both started their international careers very well, and I think they've both got very bright futures.
So, is it hard to assess how good this attack is?
In terms of England's attack? No, I don't think so. I think you can, when you're watching people bowl, you get a sense of whether they're test match bowlers or not. And I think that watching Gus Atkinson, he ended up with 22 wickets in the series, I think, across a 3-match series, which is a remarkable achievement, and I'd imagine that he will end up being player of the series. You'd be very disappointed, and I would, as a former fast bowler, if he didn't. But you look at people and you think whether they're made for Test match cricket, and it's been a nice introduction for them, and they have both acquitted themselves very well.
It strikes me one of the keys, and it's so important, is for quick bowlers. Ben Stokes coming back to fitness has made such a difference.
Huge difference. And his ability, I'd like him to start bowling spells that are less than 8 overs, if I'm being honest, because he's just coming back from a knee injury, but that is his character, that we know that he has that doggedness about him where he just wants to have the ball in his hand and work through a spell. But he's being back and bowling well and technically, from a fast bowling technical perspective, to see that front foot landing and that knee be braced and him being able to commit to bowling that ball as quick as he can. This was his quickest spell in Test cricket for 5 years. Yep, Henry Moran giving me the thumbs up. I'm nailing my stats today. But his quickest spell in Test cricket for 5 years clearly shows that he's over that knee injury, and he is such a key component. If England are, and we keep looking forward 18 months to that Ashes series, but if England are to win that Ashes series, him being able to bowl and be effective with the ball is crucial to them doing well in Australia.
Another interesting thing that happened today is, when England started off this morning, you thought, well, who's going to bowl either end? And actually, Ben Stokes surprises us, as he often does. Mark Wood at one end, well, that seemed reasonably logical, but Shoaib Bashir at the other end. Let me bring in Tuffers, an expert on spin bowling. How often would you have bowled, in these sort of conditions, how often would you have bowled the first over there? The captain said, go on, bowl the first over of the day.
Well, yeah, I think it's because he looked like he was going to get a wicket every ball against Mikhail Louis. He was getting him groping outside that off stump. Why not throw him the ball, see what was going on? I must admit, it was a little bit surprising because Gus Atkinson and Chris Wokes bowled so beautifully the night beforehand. But why not? Sometimes as a skipper, you go with your gut. You think something might happen, or you've seen something, or the way a batter plays a certain bowler, and they gave him a good spell, didn't he? I mean, he created chances. England looked like they were going to take a wicket with every ball when they first came out, but it didn't quite happen, and then they got the changes on and got the seamers on. So I think that was a good call by Ben Stokes.
How do you assess Bashir as a slow bowler? He's only 20 years of age.
Well, I mean, he's got all the tools, hasn't he? He's 6'5", bowls from a high action. He's great big long fingers that he can wrap round the ball, and he also looks like he's got that sort of spin bowler's attitude. He looks like he likes working out the way batters play. I thought he bowled beautifully when he came on this morning, and just bowled it a little bit wider to the right-handers, which is what you want to be doing as the pitch starts to wear and the Test match sort of goes on. I think that was a perfect line, and he looked really good. I think he's ceiling so high. Listen, he's going to have tougher challenges to come, flatter pitches, better players, but I mean, you can only do what's put in front of you, and he's done it with aplomb.
What did you feel about this West Indies side over the 3 Test matches?
I thought they did all right. They sort of spluttered into life a couple of occasions, didn't they? And put together decent passages of play, but Test match cricket is all about doing it over a sustained period, and they couldn't do that, could they? They'd get a couple of partnerships or decent spell of bowling, but it's all about, can you sustain it session after session, keep coming back session after session, and they just couldn't quite do it. Very inexperienced, but they'll grow from this.
Yeah, it's hard. You're being worn down the whole time. And you're up against a good side as well in their own conditions.
No, absolutely. I mean, England, fantastic side in their own conditions. You know what I mean? You've got the guys. I was delighted with the 2 debutants as well. I think that they would take so much away from this. The West Indies are going to have to go away, go back to the drawing board. They've got a game against South Africa in a week. That's going to be a bit tough as well. Fantastic side South Africa have got as well. So, it's going to be tricky for them, but you just saw signs of them getting better each Test match.
How much has this been a vindication of England's team changes at the start of this series?
Absolutely. I think there's probably not more emphatic way of proving that those changes are the right thing to do. I think Jamie Smith has had a quiet series behind the stumps, which is what you want. No one has even questioned or talked about his wicket-keeping whatsoever, which is a very good sign. And Gus Atkinson is someone who you always felt as though had the ability to be good in Test match cricket, and he's proved that.
Well, we're getting some reaction now. Mark Wood has come over to join us. He's got a big hug from Finney. Mark, I presume you're down because you're player of the match, are you? I don't know. We haven't been told this, or just because you bowled so well today?
Yeah, I think so. I was a bit surprised, but happy that I've obviously getting player of the match, so down here to do a few interviews.
Well, it eventually came right. It's been right throughout the series, but you haven't had the rewards. What happened today to change that, do you think?
I was in a bit of a bad fettle actually up there at lunchtime. I was thinking, is it something I'm doing wrong? Am I not quite getting it right? Length or something. And I had a great conversation with Jimmy and a couple of other backroom staff who were really good, speaking to me and trusting what I'm doing.
What did Jimmy say to you?
He just said, rather than thinking about the outcome, can we think about more of the... Because the ball was reversing and trying to, mix it up with a bit of in, a couple away, and actually getting into the battle and the skill element rather than thinking, I'm not getting a wicket or I'm not, doing what I want to do. So after the lunch break, all I did was try to focus really on, running hard again, but also that sort of skill element of moving the ball. And I sort of just got into a rhythm of, I guess that sort of it sort of clicking because I wasn't thinking about, and then I think that first week it would give us a lot of confidence really, and then I was able to push on from there.
Has it been a frustrating series for you?
Yeah, it has, yeah. I think, when my pace, I'm really proud that I managed to keep my pace up throughout, but I was disappointed that I wasn't getting wickets. I mean, when you see high pace, often, especially me as a tail ender, if I'm facing high pace, I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to last long here. But I couldn't get any wickets, so it was frustrating, yeah.
And how's the body after 2 test matches?
It's all right, it's a bit sore now, but the physio team, excellent. I mean, Steve Griffin, the physio, he kept patching me back together. I don't think they've got any tape left, so I'm pretty pleased the series is finished now. They can restock, and I'll get some more if I get a game next time.
Well, very well bowled, and you got some reward at last.
Thank you, cheers.
There we go, that's Mark Wood, who thinks he's the player of the match. He is the player of the match, it's just been confirmed. So, yeah, actually, right at the end of the game, and you look at some of the contributors, I think it has been I was saying this earlier to Finney Tuffers, that it has been an all-round performance from this England team. Most have contributed.
Absolutely. I think they've bowled well as a unit. I think they've batted well as a unit, and they've sort of dovetailed and fed off each other's success, and that's what good teams do. Yeah, I mean, they're growing into a pretty decent side, this England side, and everyone who comes in, as you say, the 2 debutants, they just seem to fit in so smoothly, don't they? There's no sort of nerves. They all seem pretty unfazed by it all, and that is the sign of a good dressing room and a team that is looking to really build and build.
Well, we're going to get some more reaction now. We're going to talk to Ben Stokes fairly soon, but Brendan McCullum is here. We haven't spoken to you for a while, Brendan. So your reflections really on the whole series?
Look, obviously I thought it was a really good series. I thought at times West Indies pushed us incredibly hard, and I think with their bowling lineup it was always a battle when it came to bat in hand, but I thought overall it was a progression of where we wanted to get to as a team. We were able to bring in a couple of new guys and see them develop on this stage and perform really well, and I think overall we're really content with how we played and know that we've progressed as a team.
You made those changes after the last series, after India. I mean, in a way, from the outside, you make that's pretty ruthless. We've got rid of Jimmy Anderson, we've dropped Johnny Best, or left Johnny Best at the side. Do you feel what you've seen is, totally vindicated what you did?
Yeah, look, I think when you're running a cricket team, you're always looking to try and nip and tuck along the way, and there's guys who have put their hands up and they've got the skill sets that we sort of identified as we thought could be successful on the international stage, and there'll be complementary skills to what we had in the side beforehand. So, I think the guys that have come in, Jamie Smith has been outstanding behind the stumps, and we've seen the power that he possesses with bat in hand, and he looks a real talent. Gus Atkinson, 20-odd wickets in the series as a dream start, and he bowled with good pace and good intelligence, and he was always threatening as well. And I think Shoaib Bashir, to me, is just an absolute gun. I think the way he's able to bowl in the first innings and the subtle variations and challenging lines that he bowls, and then to be able to adjust then to the second innings, he's always posing questions as well. It's no slight on the guys that have been before, that's for sure, but these guys have certainly, they've stood up in the series and shown that they're international quality players, and it's exciting for the squad.
Was there a moment with Jimmy when you saw him take those wickets for Lancashire and then bowl really well at Lords where you thought, well, have we made the right decision here?
Yeah, look, I mean, Jimmy's had an unbelievable career. Unbelievable, what he's been able to achieve over a 20-odd year period of time is quite remarkable, really, and we had a fantastic celebration for him at Lords, and obviously him now joining the coaching staff is very beneficial for all of us. What he's been able to pass on to some of our young bowlers and even our more experienced guys in the short space of time that he's been here, and has been really vital. And sometimes when you're playing, maybe you don't necessarily maybe share that information as willingly because you've got your own performance that you've got to worry about. Now he's stepped smoothly into the coaching scene, and the job that he's done for us has been very, very good. It's always tough when you say goodbye to a great. But the stage that he went out on and the way that it unfolded, I think Jimmy's content with it.
Do you like the template of this team now? And we've had a bit of evolution, a bit of changes. Does this feel like, okay, let's give this a go now for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, look, I think so. I think we wanted to introduced guys that we thought had some high ceilings, and Bashir and Atkinson in particular. And I think we've seen that. Look, we're not the finished article, we know that, but this series has been a step forward for us.
Just on the approach, the batting approach in this series, has that changed a bit? Has it been refined? I mean, I'm not going to use the dreaded phrase that I know that you don't like, but has it just been scaled back a bit? Although you see the team chase 87 in 7 overs today, you think, well, perhaps not.
Yeah, look, I think firstly you've got to look at this batting group now has been together the best part of 18 months or so. So there's a natural progression, there's an understanding of one another's complementary skills, and there's a growth amongst the guys who are out there with bat in hand. And our messaging has never been about trying to go hell for leather with the bat. It's about trying to go out there and play the game that you know how to play best, and trying to remove as much external noise as you possibly can and allow your talent to come out and be totally clear and present in the moment. So, I think over time you become more and more comfortable with that, and that's what we've seen from this batting group. And the fact that they are able to complement one another with their certain styles is really impressive, and that's, for me, that's the most impressive part, is that we're starting to see each individual play the game that gives them their greatest chance of success, and that's all you want from a coaching point of view.
Well, congratulations on a series win. Thanks very much, Brendan.
Thank you.
There we go. That's Brendan McCullum, the England coach, and we're going to hear from Ben Stokes and Craig Brathwaite shortly. We might hear from the player of the series as well, who Stephen, quite right. I mean, they did give Bowler a player of the match. They might well give the series player of the match as well to Bowler. Craig Brathwaite is here as well, West Indies captain. Well, Craig, it's been a tough series, tough to take. What are your reflections on it?
Yeah, it was a tough one for sure. Just go back to, we didn't show a lot of discipline with the ball. We didn't. When we look back at percentages of our groupings, coming from the series before this, we dropped a lot, and that's one thing that let us down. Obviously, we let them off the hook a lot of times, scoring way too fast. And then batting-wise, obviously, we didn't get second innings runs in the last 2 test matches. And also, obviously, Kevin got 100, it was great. But we got, including myself, we got about 4 or 5 half centuries, and it could be a big difference if those guys would have carried on, including myself, in terms of the total. So I think both batting-wise and bowling-wise, we just didn't come consistently to the party, throughout the entire test match, and that's something we need to do, to be able to win test matches especially against good teams,
And on this game, you had England 54 for 5. Do you think, well, yeah, this is our great opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, that was the belief. Obviously, a little unlucky with the referral, that we didn't refer.
Yeah. What was the thought process there? Just didn't think it was out?
Yeah, I mean, from communication with the boys, I mean, they were saying it's going down. So, I mean, it's pretty hard in those situations, to do different. But yeah, we got to be better. We got to be better with the ball, and we showed some promise with the bat as well. And with the ball, we did in between, but not consistently. And I think once we improve on that, we'll be good. We'll win test matches.
And you've got a quick turnaround now, haven't you? You've got another one in about 10 days' time, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I like it because at least we have a chance to participate in 2 more test matches against a good attack. And that's what it's about. I think once we learn from this, as I said after the first test, I think, playing these games is a plus for us. So I really look forward to it.
Well, all the best with that. And, well, commiserations on the series.
Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Craig Brathwaite, the captain of West Indies, and right alongside him is the captain of England, Ben Stokes. Actually, quite a lot to talk about. What should we talk about first? Well, Ben, Zach Crawley couldn't open the batting. You came out to bat. What was the thinking there? Just, I'm going to have a go at this.
No, not really. I think it was just, if I went up the order, it kept everyone else sort of the same. Obviously everyone in the change room was sort of the top order batters were saying, "Oh, they'll do it." But I was like, "No, I'll do it." But in the back of my mind, I was like, "Popey, you're either going to not be in or you'll be in pretty early." But that was the thinking, was just to keep everyone in the same position.
And when you walked out, you thought, "Oh yeah, I am going to go for this."
That was obviously on the top of mind, and then a couple hit the middle of the bat. I was seeing it quite well, so tried to finish it off quite quick.
Do you know it was the fastest half-century by an England player in the history of Test cricket? He beat Ian Botham's record. Ian Botham's record he'd taken.
I do know that now. Colley's the record man up in the dressing room. He likes to keep tabs on sort of all the tiny little records that individuals do, and he told me upstairs there.
Well, a nice day for you, but also a nice day for Mark Wood as well, who finally got some reward.
Yeah, that was just unbelievable this afternoon. I think that afternoon is the reward that he deserves after last week and even in this week. Just to see him operate in the way that he did there, running in, bowling fast, but not just fast, but with extreme skill. Obviously, when you bowl as fast as he does and the ball is reverse swinging, it's very, very hard to face. And that's as a sign of why you want express pace in your team. You can say, oh, it was the back end of the West Indies batting lineup, but that's exactly why he's in the team. When you feel like the game's there to grasp hold of and take control of, you throw him the ball and then he delivers something like that. But yeah, I think that was the reward that he deserved for a pretty luckless sort of 6-7 days of Test cricket, because he kept on beating the bat. He didn't get the rewards, but I was so glad for him that he got those 5 wickets there today.
How much are you conscious that your bowling as well makes such a difference to the England side? Because you can play 4 fast bowlers, you can keep the pressure on. And the corollary question to that is, how is the body after bowling the overs in the series?
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. I know it's only one more option, but I feel like I've got plenty more. I don't know if it's obvious to see, but I quite liked using Woody and Bash together, just because of the contrast, high pace at one end and the skill that Bash has. But yeah, one more option, but I feel like I've got plenty more, if that makes sense. So yeah, I know it massively helps the team out in terms of the makeup and the shape of the team, but it's also good for me as an individual as well.
And Jamie Smith, it looks as though you've got some player there.
Yeah, well, we knew that. That's why he got selected. But I think, not only with a bat, but I think he's been incredibly tidy behind the stumps without really being noticeable, and that's always a good thing as a keeper, is when you sort of don't stand out that much. But yeah, he's came in, he's done exactly what we seen in him with the bat in terms of the role, batting down at number 7. The two big innings that he played were a great sign of him understanding that role without really having any experience doing it. I think the sign of his character is that he was just happy to get 95. A lot of people would be devastated they didn't get those 5 runs, but he sees it as, no, I've got 95 runs in a Test match. Like, how good's that? So he's been phenomenal in his first series. Incredibly talented lads, and again, Gus Atkinson, obviously our man of the series there. Great start for the 2 young lads.
Perhaps another sign of his character as well, Jamie Smith, is he wanted to go to his 100 with a 6 as well. He said that yesterday.
Yeah, well, look, that's a tiny little thing. It's the unselfishness. We were obviously in a certain situation in the game, and he wasn't thinking about his personal milestone. Obviously every batsman wants to get their first Test 100, but he put the team before any personal milestone. So I think that's a great sign of his character, that obviously the team comes first.
One very quick question, I know you've got other duties as well. Is this the template for the team now? This was unchanged for this game. Does this feel like a settled side now? For quite a while?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Look, you've got to take every game as it comes. As I've constantly said, fast bowling's very hard on the bodies. So we've obviously got a nice break now. We've got sort of few lads might rest the 100 to make sure that they're all good for the series against Sri Lanka. But yeah, look, we just got to take each game as it comes, and very happy with obviously the 11 that we fielded, but also with the squad that we've got.
Well played, Ben. Very well done. Congratulations on your new record.
Thank you. Cheers.
There we are. Ben Stokes, England's captain. Oh, goodness me, played well today. The best of Ben Stokes, Thomas.
The odds were in England's favour, weren't they? And the West Indies were on a bit of a hide into nothing, but he just came out there and freed his mind and just decided to go, right, I'm going to entertain the crowd, and that's what he's all about. He always has been, and that's what this England side's about, isn't it? No point in knocking it around with 1s and 2s. Let's go out there, and he just saw it. He said there, he got a couple away early on and just thought, right, let's have it.
Carlos is here as well before he goes off to his T10s and his T20s, and probably have a T5 for you somewhere, Carlos, as well. Your assessment of West Indies over the series?
I think they got better as the games went on, and you could see at the start of the series there were a lot of remarks about being undercooked, being underprepared. One first-class game, but don't think counted the first-class game, one 3-day game against what essentially would be a third team if you're talking about preparation-wise. It wasn't England Lions, it wasn't a county team, it was a made-up team of under-19s, etc. With all due respect to them, and they're good players, but if you're preparing for a test series to come up and face Mark Wood, 90-odd miles an hour, Jimmy Anderson obviously only had one test. I don't think that adequate preparation is 1 3-day game against the first-class counties that they would have played against. So West Indies have to do a little bit of introspection from a planning standpoint. I don't think coming to England with the level of inexperience from a batting standpoint was ideal either. That inexperience showed on more than one occasion. Then you had Alzai Joseph and Shamar Joseph probably lacking a little bit of miles in the legs from a red ball standpoint. Jason Holden now coming back from injury. So although it sounds like a lot of excuses, there are a lot of reasons why West Indies haven't performed as well as they potentially could, but there's a lot of good positive signs. There's a big positive sign walking toward me, one, Gus Atkinson, tremendous start to Test cricket.
Yeah, let's have a chat with Gus Atkinson. You've got a couple of medals around your neck. Player of the series, 22 wickets in your first series. I mean, how do you respond to that?
I mean, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I didn't expect much. I mean, I came in with an open mind, and to take 22 wickets is, stuff of dreams.
Yeah. How well do you feel you bowled? Have you bowled 22 wickets well, if you sort of mean?
I think I bowled well. I feel like a few things have gone my way over the series. It's just been one of those series where I've just been able to take wickets. I know times will be tougher than that. But yeah, I just could look to hit my areas hard and then see what happens.
Has Test cricket been as you'd expect it?
Yeah, I mean, physically and mentally, it definitely takes it out of you. After lunch at day one at Lords, I was like, Jesus, I'm struggling here a bit. Just all the people around the occasion. It was very special. But yes, it's been an amazing series. I'm looking forward to the future.
Yeah, I do think actually once you get over that you've just been able to feel your way into it.
Yeah, 100%. I feel really comfortable walking onto the pitch now with bat and ball. So yeah, it's been I feel like I've settled in well. Obviously spent the winter with the group. So yeah, coming into this series, it's been great.
So going forward, do you see yourself potentially as a kind of bowling all-rounder? A couple of sixes into their stand last night. I mean, it was something to behold.
Yeah, 100%. I'm always going to look to improve my all-round game. My batting is definitely something that I feel like I can contribute with. But it was good fun there batting at the end, just trying to whack it out the ground.
So what now? Do you have a chance to recuperate for a while? Do you feel your body does need some time off?
Yeah, I have a week or so off and then play some 100 games before the Sri Lanka series. So looking forward to having a quick break, and then looking forward to the 100, and then looking forward to the next series.
Well, very well bowled. I mean, memorable, isn't it, to come out and do that in your first series?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's something I'll remember for the rest of my career, and have my family here and stuff. It's been very special.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Gus. That's Gus Atkinson. He's the player of the series. He's taken 22 wickets in the series. Fabulous effort, and what an achievement to do that in your first Test match series, Tubbers.
Absolutely. I just like the way he goes about his business. He just keeps it very simple. Goes out in a couple of great sixes with the bat. Very good fielder as well, but just keeps everything simple. I was very impressed on what we all thought was a pretty flat pitch of how much he can seam the ball. He gets that ball to jag back to the right-hander, so he's obviously got the skills, he's got the pace, and that attitude's there. He had a couple of catches dropped off him, just turns around, head down, walks back to his mark, goes and do it again. Yeah, great prospects, and he's had a fabulous start to his Test career.
Carlos, it's been brilliant to have you with us for this series. Yeah, the big man. Some final thoughts.
It's been a pleasure to be back on the TMS team, as always is. Part of the BBC family, feel it part of the fabric as well. And yeah, there's a lot of sentiment around West Indies and West Indies cricket. I personally think it's a deeper issue than just West Indies, a more worldwide cricket challenge, especially with funding and preparation and formats and planning and all that. But it was good to see West Indies come to England, get progressively better, and I hope that their 3 Test matches better off for it when they head back home against South Africa. So thanks for having me, and hopefully we could follow the West Indies travels back home and some better performances.
Carlos, it's always a pleasure. Thanks very much indeed, and thanks very much to Tuffers as well. Today at the Test is on BBC 4 and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock this evening. There's also a replay on BBC 2 at 11:55 p.m. You can watch clips of the best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. Now, on the BBC iPlayer, check out James Anderson, King of Swing. It's in the sports section of the iPlayer under Legends of Sport. We'll be going to some live cricket shortly, more live cricket very shortly. But first, here's a flavour of some of our on-air highlights from this game.
Managed to persuade John Holder that actually if there was a line of heavily bearded slip fielders there in a cordon, if they actually weaved their beards together and the ball went into it and was caught, the batsman would be out.
Who gets credited with the catch?
Well, this actually is a very good point. When did the high five first come into cricket?
I don't have that in my database.
Check quickly.
I just think, Victor, do you ever high five anybody, Victor?
Used to write letters, didn't you, back in the day?
You wake up the next morning and see a nicely written letter. Well bowled in the 14th over and the 16th over.
Thank you, Dave. That counts first slip.
Quite a slow Mexican wave, that one, isn't it? They're not quite as quick on the uptake. I think the average speed for a Mexican wave is 27 miles per hour. Genuinely, I think it is. Or are you looking at me like I'm...
Because you've just made it up?
No. I've read...
How do you know that?
I can confirm the 27-mile-an-hour average speed of Mexican waves, according to a piece of research at the University of Budapest in 2022. 2002, just quite a while ago. So I don't know if they've sped up.
Well, they might have quickened up since then.
Well, but if we're going by cricket evolution, they must have slowed down because they were way quicker.
Alistair's not here to witness. He's selling sheep, I think, this week, isn't he? Yeah, sheep selling week.
Oh, is it? Okay.
On the farm, yeah.
Very big in the calendar, that is.
Yeah.
Do you have a little bit of trepidation about this hour, Carlos?
Oh yeah, not a little, a lot.
Carlos is with me as well, Carlos Brathwaite. Just having a quick chat with Alzari Joseph. Any state secrets there, Carlos?
Yeah, I told her to stop bowling crap.
Some of our on-air highlights from this game. The next test is England against Sri Lanka at Old Trafford on the 21st of August. But we've got more live cricket now. We can take you to Cardiff for today's action in the 100, and we can say good afternoon to Atif Nawaz. Good afternoon, Atif.
Thank you, Simon. Good afternoon to you as well. Here at Sophia Gardens, we're watching the Welsh Fire play host, in fact, to the Oval Invincibles. And this is the 6th game of the Women's 100 2024, as a shot's just been played to mid-off by